Him, whoever him was. Water still trailing down his collarbone, eyes dark and unhurried, wearing a silence that felt less like sleepiness and more like a trap that had just clicked shut. 3 seconds. Then Lisa blinked, swallowed, and remembered, with great effort, that she was furious, not surprised, not apologetic, expectant. And Lisa, the woman who had never once walked into a trap, had just sprinted into the most dangerous one of her life with her fists still raised. Here's what makes this terrifying on a psychological level. Criminologists call it engineered proximity. It's a real intimidation tactic where a threat deliberately places itself close to a target, creating manufactured encounters to destabilize them before making a move. Do-hoon didn't just move in upstairs. He built the cage around her one stomp at a time. This story is about a woman so brilliant she could dismantle empires from her kitchen table, completely outmaneuvered by a man who decided the most powerful weapon against her wasn't money or muscle. It was noise. If you're obsessed with anti-heroes who play the long game, women who refuse to stay cornered, and romances where danger and devotion are completely indistinguishable, you are exactly where you belong. Hit that subscribe button because we have so much more coming your way. Crime lords with impossible patience, survivors who rewrite the rules, and love stories that will make your pulse do things it has no business doing. Smash that like button and drop a comment. I need to know your situation right now, and where in the world you're listening from. Where are my story lovers tuning in from today? Are you at work sneaking this in, lying in bed when you should be sleeping, or escaping reality on your commute? I genuinely love knowing where you all are. Lisa told herself it was nothing. Just a neighbor. An irritatingly attractive, suspiciously composed neighbor who apparently showered at 3 a.m. and answered doors like he'd been expecting company. That was all. Seoul was full of strange people. She lived in a city of 10 million. Statistically, at least one of them had to be devastatingly inconvenient. She went back to her laptop. Back to her work. Back to the comfortable darkness she had built around herself, thread by careful thread. But something was wrong and she couldn't name it. She pulled up her latest draft, a piece on a shadow financier bleeding money through 3 shell companies in Busan, and realized she had read the same paragraph 4 times. Her eyes kept drifting upward, to the ceiling, to the silence that had replaced the noise, which somehow felt louder than the noise itself. He had looked at her like he already knew her name. She shook it off. By morning, she had convinced herself she was paranoid. Occupational hazard. When you spent your nights dismantling the reputations of powerful men, you started seeing threats in every face that didn't flinch at you. Park Do-hoon, she'd clocked the nameplate beside the door in that 3-second blackout, was probably just an insomniac with expensive taste and an unsettling amount of confidence. Nothing more. She was wrong, of course. But she wouldn't know that yet. What she did notice over the next 4 days was that her digital footprint felt different. Lighter. Like something had been brushing against it in the night and retreating before she could turn around. A login flagged from an unfamiliar IP. Dismissed. A source who went quiet mid-conversation. Explained away. A file on her desktop. Minimized but not by her. Surely she had just forgotten. Here's something most people don't know. The average person makes over 35,000 decisions a day, and the brain quietly suppresses hundreds of warning signals it deems low priority, a survival mechanism that, in the wrong circumstances, becomes the thing that gets you killed. Lisa's brain was running exactly that program, filing every anomaly under probably nothing, while something very deliberate moved closer. She was so focused on the digital shadows that she almost missed the physical one. Almost. It was Thursday evening when she stepped out to collect her delivery and found him in the hallway. Park Do-hoon, dressed like the cover of a magazine no one could afford to buy, holding his own takeout bag and watching her with that same maddening stillness. No smile this time. Just a long, measuring look, like a man checking a calculation he already knew the answer to. "You sleep better now?" he asked. The audacity. The absolute audacity. "Remarkably, yes," Lisa said, matching his calm with everything she had. Once the herd of furniture-moving elephants upstairs called it a night. The corner of his mouth moved. Almost a smile. Almost an apology. Neither. "I'll keep that in mind," he said and walked away. She stood in the hallway holding her noodles, pulse unreasonably loud, furious at herself for watching him go. It started with the laundry. Lisa came down to the communal machines on Friday morning to find her wet clothes moved, neatly, infuriatingly neatly, to the folding counter, and his shirts already spinning in the drum. She stared at his laundry for a long moment. Dark fabrics. Expensive cuts. The kind of clothes that didn't belong in a building like this, and knew it. She moved one shirt to the edge of the counter. Petty. Absolutely petty. She didn't care. By Saturday, it had escalated in the way only two highly intelligent, deeply stubborn people can escalate something fundamentally ridiculous. Her music at 11 p.m. Not loud. His footsteps at midnight. Not aggressive, just deliberate. A sticky note on the shared hallway notice board that said, "Residents are," written in handwriting so precise it looked typeset. She stared at it for 30 seconds before writing underneath, in her neatest script. Noted. Perhaps start with yourself. It was gone the next morning, replaced with a single word. Noted. She laughed before she could stop herself, then immediately hated that she had. The thing about psychological warfare, and make no mistake, that's what this was, is that it's most effective when the target doesn't realize they're already emotionally invested. Researchers call it the Benjamin Franklin effect. The act of engaging with someone, even in conflict, creates a neurological bond. Every interaction, however hostile, was making him more real to her. More present. More difficult to dismiss. Who knew this? Lisa did not. The shirtless appearances didn't help. It wasn't every day. That would have been too obvious, and nothing about Park Do-hoon was accidental. It was calculated, the open door when she passed, the brief appearance in the hallway post-gym, the singular occasion, he was fixing something in his doorframe and looked down at exactly the wrong moment with his sleeves rolled to the elbow, like a man who understood precisely what he was doing to a person's concentration. Lisa started taking the stairs on the opposite side of the building. He switched the side he used for his evening run. She told herself she was imagining the pattern. Told herself successful, presumably busy men did not reorganize their entire... It was ego. It was projection. She was a woman who looked for patterns in financial data for a living. She was simply applying the same instinct to a situation where it wasn't warranted. But on Sunday night, when the noise started again at softer this time, almost gentle, like a reminder rather than a disruption, Lisa Craden sat in the dark with her cold coffee and admitted something she would never have said out loud. She wasn't annoyed anymore. She was curious. And somewhere in apartment 604, Park Do-hoon smiled at the ceiling and let her be. She heard them before she saw them. Two voices in the stairwell, low, clipped, the kind of conversation that stops the moment it senses an audience. Lisa froze at her door, key halfway to the lock, and did what every intelligent person does when their instincts fire before their logic catches up. She listened. The words were in a dialect she only half understood, but she caught enough. Her pen name. A building address, a timeline, and then a phrase that turned her blood to ice water. Make it look accidental. She was in 4 seconds. Deadbolt, chain, back against the wall with her laptop already open, and her hands not quite steady. For a woman who had spent 3 years dismantling criminal empires from behind a screen, Lisa had always known, intellectually, that the risk was real. That one day someone would look past the encrypted servers and ghost accounts and find the human being at the center of it all. She had just never expected tonight. They breached her door 12 minutes later. Not violently, not at first. A knock. Then a second, harder knock. Then the soft, professional sound of a lock being worked with something that wasn't a key. Lisa was already moving, muscle memory and adrenaline, making the decisions while her brain was still catching up. Go bag from the closet. She'd had one packed for 2 years and quietly hoped she'd never need it. Window. Fire escape. And then she stopped. Because her fire escape connected directly to the one belonging to apartment 604. For a fraction of a second, she weighed her options. The men at her door versus the man upstairs. Known danger against unknown danger. Her body made the choice before her mind finished the argument. She was climbing before she'd consciously decided to climb, knuckles white on the cold railing, the city blazing indifferently below her. Here's an unsettling fact. Studies show that under acute stress, the human brain's prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for rational decision-making, partially shuts down, routing control to the amygdala, which operates purely on instinct and pattern recognition. In other words, in genuine danger, we don't think our way to safety. We feel it. Lisa Craden felt her way directly to Park Do-hoon's window. She knocked 3 times. Fast. The window opened immediately. He looked at her, windswept, pale-faced, go bag over one shoulder, clinging to his fire escape at midnight, and his expression didn't change. Not surprise. Not alarm. The same terrible steadiness she had come to find equal parts infuriating and magnetic. He stepped aside. She climbed in. "They're in my apartment," she said, because she was not a woman who wasted time on preamble. "I know," he said. The silence that followed was the loudest thing Lisa had ever heard. "You know." It wasn't a question. It was the sound of a woman recalibrating everything she thought she understood about the last 2 weeks, every hallway encounter, every calculated smile, every footstep at 3 a.m., and watching it rearrange itself into a shape she didn't like at all. Do-hoon moved through the penthouse with a quiet efficiency that had no business existing in a man who was supposed to be a regular upstairs neighbor. One phone call, murmured in Mandarin too fast for her to follow. 2 men appearing at the door and disappearing again without a word. The sounds in her apartment below ceased entirely within minutes, in a way that suggested they weren't resolved so much as removed. Lisa stood in the middle of his living room. All clean lines, low light, and the particular kind of silence that expensive security systems produce, and watched him and understood, with cold clarity, that she had climbed from one dangerous place directly into another. "Who are you?" she asked. He considered her for a moment in that way he had, like she was a problem he found interesting rather than inconvenient. "I work for the government," he said. Deep cover. "I can't tell you more than that." Here's what's fascinating about deception. The most effective lies are built around a single true detail. The CIA's own declassified training materials confirm that believable cover stories share roughly 70% of their DNA with the truth, same emotions, same stakes, just a different frame. Do-hoon wasn't lying about everything. He did work in the shadows. He did have enemies. He was, in every way that mattered, exactly as dangerous as he claimed. He had simply changed the logo on the uniform. And Lisa, who made her living catching liars, believed him. Not entirely. Not without the small, persistent splinter of doubt she filed away in the back of her mind to examine later. But enough. Enough to stay when he told her it wasn't safe to leave. Enough to accept the guest room with its reinforced door and blackout curtains and the quiet, undeniable comfort of being inside the most secure apartment in Seoul. She sat on the edge of the bed and opened her laptop out of habit, then closed it again. For the first time in 3 years, the woman who knew everything about everyone realized she knew almost nothing about the man on the other side of that wall. And the part of her that should have found that terrifying found it inexplicably fascinating. Down the hall, Park Do-hoon sat in the dark with his phone in his hand and a message unsent on the screen. "She's here." It worked. He deleted it, stood, rolled his sleeves down, and went to make her tea like a man who had all the time in the world because he did. He had planned for exactly this. Every stomp, every smile, every engineered collision in the hallway. Lisa Craden had walked into his building as a ghost. She just didn't know yet that he had no intention of letting her haunt anywhere else. If you have been enjoying this story so far, kindly subscribe and hit the notification bell to ensure you're part of the inner circle for every new release. The screen might go black, but the legend continues. Don't miss the next epic story. The penthouse was beautiful the way a trap is beautiful, designed to make you forget it has edges. Lisa told herself she was observing. That was what she did. She cataloged, she noted, she filed. The floor-to-ceiling windows with their reinforced frames. The security panel beside every door, blinking its quiet green pulse like a heartbeat. The way Do-hoon's staff moved through the space, wordless, precise, eyes that swept a room before a body entered it. She had been inside government buildings with less infrastructure than this man's living room. She counted 3 cameras in the main corridor alone before breakfast. "You're doing it again," Do-hoon said without looking up from his coffee. "Doing what?" "Cataloging." He turned a page of whatever he was reading. "You get a particular look. Like you're writing a headline." Lisa said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. She had been here 4 days, and the penthouse had yet to show her anything as crude as a weapon or as obvious as a safe. What it showed her instead was subtler, and she was beginning to understand, far more telling. The way a dinner guest excused himself 30 seconds before Do-hoon's expression shifted. The hush that preceded his phone calls. The single door in the east wing that was always closed, and outside which no staff member ever lingered more than a breath. Power, she was learning, didn't announce itself in a place like this. It just made the air pressure change. Here's something worth knowing. Organizational psychologists studying criminal hierarchies found that genuine authority figures generate involuntary deference. Staff don't just obey, they physically orient toward the dominant person in a room, the way plants turn toward light. It's called status choreography, and it happens below conscious awareness. Every person in that penthouse was doing it. All of them pointed, subtly and constantly, toward Do-hoon. No government agent commanded a room like that. Lisa added it to the mental file she was building and said nothing. What was harder to catalog, and therefore more dangerous, was him. The version of Do-hoon that existed inside the penthouse was different from the one in the hallway. Sharper, yes. More contained. But occasionally, in unguarded moments, something else surfaced. The way he slid a cup of coffee to her side of the counter without being asked, having noticed, apparently, that she took it black. The dry, perfectly timed observation he made about a news anchor that made her laugh before she could decide not to. The evening she fell asleep on the couch over her laptop and woke to find a blanket placed over her with a precision that suggested it had been done carefully enough not to wake her. She didn't mention it. Neither did he. That felt, somehow, like the most intimate exchange they'd had. She stared at the closed east wing door on her way to bed and reminded herself that beautiful cages were still cages. The reminder was becoming less convincing by the day. It started, as most dangerous things between them did, over something small. Lisa was working. Specifically, she was ghostwriting a profile piece on a mid-level Seoul politician whose financial trail she had quietly been following for 6 weeks, the kind of measured, methodical unraveling she could do in her sleep. She had the documents open, the draft running, the particular focused silence around her that she needed like other people needed oxygen. Do-hoon walked through the room, glanced at her screen, and said, almost absently, "You've got the framing wrong." Lisa looked up slowly. "I'm sorry." "The angle." He nodded at her laptop without stopping. "You're leading with the money. Lead with the family. That's where the real story is, % sharper." She resented every word of it. By 11 p.m., she had knocked on his study door, ostensibly to ask about the building's Wi-Fi, actually because something had been pulling at her since dinner, and she had run out of patience for pretending otherwise. He opened the door. Sleeves rolled up against. "You've read my work," she said. "Not a question. Some of it." "Which pieces?" He considered her. "The Busan piece. The infrastructure minister. The piece on the Cheongdam money laundering network that you published under 3 different bylines in the same week." The Cheongdam piece had brought down 2 sitting officials and cost a shadow investment group an estimated $40 million. It had also, though Lisa did not know this yet, cost Park Do-hoon's organization a critical financial corridor and triggered the sequence of events that ended with him moving into apartment 503 directly below her. She did not know that yet. Here's what neuroscience confirms about this exact moment. When the brain simultaneously processes attraction and threat from the same source, it produces a chemical cocktail nearly identical to the early stages of obsession: elevated dopamine, suppressed serotonin, heightened focus on a single stimulus. The brain, in short, cannot tell the difference between falling for someone and being hunted by them. Lisa's brain was running both programs at once. "So you know what I do," she said. "I know what you are," he said quietly. "Different thing entirely." The space between them in that doorway was approximately 4 feet and felt like nothing at all. Lisa was acutely aware of the hour, the low light, the way his eyes didn't move from hers with that particular patience. She was beginning to find more unsettling than any amount of noise at 3 a.m. "Good night," she said, because one of them had to. "Good night, Lisa." He never used her name. The sound of it did something unreasonable to her pulse, and she walked back to the guest room with her jaw set and her hands not entirely steady, furious at herself for the 3rd time that week. Behind the closed study door, Park Do-hoon stood very still for a long moment. Then he picked up his phone, put it down again, and went back to his work. Neither of them slept particularly well. If your heart is still racing, that's exactly why you need to subscribe. We don't do forgettable here. We do cinematic. We do emotional warfare. We do stories that find you at 2 a.m. and refuse to let go. Hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and drop a comment right now. And tell me whose team you're on? Because I'm in the comments and I'm reading every single one. She wasn't snooping. That was what Lisa told herself as she stood in the East Wing corridor at 7 a.m., Do-hoon's morning run having emptied the penthouse of its most dangerous occupant for exactly 45 minutes. She was exploring. There was a difference. Technically, the door wasn't locked. That should have been her first warning. In a penthouse wired like a government facility, an unlocked door wasn't an oversight. It was a choice. But Lisa Craden had built her entire career on walking through doors that powerful men assumed she wouldn't, and old habits, it turned out, were resistant to self-preservation. She pushed it open. The room was an office. Floor-to-ceiling shelving, a desk that cost more than her annual rent, and on that desk, spread with the casual confidence of a man who never expected unauthorized eyes, a series of documents that stopped Lisa's breath completely. She recognized the formatting immediately. Financial flow charts. Shell company registries. The particular architecture of money that had been deliberately made difficult to follow. She had spent 3 years learning to read exactly this kind of paperwork, and she read it now with the cold, focused clarity of someone whose hands had started shaking but whose eyes hadn't. There was her Busan piece. Printed, annotated in red, with the source trail she had carefully obscured somehow reconstructed in the margins. There was the infrastructure minister, not just the published article but her original notes, which had never been digitized, which existed only on a hard drive in an apartment that was currently a crime scene. And there, paper-clipped to a photograph she hadn't known existed, a photograph of her, taken outside a coffee shop 14 months ago, looking at her phone with a particular focus she recognized as the moment she'd been verifying the Cheongdam documents, was a name. Not Park Do-hoon. A name she recognized. A name she had seen buried 4 levels deep in a shadow corporate registry she'd spent 6 weeks excavating. A name that sat, in her mental map of Seoul's criminal infrastructure, at the very center of the web. The kingpin she'd written about. The one her Cheongdam piece had cost $40 million. The room tilted slightly. Here's a fact that hits differently in moments like this. Forensic accountants estimate that globally, between $2 and $5 trillion is laundered through legitimate businesses annually. That's roughly the GDP of France, silently cycling through shell companies, real estate, and luxury assets every single year. The man Lisa had been dismantling on paper wasn't a footnote in Seoul's underworld. He was load-bearing infrastructure. And she had been sleeping 20 feet from him. She took photos of everything. Fast, methodical. Muscle memory doing the work while her mind processed the full architecture of what she was looking at. Not a CIA operative. Not a government agent. The man who had moved in above her, below her, had tracked her down, engineered every encounter, manufactured her trust, and positioned himself as her only safe harbor while being the precise thing she needed safety from. Every stomp, every smile, every cup of black coffee slid across the counter without a word. She was almost at the door when she heard the elevator. He was back 11 minutes early. Lisa walked out of the East Wing, pulled the door to behind her with a steadiness she did not feel, and was in the kitchen with the kettle running by the time Do-hoon stepped off the elevator in his running gear, slightly damp, reading something on his phone. He looked up, looked at her, then at the East Wing door. Something moved behind his eyes, brief, controlled, and gone before she could name it. "You're up early," he said. "Couldn't sleep," she said, which was both a lie and the most honest thing she'd said in days. He held her gaze for 3 seconds longer than a man with nothing to hide would need to. Then he moved past her toward his room, and she stood at the kitchen counter with both hands flat on the cold marble, breathing through the specific terror of a woman who has just found the exit and realized, with horrible clarity, that she isn't going to make it to the door before everything changes. She was right. She had 48 hours to plan, and she used every minute of them. The photos were encrypted and sent to a server, so buried it would take a forensic team 3 weeks to find it. A message drafted to her most trusted editor, not sent, not yet, but ready, sitting in her outbox like a grenade with the pin still in. A route mapped out of the building that avoided every camera she had cataloged in her first 4 days. An exit strategy that was clean, quiet, and left Park Do-hoon nothing to find but an empty guest room and a note that said, simply, "Thank you for the coffee." It was a good plan. It was arguably the best plan available given her circumstances. The rival family didn't wait for her to execute it. They came on a Thursday evening during the window between the shift change of Do-hoon's security, a 7-minute overlap that Lisa had noticed but assumed was standard. It wasn't. It had been fed to them, she would later understand, by someone inside the organization running a loyalty that had quietly been purchased 3 weeks prior. 7 minutes was all they needed. For men in the service elevator. Professional, unhurried, the particular body language of people who had done this before and expected it to be straightforward. Lisa heard the service door before she saw anything, a sound that didn't fit, a pressure change in the hallway that her nervous system flagged before her conscious mind caught up, and she was moving before she had fully decided to move, which was the only reason she made it to the interior corridor before they cleared the kitchen. Here's something that sounds like fiction but isn't. The human body can detect the presence of another person in complete darkness through a combination of air displacement, thermal radiation, and subsonic sound, all processed below the threshold of conscious awareness. Special Forces units trained to exploit this. Lisa had no training. She just had 3 weeks of living in a high-security penthouse with a man who had quietly rewired her threat perception without either of them noticing.
She ran.
Not toward the exit. The exits were compromised, and some part of her already knew it. She ran toward the one variable in the building that she understood least and feared most, which made it, paradoxically, the only place she trusted. She ran toward Do-hoon. He was in the study when she hit the door, and he was already standing when she opened it, which meant he had heard something before she arrived, which meant his reaction time existed in a category entirely separate from normal human response. She opened her mouth and he held up one hand. "Stop, quiet, I know," and made a single call in a voice so low and so flat it didn't sound like him at all. What happened next lasted approximately 9 minutes, and Lisa witnessed most of it from the study doorway because Do-hoon had told her to stay there and her body, making its own calculations, had agreed. She had written about violence for 3 years. She had cataloged it, analyzed it, traced its financial trails, and its political architecture. She understood it, she believed as well as any person could from behind a keyboard.
She did not understand it like this.
It wasn't chaotic. That was the thing that lodged itself in her chest and refused to leave. There was no rage in it, no desperation, no the hot improvisation of a man responding to a threat. It was cold, organized. The absolute, unhurried efficiency of someone who had already run every scenario before the scenario began, which meant Park Do-hoon had known something like this was coming and had been ready and had said nothing, and had let her drink his coffee, and had looked at her across door frames with those dark, patient eyes, and had said nothing. When it was over, he turned around and found her still standing in the study doorway, and the face he wore in that moment was not the neighbor's face, not the CIA operative's face, not even the careful, contained face of the man who slid coffee across counters and noticed things about her she hadn't told him. It was the real one. She had spent 3 years trying to expose that face in print. Standing 6 feet from it now, Lisa Craden realized he had ever written had been a map, and she had followed it, step by careful step, directly here. He looked at her and said nothing. She looked back and said nothing. Outside the reinforced windows, Seoul blazed on, 10 million people deep, indifferent and infinite, and in the ringing quiet of the penthouse study, something that had been slowly, inevitably building between them cracked open like a fault line and became impossible to ignore. You didn't stumble onto this channel by accident. You were looking for something that actually moves you, and now you've found it. Don't lose it. Subscribe right now, hit the notification bell, and become part of a community that lives for stories this good. Tell me in the comments, what was the moment that got you? I want to know. I'll be there waiting. He told her the truth at 2 a.m. Not because she asked. Not because she threatened to leave or leverage the photographs she had encrypted onto a server he probably already knew about. He told her because they had been sitting on opposite ends of the same couch for 3 hours in a silence that had passed through uncomfortable and arrived somewhere far more dangerous, and Park Do-hoon, who had engineered every moment of the last 6 weeks with surgical precision, had apparently run out of architecture to hide behind. The CIA's story, he said, to the window rather than to her. You didn't believe it. Not entirely. When did you know? Lisa considered the question honestly. The status choreography, she said. The way your staff moves around you. No field operative commands a room like that. It takes years of absolute authority to produce that kind of deference. It's involuntary. You can't perform it, and you can't fake the response to it. He looked at her then, and something in his expression shifted. Not softened exactly, but opened, the way a heavily secured door opens, slowly, with the full weight of everything it's been holding back. The Cheongdam piece, he said. You cost me $40 million and a financial corridor I'd spent 4 years building. I know. I tracked you for 8 months before I found you. I know that too. I moved in below you to destroy you. He said it the way he said everything, quietly, precisely, without the performance of remorse. Slow, methodical. I had a plan for all of it. The city blazed below them. Lisa didn't move. And then you knocked on my door, he said, in your pajamas, with your rehearsed speech and your righteous fury and your absolute refusal to be intimidated by anything, including me. Another pause. I had to revise the plan. Here's what makes this psychologically extraordinary. Criminologists studying reformed criminal behavior consistently find that the catalyst isn't conscience or consequence, it's witness. A single person who sees the full truth of who you are and remains in the room. The presence of that witness rewires threat assessment at a neurological level. Park Do-hoon had never in his adult life had a witness, until a sleep-deprived woman in mismatched pajamas accidentally became one. "To me into your penthouse," Lisa said carefully, "to keep me close." "Yes. And then you kept me alive because the alternative," he said, with a quiet finality that closed every other door in the conversation, became unacceptable to me.
She absorbed that.
The city hummed. Somewhere below them, they were in the process of being systematically and permanently dismantled, because Park Do-hoon had spent the last 72 hours making an example that Seoul's underworld would be decades forgetting. She had read the reports. She had understood, reading them, that this was not a man who issued warnings. This was a man who resolved things completely and never revisited them. He had resolved the threat to her completely. "You could have told me," she said, and heard how naive it sounded even as she said it. "You would have left." "I'm going to leave anyway." "Are you?" The question sat between them like a lit match held over something flammable, and Lisa Craden, who had never in her life made a decision she couldn't justify in print, found she couldn't answer it. Not honestly. Not in a direction that made sense for a woman who valued her freedom, her anonymity, and her considerable self-respect. Because the truth, the deeply inconvenient and poorly timed truth, was that somewhere between the 3 a.m. confrontations and the black coffee and the East Wing and the study doorway and 9 minutes of cold, terrible efficiency followed by a silence that cracked something open between them, she had stopped wanting to leave.
She hated that.
She held on to it anyway. "I need to think," she said. He nodded, once, like a man who had said everything he intended to say and was prepared to wait as long as the answer required. She stood, walked to the guest room. stopped at the door. Do-hoon. He looked up. The noise, she said. Every night. The stomping, the dragging. All of it deliberate. Yes. You wanted me to come to your door. I wanted, he said carefully, to see if you would. She stood there for a long moment with the weight of that, the patience of it, the sheer calculated intimacy of a man who had engineered an entire situation just to watch her choose to walk toward him, and felt something shift in her chest that she had no clean professional language for. Good night, she said. Good night, Lisa. She closed the door, leaned against it in the dark, pressed one hand flat against her sternum, like she could physically hold the feeling in place before it rearranged everything. On the other side of the penthouse, Park Do-hoon sat very still and, for the first time in longer than he could account for, did not reach for his phone. He just waited. And the waiting felt, terrifyingly, like hope. She was packed by 6 a.m. Not in anger. Not in fear. Both of those had burned clean somewhere around 4 a.m., leaving something cooler and more honest in their place. Her bag sat by the guest room door. Her server was secure. Her exit route was memorized. She had everything she arrived with and nothing she hadn't. She sat on the edge of the bed and opened her laptop. The draft to her editor was still in the outbox. She read it twice. It was good, the best thing she had ever written if she was being precise. The full architecture of Park Do-hoon's organization laid out in clean, devastating prose. Shell companies, financial corridors, a network of influence running so deep through Seoul's infrastructure that pulling it out would leave holes in the city for years. She read it a third time. Then she closed it without sending. She found him on the coffee in hand. The skyline spread below him like something he owned, which, she now understood, was not entirely metaphor. He looked at her bag, then at her face. I'm not leaving, she said. But I need you to understand something first. She held his gaze with everything she had and told him exactly who she was. Not the ghost, not the asset, not the queen in someone else's story. Herself. Fully, finally. Without the protective layer of anonymity she had worn so long she had almost forgotten it wasn't skin. He listened without interrupting. That alone undid something in her chest. Your terms, he said quietly when she finished. She pulled out her phone, turned the screen toward him, the document, the thread she had pulled at 4 a.m., the name that led somewhere neither of them had been looking. Somewhere that changed everything. His expression did something too. Not alarm. Something colder and more alert. The focus of a man who has just found a move on the board he'd in place. Long enough, Lisa said. Which means whoever this is, they already know about me. They spent the day working in parallel, Lisa at the kitchen counter, Do-hoon at his desk, the penthouse humming with the particular quiet of two people thinking hard in the same direction. By nightfall they had a name. Not a full identity, but enough thread to know the structure had been built from inside. Someone trusted. Someone patient. Someone who had been in the room long enough to know where all the load-bearing walls were. Lisa went to bed at midnight. Lay in the dark feeling, for the first time in years, genuinely known. Not surveilled. Not hunted. Known. By someone who had started by wanting to destroy her and arrived, by some improbable and irreversible route, somewhere else entirely. Her encrypted phone buzzed at 12:47 a.m. Unknown number. No country code. No trace. She picked up. 3 seconds of silence. Then a voice that stopped her cold. A source. A man she had written about and buried 2 years ago, whose funeral notice she had read in her own article and filed under confirmed without a second thought. Stop writing, he said. He's not the one you should be afraid of. He's the one keeping you alive. The line went dead. Lisa sat in the dark with the phone, stared at Do-hoon's closed door, and felt the full weight of it settle over her. Not panic, but the cold, clarifying pressure of a woman who has just realized the story has another layer, and she is standing directly on top of it. She crossed the penthouse and knocked. He opened the door immediately. Still dressed. Eyes clear. Not a man who had been sleeping. A man who had been waiting. What aren't you telling me? She said. He looked at her for a long, still moment, And for the first time since she had known him, something moved behind his eyes that looked, just briefly, like fear. Not of her. Not of whoever was moving in the shadows. Fear of what the truth would cost him. "Come in," he said quietly, and closed the door. Chapter 11. Everything that was left unsaid.
He told her everything.
It took 2 hours. No interruptions, no managed disclosures, no calculated half-truths designed to protect the parts he wasn't ready to expose. Just the full, unvarnished architecture of it. The organization, the insider, the reason the dead man on the phone was not dead, and the thing he had known deliberately to carry alone. Lisa listened the way she listened to everything, completely, without expression, filing each piece into the larger structure. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. "You knew the insider was moving against you," she said finally. "Yes. And you didn't tell me because telling you made you a target for something I wasn't certain I could stop." He said it simply, without the defensive architecture most people built around it. That. "I have stopped most things in my life through force. This required neither. It required patience." A pause. "And I needed you to trust me long enough for the patience to work." "That is," Lisa said carefully, "an extraordinarily arrogant position to take." "Yes. And it worked." "Not yet," he said. "But it will." Here's something that cuts close. Conflict researchers at Harvard found that the most durable trust between two people isn't built in easy moments. It's built in the moment one person shows the other the full cost of their honesty, and the other person stays in the room. That moment. That specific, irreversible moment. That was what was happening in this penthouse at 3 a.m., and both of them felt the weight of it without having language for it. Lisa stood at the window with soul blazing below and tried to locate her anger. It was there, real, justified, the anger of a woman who had been managed and maneuvered even by someone who had ultimately chosen her safety over his strategy. She held on to it because she was not a woman who released things before she had fully examined them. But underneath the anger was something else. Something she had been aware of for weeks in the way you are aware of a current under still water, present, powerful, running in one direction regardless of what the surface was doing. She heard him move. He crossed the room and stood beside her at the window, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him in the cold pre-dawn air, and they stood together looking at the city in a silence that had none of the strategic weight of their earlier silences. This one was just honest. Two people at the end of something and the beginning of something else, standing in the specific quiet that exists between. "I owe you an apology," he said. "Several." "I know." A pause. "I'm working on them in order of severity." She laughed. She hadn't meant to. It came out anyway, brief, genuine, the laugh of a woman who had been outmaneuvered by someone funny about it, which was somehow worse and better simultaneously. He turned to look at her when she laughed, and his expression in that moment was nothing she had ever seen on him before. Unguarded. Open in the way that a person is open when they forget, for a single undefended second, to be careful. She turned to find him already looking. The city hummed. The distance between them, which had been closing, she understood now, since the very first door, since the very first 3 seconds of stunned silence in the hallway, reached its conclusion. He lifted his hand and touched her face the way he had on the terrace, deliberate, unhurried. The gesture of a man who had made a decision he intended to keep. His thumb traced her cheekbone once, like a question. She answered it by not moving away, which was the most honest thing she had done in longer than she could measure. "Lisa," he said. "Just her name. Just that." She reached up and covered his hand with hers, holding it against her face, and looked at him in the low light of the penthouse with the full truth of the last 6 weeks between them. Every engineered footstep, every cup of black coffee, every doorframe and sharp word and charged silence, and felt it all resolve into something clean and simple and completely terrifying. He leaned in slowly, giving her every opportunity to step back, and she didn't step back, and when his forehead came to rest against hers, they both simply stopped, just breathed in the same air for a moment that stretched long enough to hold everything that hadn't been said and didn't need to be. When he finally kissed her, it was quiet.
Certain.
The way he did everything, without urgency, without performance, with the total and unhurried focus of a man who intended to do this right and had all the time in the world. She kissed him back with everything she had kept filed under not relevant for 6 weeks, and felt the last careful wall she'd been maintaining dissolve completely, and decided, with full clarity and no regrets, to let it go. Seoul blazed on below them. Indifferent. Magnificent. 10 million lives deep. And then her phone buzzed. She pulled back, looked at the screen. Unknown number. Again. But this time a message. 4 words, no signature, timestamp 3:07 a.m. He didn't find you. Lisa stared at it. Read it twice. Felt the bottom of something drop away. Because if Do-hoon hadn't found her, if 8 months of tracking and engineering and calculated proximity hadn't been his operation at all, then someone else had placed her directly in his path. Someone who knew them both. Someone who had wanted them exactly here. She looked up at Do-hoon. Showed him the screen. He read it. Read it again. And the man who had an answer for everything, who had planned for every contingency, who had never once in her presence looked anything less than completely in control, went very, very still. Do-hoon, she said quietly. Who else knew where I lived? The city hummed. The penthouse held its breath. And Park Do-hoon, king of Seoul's underworld, looked at the woman he had just kissed in the pre-dawn dark and said the only 3 words that had ever genuinely frightened her. Only my father. Don't let an algorithm dictate your journey. You're the one in control here. Right now, hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, and claim your seat at the table. No more waiting on a notification that never comes. No more catching the premiere 3 days late. You've entered Seoul's underworld with me. Now make it official. And before you go, drop your favorite line from today's story in the comments. I'm reading them all, and trust me, the one that stuck with me might be the last one you'd expect. But why were you so furious? Do-hoon said, the ghost of a smile breaking through that impossible composure. Lisa laughed, really laughed, her wine glass hovering midair. Why were you wet and shirtless at 3 a.m.? You deserved every second of it. He looked at her the way he always did when he thought she wasn't paying attention, like she was the only thing in the room worth cataloging. Do you know how many nights I had planned for you to show up, he said quietly. So, I was adequately prepared for you. She reached across the table. His hand turned over to meet hers, automatic, unhesitating. And for exactly 4 seconds, they were just 2 people in a restaurant, laughing about a door. Then the car came through the window. No warning. No screech of brakes. Just glass exploding inward like a detonation, headlights flooding the dining room, screaming erupting from every direction as tables overturned and the carefully constructed peace of their evening became, in a single breath, a kill zone. Then the gunshots started. Controlled. Methodical. Not panic firing. Hunting fire. The kind that sweeps a room in a pattern, eliminating exits one by one. A chandelier detonated overhead. A waiter dropped. Someone was shouting coordinates into an earpiece. And every shot was moving closer. Do-hoon was already moving. His hand closed around Lisa's wrist before she'd fully processed what was happening. Not pulling, propelling, his body already angled between her and the gunfire as they blew through the kitchen, through a fire exit, and into the rain-slicked alley behind the restaurant where, by design or by miracle, a power bike sat unchained against the wall. He swung onto it. She was on behind him before he told her to be. Hold on, he said, quiet, flat, the voice of a man who had already calculated the next 6 moves. How bad? She asked against his shoulder. The first pursuing vehicle screamed around the corner, headlights cutting the rain. Hold on, he repeated. The engine tore open the night, and Seoul swallowed them whole. Neon bleeding across wet asphalt, the city a blur of light and danger as the hunters poured into the streets behind them. Lisa's fingers locked around his jacket, her heart detonating in her chest, her mind running the only calculation that mattered. Someone had known exactly where they were. Someone had waited for the smile. This was a clear case of contrast manipulation, a deliberate tactic used by high-level operatives and criminal organizations where a target is allowed to experience safety, warmth, and emotional vulnerability specifically to maximize psychological damage when the attack lands. You don't break a person at their strongest. You wait for the exact moment they've finally exhaled. Lin Do-hoon didn't send that car at midnight. He sent it at the precise moment his son smiled, because a man protecting something he loves is simultaneously at his most dangerous. If you've been here since Lisa first pounded on that door in her pajamas, you already know this story doesn't do forgettable. It does cinematic. It does the kind of emotional warfare that finds you at 3:14 a.m. and refuses to let go. So if you haven't subscribed yet, do it now, ring that bell, and plant yourself in the front row, because the stolen heir is just getting started. Mafia bloodlines, stolen identities, a love forged in gunfire, and a truth so shattering it will rewrite everything you thought you knew about these two. Drop a comment right now, and what world are you watching from? Are you sneaking this in at work, lying in bed when you absolutely should be sleeping, or stealing 5 minutes of escape on your commute? I'm in the comments. I'm reading every single one. Don't make me come find you. The power bike hit 140 kilometers per hour before they cleared the first intersection. Do-hoon didn't use the roads so much as read them, cutting through gaps that didn't exist until he made them, the bike banking hard through rain-glazed corners while Lisa pressed her face against his shoulder and counted gunners. 3 vehicles. Maybe 4. She could hear the engines multiplying behind them like something breeding in the dark. Left, she said sharply. He was already turning. That was the thing nobody understood about them, the rhythm they developed without ever agreeing to it. She read patterns. He moved through them. Together they were something neither could fully explain, and their pursuers were only now beginning to understand. The first car clipped a street vendor's stall and spun out in a cascade of sparks. The second overshot the turn Do-hoon had taken at the last possible second, tires screaming against wet concrete. The third stayed with them, closer than the others, better driven, the headlights fixed in the wing mirror like a pair of cold, patient eyes. Professional. They're not trying to stop us, Lisa said, her voice cutting clean through the wind. They're hurting us. Do-hoon's jaw tightened. He'd already reached the same conclusion 30 seconds ago and had been quietly dismantling it ever since. He yanked the bike down a service corridor between 2 commercial towers, killed the headlight, and ran them on darkness and memory alone for 11 seconds that felt considerably longer. The pursuing car shot past the entrance. Overshot.
Gone.
Silence, except for the rain and both of them breathing. Lisa unclenched her fingers from his jacket one by one. Your father, she said. Not a question. My father, he confirmed, in the tone he reserved for things he intended to resolve permanently. She stared at the rain-bright mouth of the alley and felt the full weight of the evening rearranging itself in her chest. The candlelight, his hand turning over to meet hers, for seconds of something that had felt, dangerously, like a normal life. Then the glass. Then the gunfire. Then this. They knew the restaurant, she said quietly. The table. The time. She paused. Do-hoon. Someone inside told them. He said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. She watched his profile in the ambient glow of the city. Still, controlled, the careful blankness of a man reordering everything he thought he knew, and felt the first cold thread of something she couldn't yet name pull tight in her chest. They couldn't go back to the penthouse. They couldn't go anywhere they'd been before. Seoul blazed around them. 10 million lives, indifferent and infinite, and somewhere inside its neon arteries, the hunt was already regrouping. They found a safe house in Mapogu at 1 a.m. 3rd floor. Cash-only lease held under a name that didn't exist. Do-hoon had 3 such properties in Seoul, and Lisa had stopped being surprised by this approximately 2 weeks into knowing him. She had her laptop open before he'd finished locking the door. The frame-up was surgical. That was what made it nauseating, not the audacity of it but the precision. Her whistleblower manifesto, the one supposedly linked to the assassination of Assemblyman Choi Byung-wook, didn't just mimic her style. It was her style, the exact sentence cadence, the specific way she buried her sharpest accusations inside subordinate clauses, the three-dash punctuation pattern she used when she wanted a reader to feel the weight of a pause. Nobody knew that pattern. She had never discussed it. It wasn't documented anywhere she hadn't encrypted herself, which meant whoever wrote it hadn't studied her published work. They had studied her. It came from inside your cyber division, she said, not looking up. The metadata trail is routed through 3 offshore proxies, but the timestamp gaps follow your team's shift rotation exactly. She turned the screen toward him. Someone has been reading my keystrokes for months. Do-hoon looked at the screen for a long moment. A keylogger? Did you know a keylogger is a software that silently records every keystroke on a device? They are used in over 60% of corporate espionage cases globally, often running undetected for an average of 287 days before discovery. Whoever planted this had been patient enough to learn not just what Lisa wrote, but how she thought. There are 6 people with that level of system access, Do-hoon said. Then one of them, Lisa said carefully, has been inside my head longer than you have. Something moved behind his eyes, brief, controlled, and considerably colder than anything she'd seen there before. He pulled out his phone, made a call, for words in Mandarin. 2 of the 6, she would later learn, were unreachable by morning.
She didn't ask.
What she did instead was keep pulling the thread, because the frame-up wasn't just about destroying her credibility. It was about timing. Assemblyman Choi's assassination had been used to trigger an emergency security protocol that locked down 3 specific financial corridors in Seoul's banking infrastructure. Corridors that, when she cross-referenced them against the shell company registry she'd been building for months, pointed directly to one name. Not Lin Do-hoon. Not Jin Yoon. A third name. One she hadn't encountered before. One that sat, in the architecture of everything she was looking at, somehow above them both. She stared at it on the screen. Do-hoon, she said slowly. I don't think your father started this war. He looked up. I think he's been fighting it, she said. And losing. She found out at 6:47 a.m. in a safe house bathroom the size of a confession booth. The test had been in her go bag for 11 days. She hadn't examined why she'd packed it. She was a woman who dealt in facts, and the fact was she had packed it, and the fact now staring back at her from that small plastic window was the most destabilizing piece of intelligence she had ever received in her life. 2 lines. She sat on the edge of the cracked porcelain sink and breathed through it the way she breathed through everything, slowly, methodically, giving the information time to find its correct position in the larger structure of what she knew. It didn't find a position. It just sat there, enormous and quiet, rearranging everything around it. Outside the door, she could hear Do-hoon moving through the safe house with that particular controlled efficiency she had come to recognize as his version of barely contained fury. 3 phones. 2 laptops. A conversation in low, clipped Korean that stopped the moment. Inclusion. He was dismantling the mole problem with the same cold architecture he applied to everything systematically without sentiment, leaving nothing standing that had been compromised. She looked at the test again. Not now, she told it. She wrapped it in tissue, buried it at the bottom of her bag beneath 2 encrypted drives and a change of clothes, and opened the bathroom door with her face arranged into the expression she used when she needed the world to believe she was fine. Do-hoon looked up from his laptop. Looked at her, one of those long, calibrating looks that always made her feel simultaneously known and exposed. You're pale, he said. I didn't sleep. He held her gaze for 3 seconds. Then he slid a coffee across the table without a word, black, exactly right, and went back to his screen. She sat down across from him and opened her own laptop and told herself she would tell him when the timing was better. When they were safe. When the city had stopped trying to kill them long enough for a conversation that would change everything. She watched him work, jaw set, eyes moving fast across data she wasn't cleared to see, the full weight of his unraveling empire pressing down on him in ways he would never articulate, and felt the secret settle into her chest like something taking up permanent residence. He was already carrying so much. She watched him reach for his coffee and noticed, for the first time, the faint tremor in his hand he'd been suppressing for 2 days. Not fear. Exhaustion. The kind that lived below the surface of men who refused to acknowledge they were human. Not yet, she thought again. But she knew, with the same instinct that had kept her alive this long, that not yet had an expiry date. And it was coming fast. The woman lived 40 minutes outside Seoul in a house that didn't appear on any map Do-hoon had ever been given. That alone told Lisa everything. She was older than expected. Composed in the way of someone who had survived something catastrophic and rebuilt themselves so completely that the damage was only visible in the stillness. The way she stood in the doorway, the way her eyes went to Do-hoon's face and stayed there, drinking him in with the particular hunger of a person who had been looking at a photograph for years and was now confronting the real thing. He stopped walking when he saw her. Lisa had never seen him stop like that before. Not for gunfire. Not for betrayal. Not for any of it. But he stopped for this woman, 3 meters from her door, and something in his face did what she had only seen it do once, in the penthouse, before he kissed her. It opened. "You knew," he said. His voice was very quiet. "You knew the whole time." "I knew," she said, "from the moment they put you in my arms." She paused. "And I knew from the moment they took you out of them." Infant abduction from hospitals, while rare, follows a documented psychological pattern. Perpetrators almost always choose children born to rivals or enemies, weaponizing bloodline as a form of generational control. Lin Do-hoon hadn't stolen a baby. He had stolen a dynasty. She told them everything. Jin-yoon, the name Lisa had found sitting above all others in the shell registry, was not simply a rival kingpin. He was Do-hoon's biological father. 31 years ago, Lin Do-hoon had taken the infant son of his greatest enemy from a private clinic in Busan, erased the birth records, and raised him as his own. Not out of love. Out of strategy. A stolen heir groomed in the enemy's own image, loyal to the wrong father, a weapon that had been quietly loading itself for 3 decades. Do-hoon stood very still through all of it. Lisa watched him absorb it the way a structure absorbs a controlled demolition, floor by floor, each certainty collapsing into the one below it, and somewhere underneath all of it, the foundation of who he believed himself to be cracking clean through. When the woman finished, he said nothing for a long time. Then, "Does you know I exist?" "He's always known," she said softly. "He's been waiting for you to find out." Lisa reached across and put her hand over Do-hoon's. He didn't move,
Didn't speak.
but his fingers closed around hers with a pressure that said everything he had no architecture left to hide behind. The man who had engineered everything had just discovered he was someone else's blueprint. This story isn't slowing down. It's just getting started. If you felt every word of that, you already know you belong here. Hit subscribe right now and turn on the notification bell because the next chapter drops before you're ready, and trust me, you do not want to be the last one in the room when it does.
This is your world now.
Don't leave it. They found the mole on a Wednesday. His name was Seo Jin-ho, 26 years old. 3 years inside Do-hoon's cyber division, hired on a recommendation from a senior analyst who had since disappeared into the kind of silence that didn't produce bodies. He had a modest apartment in Yongsan, a gaming setup that cost more than his salary explained, and a secondary phone registered to a shell company that Lisa traced in 40 minutes flat. Do-hoon had him in a chair in the Mapogu safe house by nightfall. Lisa stayed in the next room. She told herself it was to keep working. She had 3 threads still unraveling in the shell registry, and the 72-hour window on the 3rd name was narrowing. She told herself she was being practical. She stayed because she didn't trust what she would feel watching it. She heard it anyway. It started controlled. Do-hoon's voice low and precise, asking questions with the patience of a man who already knew the answers and was simply offering the other person an opportunity to demonstrate some dignity. Seo Jin-ho, to his significant misfortune, chose defiance. Then the controlled part ended. Lisa had written about violence for years. She understood it as a language, the grammar of power, the punctuation of fear. She had documented it, dissected it, traced its financial and political architecture across 3 continents. She thought she understood what it sounded like. She had not heard it like this. Without rage. Without heat. Just cold, methodical, unhurried. The sound of a man who had stopped calculating consequences because he had already decided there weren't any that mattered. It lasted 9 minutes. When Do-hoon came back through the door, his knuckles were split, and his expression was the blankiest she had ever seen it. Not empty, cleared. Like a surface that had been wiped of everything, including the things that were supposed to stay. He was feeding location data for 6 weeks, he said, moving to the sink. Every safe house. Every route. Every restaurant. He ran the water. Including last night. Lisa watched him rinse his hands with a focused calm of someone performing a ritual. Do-hoon. He'll live, he said flatly. Probably. That's not, she stopped. Measured her next words with the precision she used for everything that mattered. That's not what I was going to say. He turned off the tap. Stood with his back to her. Both hands braced against the sink, and she could see it in the set of his shoulders. The thing he was holding back, the fracture running beneath the controlled surface, the identity collapse that had been accumulating since a woman in a house outside Seoul had told him his entire life was someone else's architecture. She crossed the room, stood behind him, didn't touch him, not yet. You beat him into a coma, she said quietly. And you felt nothing. A long silence. I felt everything, he said. Quieter than she'd ever heard him. That's the problem. She understood then. The blankness was an absence. It was containment. The face of a man pressing his full weight against a door he was terrified to let open because he didn't know what version of himself lived on the other side of it. She put her hand flat against his back. Steady. Present. You're not him, she said. Either of them. He didn't respond. But some of the tension beneath her palm released, barely, fractionally, like a structure that had been holding its breath and finally, reluctantly, allowed itself one exhale. She stayed there until the water stopped dripping. She told him at 2:19 a.m. Not because the timing was right. The timing was catastrophically wrong, sandwiched between a mole in a coma and a biological father who was reportedly mobilizing, but because she had watched his hand tremble twice at dinner and had understood, with cold clarity, that she was running out of time to carry it alone. He was at the window when she came to find him. Soul spread below, blazing and indifferent, and he was looking at it the way he had in the early days, like a man surveying something he owned. Except now she knew better. He wasn't surveying. He was steadying himself against the only thing that hadn't changed shape on him. I need to tell you something, she said. He turned. Read her face in the way he always did. Fast, thorough. The assessment of a man whose survival had always depended on accurate intelligence. Whatever he found there made him go very still. She didn't dress it up. She was not a woman who buried headlines. I'm pregnant. The human body begins producing HCG, the hormone that confirms pregnancy, within 6 days of conception, rising so rapidly it doubles every 48 hours, flooding the system with a biological fact before the mind has fully processed the emotional one. Lisa's body had known before she did. She suspected, on some level, that Do-hoon's had too. The silence that followed was the longest she had ever given him. He didn't move, didn't speak. Just looked at her with an expression she had no existing category for. Not shock exactly, not the careful blankness he deployed when information threatened his composure. Something raw. Something that moved behind his eyes like weather, like a system building offshore that hadn't decided yet what it intended to become. Then he crossed the room. He didn't say anything. He put both hands on her face, careful, the way he did everything that mattered, and looked at her with the full, unguarded weight of a man who had spent his entire life building walls and had just watched the last one become irrelevant. How long? He asked. 11 weeks, approximately. He absorbed that. She watched him do the mathematics. 11 weeks back, the penthouse, the pre-dawn window, the night he had told her the truth about everything and she had stayed. You've been carrying this, he said, through all of it. You were already carrying enough. Something in his face broke open, not apart, but open, the way a fist unclenches. The icy brutality she had watched accumulate over the last 5 days, the cold efficiency that had been consuming the warmer architecture of him piece by piece, receded. What replaced it was something she had only seen in fragments before. Unguarded.
Fierce.
A devotion so total it had no interest in being managed. He pulled her in and held her with both arms, not gently, not carefully, but completely, and she felt the full force of him finally drop its guard. "I need you to stay behind me from this point forward," he said into her hair. "In every room, every corridor, every situation." "That's not how partnerships work," she said against his chest. "It is now," he said. She considered arguing, decided, for possibly the first time since she'd known him, to let him have it. Outside the window, Seoul blazed on. And somewhere in its depths, Jin Yoon's forces were already moving, because the pregnancy, though neither of them knew it yet, had already been confirmed by the surveillance that had never fully left them. The leverage had just changed hands. They came for her on a Friday morning while Do-hoon was 3 floors below, dismantling what remained of the mole's network with 2 of his most trusted lieutenants. Lisa was at the kitchen table. Laptop open, coffee going cold, the third name still pulling at her like a loose thread she couldn't stop worrying at. She had built a map overnight, shell companies, financial corridors, political appointments, and what it showed her was something so structurally vast that she had been sitting with it for 2 hours, turning it over, looking for the flaw in her own logic. There wasn't one. She heard the door first. Not a breach, that was what made it effective.
A key.
The specific, unhurried sound of someone who belonged. She was halfway to standing when the first man came through, and she understood in the same breath that there were 2 more behind him and that the exit behind her had already been covered before she'd registered the entry. Professional. Patient. The kind of operation that had been rehearsed. She went for her phone. It was gone before she completed the movement, lifted from the table with a precision that told her they had studied the room before entering it. One of them said something in a dialect she half recognized and she filed it. Jin Yoon's people, not Lin Do-hoon's, and kept her breathing even and her eyes moving, cataloging everything the way she always did when her body wanted to panic and her mind refused permission. Lisa Craden, the lead man said, in careful English. "Mr. Jin would like to meet you." "I'm not available," she said. He almost smiled. He anticipated that response. They didn't hurt her. That was the detail that lodged itself most deeply and refused to leave, the careful, deliberate absence of violence. She was escorted rather than dragged, handled rather than forced, moved through a service exit and into a vehicle with tinted windows with the specific courtesy of people who had been instructed to deliver something valuable and intact, which told her everything about what she was to Jin Yoon. Not a target, not a casualty. Leverage. She thought about the pregnancy the entire 40-minute drive and said nothing and kept her face perfectly still and counted turns. Jin Yoon's stronghold was in the hills above the city, a compound that presented itself as a private medical facility and functioned as the operational center of an empire that, according to the map she'd been building all night, had its fingers in 12 government ministries, for major financial institutions, and a security infrastructure so deeply embedded in Seoul's legitimate architecture that removing it would destabilize the city in ways the public would never be permitted to understand. The man himself was smaller than she'd expected. 70s. Elegant. The kind of stillness that accumulates over decades of absolute authority. She recognized it immediately because she had seen its younger, sharper version every day for the past 6 weeks. Do-hoon had his eyes. It hit her like a physical thing and she absorbed it without expression. "Sit down, Miss Craden," Jin Yoon said, with the courtesy of a man who had never needed to raise his voice because the room had already been listening. "I've been wanting to speak with you for some time." "About what?" she said, though she already knew. "About my son." He paused, precise as a blade. "And his child." The room temperature dropped several degrees. Lisa held his gaze and felt the full architecture of it lock into place around her. The kidnapping, the frame-up, the mole, the manufactured proximity, all of it. Not a war between 2 men, but a decades-long operation to reclaim a stolen bloodline, and she and the life she was carrying were the final piece of leverage in a game that had started 31 years before she'd ever knocked on a door at 3 a.m. You've been watching us, she said. I've been waiting, he corrected gently. There's a difference. She thought of Do-hoon saying exactly the same thing to her in a doorframe, what felt like a lifetime ago. Like father, he said. Like son. She said nothing, and waited for Do-hoon to come find her, because she knew, with absolute certainty, that he was already coming. The story is far from over. Subscribe now and hit that bell so you're first in line when the next chapter hits. No spoilers for those who sleep on it. No replays for those who weren't watching. This inner circle moves fast. Get in now or spend tomorrow catching up. Do-hoon found out at 9:17 a.m. 11 minutes later, he was on the power bike. Alone. Every lieutenant, he had told him to wait, to plan, to assess, to build a coordinated operation with appropriate resources and a viable extraction model. He had listened to all of it with complete patience and then left without a word, because the calculating part of his brain had already run every scenario and arrived at the same conclusion each time. There was no version of waiting that he could live with. The amygdala, the brain's threat detection center, processes danger in 12 milliseconds, bypassing rational thought entirely when a primary attachment figure is threatened. Park Do-hoon, king of Seoul's underworld, was operating on pure amygdala. And he was doing it at 160 kilometers per hour through Friday morning traffic. He knew the compound. He had studied Jin Yoon's operation for years with the detached professionalism of a man mapping an enemy, never knowing he was mapping his own origin. He knew the perimeter, the guard rotation, the three structural weaknesses in the North Corridor that had existed since the compound was built because the architect had been on Lin Do-hoon's payroll and had quietly made sure the fortress had a flaw. 50 bodyguards.
Elite.
Jin Yoon didn't employ anything less. Do-hoon had operated against worse odds with more to lose. Except that was no longer true, and somewhere on that 40-minute ride through Seoul's morning arteries the last thread of cold professionalism snapped clean, and what replaced it was something he had spent his entire adult life engineering himself not to feel. He didn't use a silencer. That was the detail his lieutenants would discuss for years afterward. In the controlled of people who had witnessed something they didn't have adequate language for. He went through the North Corridor without concealment, without strategy, with the full and terrible force of a man who had decided that speed and absolute commitment were the only tactical variables that mattered. The first 4 went down before the alarm sounded. The next 6 in the team to reach the corridor. He moved through the compound like a system. Not chaotic, never chaotic, but stripped of every hesitation, every calculation about cost and consequence, every half measure he had ever permitted himself in the name of control. Room by room, floor by floor. He took hits. He registered them the way a moving vehicle registers road damage, as information, not impediment. A graze above the left ear. 2 cracked ribs from a collision with a man twice his size who he put through a glass partition without breaking stride. His jacket was destroyed by the 3rd floor. He didn't notice. Somewhere above him, Lisa was in a room with his biological father. He kept moving. The 50th man was stationed outside a set of glass-walled doors on the top floor, the final checkpoint, the last piece of architecture between Do-hoon, where everything that mattered to him was being held as leverage in a 31-year-old war he hadn't chosen and had never been consulted about. He stopped in front of him. The guard was good.
Trained.
The kind of professional who doesn't intimidate easily and doesn't make the mistake of underestimating a bloodied man in a destroyed jacket just because he looks like he's already lost. They looked at each other for exactly 2 seconds. Move, Do-hoon said quietly. The guard moved.
He pushed through the doors.
The room beyond was glass on 3 sides, soul blazing through every wall, the city spread below like something that had always been watching, and in the center of it, Lisa sat across a table from an old man with Do-hoon's eyes, her hands folded, her face composed, looking for all the world like a woman who had simply been waiting for a meeting to conclude. She looked up when he entered. Her eyes moved across him. The blood, the jacket, the particular controlled devastation of a man who had just gone through 50 people, and her expression did something he felt in the center of his chest. Not fear. Not relief. There you are. Jin Yoon rose slowly from his chair. turned to face his son for the first time in 31 years, and smiled, with a satisfaction so deep it had clearly been decades in the making. "You came alone," he said, "just like I would have." "We're nothing alike," Do-hoon said. "Not yet," said Jin-yoon. And then, from the doorway behind the old man, a figure stepped forward that neither of them had seen, and the air in the room changed completely. His mother walked in,
Alive.
present, and directly into the line of fire. She looked older than the house outside Seoul. That was the first thing Do-hoon registered. The weeks since they'd last seen her had compressed into years on her face, the particular aging of someone running on borrowed time and aware of exactly how much remained. She walked into the room with the careful steadiness of a woman who had rehearsed this moment so many times that the emotion had been worn smooth, leaving only the intention underneath. Her eyes went to Do-hoon.
Stayed there.
The same hungry stillness he'd seen in the doorway of her house, the same look of a woman reconciling a photograph with a living person. Then her eyes moved to Lisa, dropped briefly, unmistakably, to where Lisa's hands were folded across the table. And something in her face resolved, a decision made, a calculation completed, the specific quiet of a person who has identified the thing worth spending the last of themselves on. Jin-yoon turned to look at her. His expression didn't change. "You were supposed to stay in the car," he said, with the mild irritation of a man who had been disobeyed by someone she said simply. "I was." Do-hoon was already reading it. The geometry of the room, the positions, the guard behind Jin-yoon reaching for the weapon at his hip with the unhurried confidence of a man who believed he controlled the situation entirely. 3 options. 2 of them ended badly. One of them required him to move in the next 4 seconds and accept a cost he hadn't factored. His mother factored it for him. She moved between Do-hoon and the guard with a speed that had no business existing in a woman her age. Not dramatic, not cinematic, simply deliberate. The movement of someone who had made their choice long before they walked through the door. The shot that had been intended to end the conversation, to eliminate the complication of a son who had just dismantled an army and was now standing in the architect's living room, went into her instead. The sound of it was very small. She didn't fall immediately. That was the thing that lodged itself in Do-hoon's chest like something structural and refused to move. She stayed standing for 3 full seconds, her hand pressed flat against the wound, her eyes on him, clear and present and completely without regret. Then he was there, catching her before the floor could, lowering her with a gentlessness that had no precedent in anything he had done in the last 3 hours. Lisa was beside him in the same moment. He didn't register moving to her. She was simply there, her hand on his back, steady and present in the way she had been since the beginning, since a bathroom floor and a 2-line test and a secret she had carried alone through everything. Behind them, Jin-yoon hadn't moved. He was watching his son hold a dying woman with an expression that had finally, for the first time, lost its architecture of control. Something moved behind the old man's eyes. Not remorse exactly, but the specific, terrible recognition of a man confronting the full consequence of a 31-year-old decision. Do-hoon looked up at him from the floor. The guard was down. Lisa had seen to that with a speed and efficiency that would have surprised anyone who hadn't spent 6 weeks watching her operate. The room was theirs. The leverage had inverted. And Jin-yoon, stripped of every structural advantage, stood at the glass wall with soul blazing behind him and the full weight of what he had built, and what it had cost, finally, visibly, pressing down. Do-hoon stood. He crossed the room without hurry. Without the cold blankness of the corridors below, or the brutal efficiency of the 50 men between the entrance and this moment. He moved with something quieter and more final than either. The absolute, settled calm of a man who has passed through rage and out the other side into something that doesn't have a temperature. Jin-yoon looked at him without stepping back. To his credit, or perhaps simply to his nature, he met it without flinching, the way a man faces a consequence he always knew was coming and had simply chosen not to think about until it arrived. "You could have come to me," Do-hoon said. Very quiet. "Any time in 31 years. You could have come to me." "You weren't ready," Jin-yoon said. "You never gave me the chance to be." One moment. One breath between them. Father and son, biology and betrayal. 31 years of stolen identity compressed into 4 feet of charged air between two men who moved identically, thought identically, and had been pointed at each other since before Do-hoon had a name. Then Do-hoon's hand closed on Jin-yoon's collar, and the glass wall behind him made its decision. It didn't shatter dramatically. It gave the specific, almost gentle surrender of engineered glass meeting sufficient force, and Jin-yoon went through it and into the Seoul skyline with an expression that had not yet fully processed what was happening. The city took him. Do-hoon stood at the open edge for a long moment, wind cutting through the destroyed jacket, Seoul blazing 30 floors below, and breathed. Then he turned. His mother was on the floor with her head in Lisa's lap, Lisa's hand pressed carefully over the wound, her eyes on him. Calm, focused, doing what she always did, which was refuse to let anything fall apart that she could hold together. He crossed the room and lowered himself beside them both. Took his mother's hand. She turned to look at him, and her eyes were still clear. The borrowed time almost spent, but the intention still burning underneath. "I'm sorry," she said. "For all of it. For every year." "I know," he said. She reached into the pocket of her coat with her free hand. Pressed something into his palm. 2 things he realized: a flash drive, matte black, no markings. And a small silver key on a plain ring, the kind that opened something modest and important. Her fingers closed over his around both of them. "There is one more thing," she said. Her voice was very quiet now, running on the last reserves of itself. "Something I should have told you years ago."
A breath.
"You have a sister." The room went completely still. "She doesn't know about any of this. She's been safe. I made sure of that. I kept her separate. I kept her clean." Another breath, shorter. "She's in the United States. The drive has everything. The key opens a safety deposit box in her city. She'll need it. What's inside it will protect her." Her grip tightened fractionally. "But Do-hoon, listen to me." He was listening. He had never in his life listened to anything more completely. "They know about her now. Jin-yoon's people. The ones still operational. They'll move on her within 72 hours of confirmation of his death." Her eyes held his with the last of everything she had. "You have to get to her first." "I will," he said. "Promise me." "I promise." She looked at him for a long, still moment, drinking him in one final time, the way she had in the doorway of the house outside Seoul, and then her eyes moved to Lisa, and something in them softened into a gratitude so complete it needed no words. His mother's hand in one of his and the flash drive and silver key in the other, the wind coming through the broken glass wall, Seoul indifferent and magnificent below. Lisa said nothing. She put her head against his shoulder and stayed there, solid and present, the way she had been since the beginning. He closed his fingers around the key. He stood at the broken glass wall for 7 minutes after they called it. Lisa counted. She had learned, over the weeks of knowing him, that Do-hoon processed grief the way he processed everything, standing up, facing outward, giving nothing away to any room that wasn't entirely safe. She was the only safe room he had left. She let him have the 7 minutes and didn't move from the floor and didn't say anything, because she understood that silence, offered correctly, was its own form of holding someone together. On the 8th minute he turned around. His eyes were dry. His face was the contained, cleared surface she knew well. But underneath it, visible to her now in ways it hadn't been 6 weeks ago, in ways she suspected it hadn't been visible to anyone in years, was the full weight of everything the last 12 hours had cost him. The identity, the parents, the empire, the 31-year lie that had been the foundation of every single thing he believed about himself. He held up the flash drive and the silver key. "Tell me what you need," Lisa said. He sat down beside her, opened his last remaining laptop. The others had been destroyed in the compound's lower floors, and slotted the drive. She leaned in beside him, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her, and they read together in silence as the file structure opened. The United States hosts over 1.2 million safety deposit boxes, many assets and identities held by individuals with no formal connection to financial institutions, a largely unregulated system that has sheltered everything from inheritance documents to evidence in federal cases. The drive contained a life, a full, carefully constructed parallel existence. Identity documents, a residential address in a mid-sized American city, financial accounts under a name that had no traceable connection to either Jin Yoon or Lin Do-hoon, or anything that had happened in Seoul. A photograph. A young woman, mid-20s, dark-haired, with a particular stillness in her eyes that hit Do-hoon somewhere below the ribcage and registered as recognition before his mind had finished processing the image. She had his jaw, their mother's eyes, and the specific, self-contained composure of someone who had grown up alone and learned to make that sufficient. She doesn't know, Lisa said quietly. Nothing, Do-hoon confirmed. She grew up thinking she was an only child of ordinary people. He studied the photograph. She built her own life.
Clean.
Separate. A pause. My mother protected her from all of it, and now Jin Yoon's remaining network knows she exists. Which means she has approximately 68 hours from the moment his death is confirmed. He checked his watch. Confirmation will have reached his operational command within the last 20 minutes. Lisa was already doing the mathematics. Flight time to the US, plus ground time, plus the fact that we have no idea what she knows or doesn't know, or whether she'll believe a single word from a stranger who shows up telling her she's the secret daughter of a Seoul crime dynasty. I'll go alone, he said. She looked at him. Lisa. His voice was very quiet. You are 11 weeks pregnant, and you've been through a kidnapping, a siege, and a penthouse in the last 18 hours. You are not getting on a 14-hour flight. You don't get to make that decision. I'm not making it. He turned to look at her fully. I'm asking. For the first time in my life, I am asking someone for something instead of engineering the outcome. His eyes held hers with the full, unguarded weight of the man she had watched emerge from behind 30 years of architecture. Stay somewhere safe. Let me bring her back. And when I return, and I will return, we will figure out what comes next. Together. The word landed between them with the full significance of everything it contained. Together. Not a strategy. Not a managed outcome. A choice made by a man who had spent his entire life controlling variables to let the most important one remain beautifully, terrifyingly open. Lisa looked at him for a long time. You have 66 hours, she said finally. I'll need 48. Then you have 48. She reached up and put her hand against his face, deliberate, unhurried, the gesture of a woman who had made her own decision. Bring her home. He covered her hand with his, held it there. And in the ruin of a glass penthouse above a city that had tried to erase them both, Park Do-hoon, stolen heir, kingpin, the man who had engineered a door knock at 3 a.m. and found something he hadn't planned for, looked at the woman who had become the only thing he hadn't tried to control, and felt the terrifying, clarifying weight of a future he actually wanted to live. He kissed her once.
Certain.
Unhurried. Then he stood, pocketed the flash drive and the silver key, and walked toward the elevator with the focused calm of a man with a mission, a clock, and, for the first time in 31 years, a name that was entirely his own. The city blazed below. The clock had started. And somewhere in America, a young woman with her brother's jaw and her mother's eyes was living a quiet life, completely unaware that it was about to change forever. Here's what I know about you. You didn't skip. You stayed for every word. You felt the power bike tear through Seoul's neon arteries. You felt the penthouse go quiet after the glass broke. You felt that silver key press into his palm like the weight of everything he never knew he had. People like you are exactly who this channel exists for. You don't just watch stories, you live inside them. Because here's what's coming. A young woman in America living a quiet life that is about to be detonated. A brother she doesn't know exists, with 48 hours and a silver key, and the particular, terrifying devotion of a man who has never once failed to reach the thing that mattered. And Lisa, brilliant, unbreakable Lisa, holding everything together from the other side of the world while carrying the next chapter of all of it inside her. But before you go, drop it in the comments right now. Do you trust Do-hoon to make it back in time? And what do you think is inside that safety deposit box? Because I have a theory, and I suspect yours is darker than mine. I'm in the comments. I'm reading every single one. Don't make me come find you. She despised him. Every Monday morning, same conference room, same smirk, and another one of her strategies dismantled in under 60 seconds. For 3 years, Sharon Heathrow was untouchable at Apex Architecture. The awards, the records, the reputation that made clients request her by name. Then Sang-min's son arrived, no announcement, no history, and started quietly erasing everything she'd built. He outworked everyone. He outsmarted everyone. And he looked criminally good doing it. She told herself it was rivalry. Pure, professional, completely rational rivalry. She was lying. Because motel room in Paraguay, a powerless elevator, and a kiss she didn't plan. Sharon stopped seeing her enemy and started seeing the truth. The man she'd been competing against for 8 months? He didn't come to beat her. He came to find her. Here's something most people don't know. In psychology, this is called a misattribution of arousal, when your brain confuses the racing heart of rivalry and frustration for attraction. The very intensity of competing with someone can manufacture feelings that feel indistinguishable from falling in love. Sharon never stood a chance. And there you have it, a love story disguised as a war, where the battlefield was a boardroom, the weapons were brilliance and restraint, and the real twist was never the promotion. If you love stories about powerful women who refuse to shrink, men who see their greatness before they do, and romances where the tension is so thick it could shatter glass, you are exactly where you need to be. Hit that subscribe button, because we have more coming. Kingpins with hidden depths, women who rise through fire, and love stories where the stakes are never just the heart. Smash that like button and drop a comment telling me, did you see the twist coming? And where in the world are you watching from right now? I want to know every city, every time zone, every corner of the world where my story lovers are tuning in. Let me see you in the comments. She didn't hear him coming. That was the thing nobody warned her about. There was no announcement, no onboarding email forwarded to the floor, no manager pulling Sharon aside to say heads up. Someone exceptional just walked through the door. Sang-min's son simply appeared one Tuesday morning at the far end of the shared office, set a laptop on the desk opposite hers, and started working. She didn't think anything of it. New hires came and went at Apex Architecture. Some were talented. Most were temporary. Sharon had outlasted 12 of them in 3 years, and she had the plaques to prove it. By the end of his first month, she noticed he stayed later than everyone else. Not performatively. He wasn't the type to make eye contact across the floor at 11 p.m., as if to say, look how dedicated I am. He just stayed. Head down. No music. No distractions. Like work was the only language his body understood. She filed it under harmless. By month 3, his client feedback scores were climbing. By month 5, their manager referenced one of his presentations in a company-wide email as a benchmark for clarity. Sharon read that email twice, set her phone face down, and went back to her desk without a word. She told herself it was fine. Competition sharpened everyone. This was healthy. By month 8, he had broken every record she owned. Not dramatically. There was no single moment where she felt the floor fall away. It happened the way erosion happens, slowly, consistently, and by the time you notice the damage, the ground has already shifted beneath you. Her longest client retention streak, gone. Her highest single project revenue figure, surpassed by 11%. Her Monday briefing scores, the ones she'd spent 3 years perfecting, edged out, week after week, by a man who never once raised his voice or appeared to be trying. What made it worse was how he worked. No shortcuts. No networking his way into visibility. No charm offensive on the senior partners. Just hours, brutal, unglamorous, seemingly endless hours, and results that made the hours look easy. She broke her first pen on a Wednesday in October. Not the last one. The Monday that changed everything started like every other. A conference room B. 8 people around the table. Sharon had spent the weekend refining a repositioning strategy for a struggling retail client. Tight, well-researched, genuinely clever. She presented it cleanly. Felt the room respond. Then Sang spoke. He didn't interrupt. He waited until she was completely finished, which almost made it worse. Then he laid out a counter-strategy in 4 minutes that took her core idea, identified the single flaw she hadn't caught, rebuilt it from that flaw upward, and delivered a conclusion that made 2 senior partners lean forward in their chairs. He didn't look at her once while he spoke. He looked at her when he finished. That half-smile. Quiet. Unreadable. Not cruel, which somehow made it more infuriating than cruelty would have been. The pen snapped clean under the table. Sharon kept her face perfectly still, set the 2 ofs down like she'd meant to do it, and spent the remainder of the meeting deciding she did not hate Sang Min's Sunday hate was a feeling. Feelings were distractions. She simply needed to be better, and she would be, and that would be the end of it. She went home and cleaned her apartment for 2 hours instead of sleeping. The pitch changed everything. Stakes. $200 million. 1 client. 1 contract that would become the single largest account in Apex Architecture's history. The company announced it on a Thursday morning, and by Thursday afternoon, the floor understood what it meant. Whoever closed this deal would not just earn the 10% commission. They would earn the senior manager role that had been vacant for 6 months and quietly dangled like bait above every ambitious person in the building. The company wanted both Sharon and Sang to submit independent proposals. May the best plan win. Sharon went home that night and built a war room. She cleared her dining table, pinned a blank sheet to the wall, and started from zero. Not refining existing ideas, but dismantling every assumption she normally worked from and rebuilding her approach from the ground up. This was not a regular pitch. Regular pitch preparation was not going to be enough. She worked through Friday, through Saturday. By Sunday evening, she had something she was genuinely proud of. Layered, innovative, the kind of proposal that didn't just answer the client's stated problem but anticipated the 3 problems underneath it. She allowed herself 1 glass of wine. 1 episode of something she wouldn't remember watching. Then sleep. Monday and Tuesday she refined. Tuesday evening, she packed her bag, shut her laptop, and stood up from her desk with the quiet confidence of a woman who has done everything correctly. Sang Min's son was still at his desk. She told herself not to look. She looked. He was deep in something, screen covered in annotations, 3 reference books open at different pages, a cold cup of coffee he clearly hadn't touched in hours. As she watched, he stood, grabbed his gym bag from under the desk, and walked toward the office showers. Sharon sat back down. She couldn't have explained it if someone had asked. It wasn't strategy. It wasn't surveillance. It was something closer to compulsion, a refusal to let him be the last person in the building, a deeply unreasonable instinct that if he was still working, leaving felt like conceding something. She opened her laptop and kept going. 20 minutes later, he came back. Hair damp. Shirt sleeves rolled to the elbow. He sat down without glancing at her and resumed exactly where he'd left off, with the unhurried focus of someone who had simply paused to handle maintenance and was now back to the only thing that mattered. Sharon stared at her screen and saw nothing on it. At 10:30, without looking up, he reached for his phone and ordered food. She heard him add a second item to the order and thought nothing of it until the delivery arrived and he crossed the office, the first time he had ever crossed the office toward her, and set a container on the edge of her desk. He was already walking back before she processed what had happened. "What is this?" she said. The first words she had spoken to him in 8 months. He sat down. Open his own container. "Food," he said, without looking up. "You've been here 4 hours without eating. It affects concentration." "I didn't ask you to." "I know." She stared at the back of his laptop screen for 15 seconds. Then she opened the container and ate, furious at how hungry she was, furious at him for noticing, furious at the completely unwanted warmth that had briefly and inexplicably moved through her chest when he crossed the room. This was nothing. This was a man who optimized everything, including the productivity of the person he was competing against, because losing to someone operating below capacity wasn't winning. That was all this was. She ate every bite. They worked in silence for another 3 hours, the same silence as always, but slightly different in a way she couldn't name. At 2 in the morning, she finally shut her laptop. She didn't say goodnight. Neither did he. She got into a cab home and sat in the dark for the entire ride, arms crossed, watching the city lights blur past the window, telling herself with great conviction that whatever she was feeling had a perfectly logical explanation and absolutely nothing to do with the way his sleeves had been rolled up. She almost believed it. This story isn't slowing down. It's just getting started. If you felt every word of that, you already know you belong here. Hit subscribe right now and turn on the notification bell because the next chapter drops before you're ready, and trust me, you do not want to be the last one in the room when it does.
This is your world now.
Don't leave it. They landed 4 hours late. The kind of delay that starts with a gate change, becomes a mechanical hold, and ends with two people who have never directly chosen to spend time together sitting in adjacent airport seats for 3 hours, not speaking, not acknowledging the absurdity of it, both pretending to work on devices that had been on low battery since hour 2. Paraguay in the late evening was warm and disorienting. Their hotel was 40 minutes from the airport. They knew this because Sharon had confirmed it twice before departure. What the confirmation hadn't accounted for was that the hotel's check-in system would be offline, their reservations technically unverifiable, and the front desk manager apologetic in a way that very clearly meant come back tomorrow. Sang found the motel in 4 minutes. Close to the airport. Available, 1 room left. Sharon looked at the booking confirmation on his phone screen, and then looked at him. There are 2 of us, she said. I'm aware, he said, and picked up his bag. The room was small in the way that felt intentional, as if the architect had drawn the floor plan and then subtracted 10% out of spite. 1 bed. 1 narrow chair in the corner. A window with a view of a concrete wall. The owner, a compact man with an impressive mustache, handed over the key with the satisfied energy of someone who had done them a great favor.
The door closed. Silence.
You sleep on the floor, Sang said, setting his bag on the bed. Excuse me, but he was already in the bathroom. The shower came on. Sharon stood in the middle of the room with her arms folded and cataloged every professional injustice she had experienced in the past 8 months, in chronological order, as a focusing exercise. It helped until he came out. She had known in an abstract way that the suits were doing significant structural work. She had not understood the full extent of it. Sang Min's son without a suit jacket, freshly showered, hair pushed back, wearing only a towel and whatever expression that was a piece of information Sharon was not prepared to receive. The man was chiseled in a way that suggested the long office hours had been supplemented by something considerably more physical. The jawline she'd catalogued in briefings was somehow sharper in this light. The arms were. She looked at the window. At the concrete wall beyond it. I'm not sleeping on the floor, she said, to the concrete wall. He had already opened his laptop. Here's something unsettling. Studies show the human brain takes less than 1 second to form a physical first impression, but it takes weeks to override it. Every time you suppress a reaction, the body remembers what the mind refuses to. Sharon's body had been keeping score for 8 months. She slept on the far edge of the bed, fully dressed, with a pillow placed down the center like a border wall at a summit neither party had agreed to attend. Sang slept on his side in the dark with the indifferent ease of someone who had long since stopped being troubled by discomfort. At some point in the deep middle of the night, the room completely quiet, his voice came from the dark without warning. Why do you hate me? Sharon stared at the ceiling. Her heart was doing something she refused to name. She said nothing. Not because she had no answer, but because every answer she reached for dissolved before she could form it into something that sounded like anything other than the truth. He didn't ask again. She lay awake for 2 hours listening to him breathe, which was its own particular form of punishment, and when she finally slept it was fitful and full of conference rooms and half-smiles and a pen snapping clean in her hand. She woke before him.
Showered. Dressed.
Stood at the window with coffee she'd made from the room's small kettle and looked at the concrete wall and decided that last night had not happened in any meaningful sense. She was ready to close a $200 million deal. Everything else could wait. The client's building was glass and steel and self-importance, which Sharon noted because she designed buildings for a living, and self-importance had a specific architectural grammar. Lobbies too large for their function, ceilings too high to feel welcoming, art chosen for cost rather than meaning. She filed it away, understood the client a little better for it. They were shown to a boardroom on the 14th floor. 6 people on the client side. A CEO who smiled like he was conserving energy, a CFO who hadn't looked up from his phone since they walked in, and 4 others positioned in the specific way that meant we are here to observe and report back. Sharon and Sang had agreed on the elevator ride up, their first real logistical conversation, that they would present independently. No coordination. No overlap. This was still a competition, and neither of them pretended otherwise. Sharon went first. She had given hundreds of presentations. She knew what it felt like when a room was with her. The quality of the silence, the way eye contact shifted from polite to genuine, the particular stillness of people who have stopped waiting to be impressed and simply are. She felt all of it within the first 4 minutes. The strategy was the best work she had ever produced. She knew it while she was presenting it. The CEO's smile used more muscles than before. She sat down. Sang stood up. She watched him the way she always watched him in briefings, critically, looking for the flaw, the gap, the single overreached claim she could counter. He presented differently than he did in the Monday meetings. Less contained. More precise, if that was possible. He built his case the way a well-designed building works. Every element load-bearing, nothing decorative, the structure only visible once the whole thing was standing. His strategy approached the client's problem from a different angle than Sharon's. Not better, she thought. Different. Complementary in a way that was probably coincidence and probably wasn't. The CEO looked between them when Sang sat down. "Here's what I'm going to do," he said. "I'm going to hire both of you." The CFO put his phone down. The next 40 minutes were contract language, project timelines, points of contact. $200 million divided into phases. Sharon signed where she was directed to sign and shook the hands extended to her and said the correct professional things with the correct professional warmth. Outside, on the steps of the glass and self-important building, Paraguayan sun hitting the pavement in long late afternoon angles, she stood next to Sang Min's son and felt something quietly restructure itself inside her chest. They had done this. Together, technically. Not by design, by the specific accident of both of them being too good to choose between. She didn't say any of this out loud. "Good pitch," Sang said, looking straight ahead. She looked at him. He was already watching her, in that unhurried way of his that never felt like a glance and always felt like an assessment. "Yours too," she said. It was the most honest exchange they had ever had. They stood there another moment in the warm evening air, not quite at ease, not quite in conflict, occupying some new territory that didn't have a name yet, before he turned and flagged a cab and held the door open for her without comment. She got in. He got in. The cab pulled into traffic. Neither of them spoke, but the silence on the way back to the motel was entirely different from the silence on the way to the pitch. Something had shifted. Small. Unspoken. Dangerous. The motel lobby was quiet. One fluorescent light doing its best. A plastic plant that had long since stopped pretending. The elevator, a single, reluctant box of brushed steel, opened on the first press, which felt like luck, and they stepped in still carrying the residue of the pitch. The contracts, the handshakes, the strange together. Sharon pressed their floor. The doors closed. 3 seconds later the lights dropped to emergency amber. The elevator shuddered once like something waking from a bad dream. And stopped. Complete stillness. The display above the doors read nothing. The buttons offered no response. Somewhere below them, the city continued without concern. Sharon pressed the floor button again. Then the door open button. Then the emergency call button, which produced a recorded message in Spanish that she didn't need to understand to know meant please hold. Sang leaned against the back wall, hands in his pockets, and waited with the patience of someone who had decided the situation was what it was. The amber light made everything feel confessional. Sharon stared at the doors and felt 10 floors of compressed air pressing in from every direction and thought about the pitch and the contract and the way he'd held the cab door and decided that the problem with almost dying, even mildly, even theoretically, is that it makes the things you've been refusing to say feel suddenly, unbearably loud. You made me feel invisible. She hadn't planned it. It came out level, which surprised her. Sang didn't move. Every briefing, she continued, still facing the doors. Every Monday. 8 months of you walking in and doing it slightly better and looking at me like you knew exactly what you'd just done. I built everything at that company from nothing. Every record. Every client. And you arrived and just started taking it apart. Silence. And the part one cannot explain, she said, quieter now, is that I have wanted to be in every room you're in since the second month. I don't know what that is. I don't have a rational name for it. It infuriates me completely. She stopped. The recorded Spanish message played again, distantly. Science calls it misattribution of arousal. The brain, flooded with adrenaline, cannot always distinguish anger from attraction. The physiology is identical. Your body doesn't know the difference. Sharon's hadn't known for 8 months. Sang pushed off the back wall. She heard him move before she saw it, and then he was there, close, one hand flat against the elevator wall beside her head, his frame blocking the amber light, his face angled down toward hers with an expression she had never seen on him in any Monday briefing. The glasses.
The jaw.
The particular quality of his attention, which had always felt like being read, but she closed the remaining distance, took his face in both hands, and kissed him. Not tentatively. Not accidentally. Fully and without apology, with 8 months of suppressed fury and reluctant admiration and that inexplicable pull she had spent every working day refusing to acknowledge. All of it, at once, transferred into a single point of contact. He kissed her back. Not with surprise. With the focused, unhurried certainty of a man who had been waiting and knew exactly what he'd been waiting for. 30 seconds. Maybe less. Maybe more. Time in a stalled elevator in amber light with Sang-min's son kissing her back, like that had a different coefficient. Then the lights returned. Full brightness. The display flickered back to life. The elevator resumed its climb with a small, indifferent lurch, as if nothing of consequence had occurred. The doors opened on their floor. They stepped out, walked down the corridor. He opened the room with a key card. She went in first. Neither spoke. The silence was not the silence of people who had nothing to say. It was the silence of people who understood that whatever they said next would matter enormously, and were not yet ready for it to matter. You didn't stumble onto this channel by accident. You were looking for something that actually moves you, and now you found it. Don't lose it. Subscribe right now, hit the notification bell, and become part of a community that lives for stories this good. Tell me in the comments, what was the moment that got you? I want to know. I'll be there waiting. They were 2 blocks from the motel. The streets were narrow here, the kind that exist in the margins of every city, between where tourists stay and where locals live, lit by whatever survives the municipal budget. Sharon had her bag on her left shoulder. Sang was half a step behind her, hands in his pockets, saying nothing, which was normal, except that nothing between them felt entirely normal anymore. 3 men stepped out from the gap between 2 buildings. It happened with the casual confidence of people who had done this before and found it straightforward. The tallest one spoke in rapid Spanish. Sharon didn't need a translation. The body language was universal and very clear. She went still. Sang moved her behind him in a single motion. One arm, backwards, no hesitation, and faced the 3 men with an expression Sharon had never seen in any boardroom. Not fear. Not the performed bravado of someone trying to look unafraid, dangerous. The expression of a man doing a rapid and dispassionate calculation. The tall one stepped forward. What happened next was compact and efficient and over very quickly. Sang moved like someone for whom this was not a new situation, not the rehearsed movement of a gym fighter, but the specific economy of someone trained for outcomes. The first man went down with a sound Sharon felt more than heard. The second caught an elbow that suggested the next several weeks would involve significant dental work. The third made a decision and ran, which was by far the best decision made by anyone in the alley that evening. Sang straightened, adjusted his collar, turned around. "Are you all right?" Sharon looked at the two men on the ground, who were alive and would recover and had thoroughly reconsidered their evening, and then looked at Sang Min Sun, glasses still on, breathing barely elevated, and felt something move through her that she had no professional category for whatsoever. "Who are you?" she said. It came out quieter than she intended. He looked at her for a moment with that unreadable expression, and then something crossed his face, brief, almost imperceptible, that looked, if she had to name it, like a man deciding how much of a question to answer. "Let's get inside," he said. Back in the room, the night fully dark outside the window, Sharon set her bag down and stood in the center of the floor and looked at him, really looked, the way she hadn't permitted herself to in 8 months, and understood that she had been catastrophically wrong about the nature of this man. Not wrong about his intelligence. Not wrong about his work. Wrong about the edges of him. Wrong about what lived underneath the suits and the briefings and the half-smiles and the cold, careful excellence. She changed her shirt, crossed the room, put both hands on his chest and pushed him, once, firmly, against the wall.
He didn't resist.
The night outside was warm and unhurried. The city made its city sounds. Inside the small room with the view of the concrete wall, two people who had spent 8 months building walls across an office finally, completely let them down. The chapter ends in morning light, thin and gold through the gap in the curtains. Sharon on her side facing the window, awake, listening to the sounds of a city that had no idea what had just changed. Sang's breathing quiet, and even behind her. She didn't move for a long time. She was thinking about the elevator, about the alley, about the specific way he had placed himself between her and 3 armed strangers without a single second of hesitation, as if protecting her was not a decision but a reflex, as if she was already something worth protecting. She stared at the morning light and felt the first clean edge of a feeling she had no more room to deny, and said nothing, because some things, once spoken, become real in a way that cannot be undone. She wasn't ready yet, but she was close. The announcement came on a Thursday. A company-wide email, 9:47 a.m., subject line, Senior Management Appointment, Apex Architecture. Sharon read it at her desk with her morning coffee still warm, and the name in the second paragraph was hers, and the title beneath it read Senior Manager, Design Division, and she felt, in that first unguarded second before she could curate her reaction, almost nothing. She read it again, looked for the feeling she had spent 3 years working toward, found something muted and complicated sitting where the triumph was supposed to be. She set her coffee down and looked across the office.
Sang's desk.
His lamp still on from the early morning. 3 reference books stacked with the spines aligned the way he always left them. His chair pushed in at a precise angle.
No, Sang.
She looked at her screen. Read the email a third time. By 10 a.m. the congratulations had started. Colleagues stopping by, handshakes, the particular warmth of people who are genuinely pleased, and people who are performing pleasure, and Sharon received all of it with grace because she had been professionally gracious for 3 years, and she knew how to do this in her sleep. At 10:23, Sang appeared in the doorway of the office. He had been to the senior partner's floor, she would later understand. Had already submitted the paperwork before the announcement went out. He crossed the room to her desk, the same walk he'd made the night he brought her food, that single deliberate crossing of the distance between them, and stood in front of her and looked at her with that expression she still didn't have a full translation for. "You earned it," he said. Not congratulations. Not well done. You earned it. 3 words carrying the specific weight of someone who had watched her earn it from closer than anyone else. She opened her mouth. He extended his hand. She shook it. His grip was brief and firm, and then he was gone, back across the office, and Sharon looked down at her hand, and then at his desk, and then at her screen, and felt the strange vertigo of a moment that should have been simple and wasn't. By Friday morning, his desk was cleared. No email. No goodbye to the floor. The reference books gone. The lamp gone. The chair pushed in at its precise angle for the last time over an empty surface. Sharon stood in the doorway of the office at 7 a.m. before anyone else arrived and looked at the empty desk and felt something move through her chest that she refused to identify, because identifying it would make it real, and making it real was not something she was prepared to do on a Friday morning in an empty office in a building she had just been promoted to help run. She went to her new corner office, sat in her new chair, looked at her new view of the Seoul skyline, gray and enormous and indifferent. She opened her laptop, stared at it for 11 minutes without typing anything, closed it. 3 weeks. That was how long it took for everyone around Sharon to notice what she was too disciplined to admit. Not dramatically. She didn't stop coming in, didn't miss deadlines, didn't let anything visibly fall apart. Sharon Heathrow did not do visible. What happened was subtler and therefore worse. The work was good when it had always been exceptional. The presentations were solid when they had always been electric. She filled the room the way she always had, except now, if you knew what to look for, something was missing from the frequency. A sharpness. A heat. The edge that had defined her for 3 years had lost, mysteriously, its point of resistance. She knew why. She refused to say it out loud because saying it out loud would require her to examine what it meant that a man she had spent 8 months professionally despising had become, without her permission, the primary condition of her best work. That his presence, the specific, infuriating, relentless quality of his presence, had been the thing sharpening her this whole time. She caught herself, on a Tuesday, reading back through notes from a Monday briefing dated 4 months ago. His handwriting in the margin of a shared document. A counter-argument, 3 words so economical it was almost rude. She stared at it for longer than was reasonable. She closed the document. On Wednesday, she walked past his old desk twice in 1 hour for no professional reason. On Thursday, she started a resignation letter, got 4 sentences in, and deleted it. On Friday, she sat in the corner office with the Seoul skyline behind her and looked at her phone and looked at the door and understood, with the particular clarity that only arrives after you've exhausted every available denial, that she missed him. Not the competition. Not the professional friction. Not even the way the work felt when he was in the room. Him. The quiet crossing of the office with food she hadn't asked for. The way he never wasted a word. The hand flat against the elevator wall. The alley. The morning light through the curtains. The specific quality of a silence shared with someone who is genuinely at ease with silence because they are genuinely at ease with themselves. She had mistaken that ease for arrogance for 8 months. She understood now that she had been wrong, and that being wrong about Sang Min's son had cost her something she didn't know the replacement value of. She drafted the resignation letter again on Sunday evening. Got further this time. 8 sentences, a clean subject line, her notice period calculated correctly. Read it back. Understood that she wasn't resigning from the company. She was resigning from the version of herself that existed without him in the room, and no letter covered that particular departure. She deleted it again. Monday morning she walked in and sat at her desk and looked across the office at the empty desk and the precisely angled empty chair and thought, I cannot do this without him. Not the work. She could do the work. She could always do the work. But the version of the work that made her feel like herself, the version that had been slowly built by 8 months of furious, unwilling, electric resistance. That version required a specific audience. She was on the verge of something. She could feel it, the way you feel a decision forming before you've consciously made it, when the elevator at the end of the floor opened. And Sang Min's son walked out. Different. Immediately, unmistakably different. Not the analyst's navy suit. Something darker, more precisely cut, wearing the kind of quiet authority that had always been in him but was no longer being contained by the context of a shared office. He moved through the floor the way, and this was the thought Sharon had before a person moves through a building they own. She was across the floor before she'd made a decision. She didn't run exactly. She walked faster than she had ever walked toward anything, and when she reached him, she did something she had not done since she was very young, and the world still occasionally caught her off guard. She hugged him. Both arms. Her face against his chest. No preamble, no professional framing, no version of this that could be explained away. She felt him go still for half a second. Surprise, she realized, which meant there were still things she could do that surprised him, and she noted that somewhere underneath everything else. Then his arms came around her. She cried. Not dramatically, quietly, the way she did everything, a few tears against the lapel of a suit jacket that cost more than she currently made in a week, though she didn't know that yet. 3 weeks of designation letters and the Tuesday afternoon staring at his handwriting in the margin. All of it, finally, somewhere to go. I was going to resign, she said into his chest.
I know, he said.
She pulled back and looked at him. Follow me, he said. Every great story deserves a great audience.
You've proven you're exactly that.
Now make it official. Subscribe, hit the notification bell, and join the community that shows up for every release, every chapter, every story that the algorithm wasn't brave enough to recommend. We found each other anyway. Subscribe, and make sure we find you next time too. The elevator he took her to was not the one she used every day. It was at the far end of the floor, past the senior partner's offices, behind a brushed steel door she had always assumed was a utility corridor or a storage room, or one of those architectural placeholders that buildings accumulate over time. She had walked past it hundreds of times in 3 years without once questioning it. Sang pressed his thumb to a small panel beside the door she hadn't noticed either, and it opened, and inside was an elevator lined in dark walnut and brushed gold that bore no resemblance to the she took every morning. She stepped in without speaking. He pressed 46 and sat above the standard floor panel, like a footnote nobody was supposed to read.
The doors closed.
The elevator moved with a quality of silence that suggested it had been engineered specifically to prevent the kind of small mechanical anxieties that ordinary elevators produce. Sharon stood beside him and looked at the floor numbers climbing and felt the same sensation she'd had in the Paraguay elevator. Not fear, but the particular alertness of a situation whose edges she couldn't yet locate. Where are we going? She said. Up, he said. She looked at him. He was watching the numbers. His profile in the gold-tinted light of the elevator was composed and unreadable. She knew now what lived underneath the composure, and knowing changed the reading of the surface completely. Sharon stepped out and stopped. The space was vast and quiet in the way that only rooms built for one person are quiet, not empty but calibrated. Floor-to-ceiling glass on 3 sides, Seoul spreading in every direction below them like a circuit board lit from within, the Han River a dark seam through the city's center catching the late afternoon gold. The desk was the length of a dining table, dark wood clean. 1 chair behind it, 2 in front. A low shelf running the full length of the eastern wall, holding books arranged not decoratively but actually read, spines worn, pages marked. On the western wall, architectural drawings. Not framed.
Pinned.
Active. Sharon recognized 2 of them. One was the Apex Architecture lobby renovation from 4 years ago, before she joined, a project that had won 3 industry awards and been featured in every major design publication that mattered. The second was the Jeju Island Cultural Center, completed 2 years ago, the single most discussed piece of commercial architecture in South Korea in the last decade. She had studied that Jeju building, had used it as a reference point, had told herself privately that it was the kind of work she was building toward. She turned and looked at Sang. He was watching her with the particular attention of someone waiting for a specific moment of understanding to arrive. She could see it on his face, not quite a smile, something more restrained and more genuine than a smile. Sit down, he said. She sat. He remained standing, which was unusual. Sang, in any professional context, was a man who sat when everyone else sat. Standing while she sat meant something. She filed it. Waited. Here's something most people never learn. The world's tallest buildings are not owned by governments or public companies. Most are held by private individuals whose names never appear in any headline. Power, almost always invisible. Sharon was about to meet the altitude. He began simply. No preamble, no performance, no easing into it the way people ease into difficult conversations. Just the facts, delivered in for everything. He owned Apex Architecture Group. Had founded it 11 years ago at 22, using a combination of an inheritance he'd never spoken about publicly and a level of early design talent that had attracted two silent investors who were now very quietly extraordinarily pleased with their decision. The group comprised 7 buildings across 4 cities, over 2,000 employees, combined annual revenue that placed it in the top 15 privately held architecture firms in Asia. He had run it from the 46th floor for a decade. 8 months ago, he had come down. Sharon sat with this. Let it move through her in layers. The first layer shock, the second something colder and more structural, recontextualization so rapid it was almost physical. Every briefing, every Monday, every record, the food ordered across the office,
Paraguay.
the elevator,
The alley.
all of it rearranging itself around this single new fact like a building whose load-bearing wall died. She looked at the architectural drawings on the wall, looked at the Jeju building she had studied and admired and used as a North Star for her own ambitions. Looked at Sang Min's son. You drew that, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes, he said. You've been here the whole time. Yes. The competition
Was real, he said.
everything you won, you won. I need you to understand that clearly. She stood up. Not in anger, her body simply needed to be vertical for what was coming next. She walked to the western wall and stood in front of the Jeju drawing and looked at it for a long moment and breathed. Why, she said, to the drawing. Why come down? Why the desk? Why any of it when you could have just... Because I needed to see what you'd do, he said behind her. Internal data told me the best designer in the company was plateauing. That she was capable of work that the current structure wasn't demanding from her. I came down to change the structure. You came down to push me. Yes. She turned around. And, she said. He looked at her steadily. You exceeded everything. The room held that. Seoul burned gold outside the glass on 3 sides. Sharon stood in front of the drawing of the building she had always wanted to build toward, in a room she hadn't known existed, looking at the man she hadn't known he was, and felt the ground shifting beneath her in a way that was not unsteady, but tectonic, slow, enormous, permanent. She had about 4 more questions. Large ones. The kind that restructure a person's understanding of the last 8 months in real time. She opened her mouth. Sang reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. He set the ring on the desk between them. Not presented. Not extended toward her in cupped hands with a speech prepared. Simply placed, on the dark wood surface, in the gold afternoon light, with the quiet confidence of a man making a statement he has considered from every angle and found sound. Sharon looked at it. Looked at him. The ring was extraordinary in the specific way that things built with absolute conviction are extraordinary. Not loud, not decorative, a single stone set low in a band of dark metal, the kind of jewelry that doesn't perform wealth, but simply expresses a complete absence of compromise. She looked at it for a long time. Sit down, he said again gently. She sat. He moved around the desk and stood in front of her, not behind the desk's authority, but in front of it, closer than the professional distance they had maintained for 8 months, and looked down at her with the expression she had spent the better part of a year trying to decode. She could read it now. She wished, briefly and irrationally, that she had been able to read it sooner. Thought of the pens, the Mondays, the Paraguay night, 3 weeks of the empty desk and the resignation letters, and the Tuesday afternoons with his handwriting in the margin. Sharon Heathrow, he said. She looked up at him. You are the finest designer I have encountered in 11 years of looking. You see structures other people walk past. You solve problems other people are still busy naming. He paused. And somewhere between the first Monday briefing and a stalled elevator in Paraguay, I stopped being able to imagine this company's future without you in it. He picked up the ring. I want you to run Apex Architecture Group, the design division, not one floor. The company. With me. He held the ring between them. And I want to spend the rest of my life watching you build things. The room was completely silent. Seoul held its breath outside the glass. Sharon looked at the ring. Looked at his face. Thought about the word company and what it now meant, and the word with and what it now meant, and the 8 months and the 46 floors and the man standing in front of her who had come down from this room. This room with its walnut walls and its gold light, and its view of a city he partially owned, and sat in a shared office and ordered her food and kissed her in a broken elevator and taken apart 3 muggers with his collar still straight. And she understood, completely and without any remaining room for argument, that she had been in love with him for a very long time. She opened her mouth. The world went briefly sideways. When she became aware of the ceiling, she was in the chair, and Sang was crouched in front of her with one hand on her wrist, checking her pulse with the same focused calm he brought to everything, and the ring was still in his other hand, and the Seoul skyline was still burning outside the glass, and she understood with considerable mortification, fainted. "I'm fine," she said immediately. "You were unconscious for 40 seconds, he said. "I was resting," she said. Something moved through his expression. Almost a smile. She catalogued it. He waited until her color returned and her breathing steadied, and she had consumed the glass of water he produced from a cabinet behind the desk that apparently contained, among other things, a fully stocked kitchen, because of course it did, because this was his floor, his building, his city glittering 46 floors below. Then he crouched in front of her again, held up the ring again. Sharon. The world went sideways again. 40 seconds. The ceiling. His hand on her wrist. "This," he said when she came back, "is medically concerning. I'm perfectly chair to the ceiling. You fainted twice. I'm aware. In 4 minutes." He set the ring on the arm of the chair and sat on the edge of the desk and looked at her with that expression, the real one, the one underneath all the others, and waited. The patience of a man who had waited 11 years to build something worth building and understood, fundamentally, that the things worth having require the full and unrushed passage of time. Sharon stared at the ceiling, breathed. Let the room stop moving. Let the facts settle into their permanent positions. The company, the floor, the ring, the man on the edge of his own desk waiting for her to be ready. She sat up, looked at him. He looked back. She stood, slowly, and crossed the small distance between the chair and the desk, and took his face in both hands, the way she had in the elevator, the way that had started everything and nothing and all of it, and kissed him. He kissed her back. Same as before. Same focused, unhurried certainty. His hand came up and the ring was still in it, and she felt the cool metal of the band against her jaw, and didn't mind at all. When she pulled back she was crying, which she also didn't mind, because some things are large enough to require it, and this was one of them. "Yes," she said. One word. Everything it needed to carry. He slid the ring onto her finger. Looked at it there. Looked at her. Below them, Seoul glittered through 46 floors of glass, 23 million people going about the brilliant, ordinary business of their lives, completely unaware that in a walnut and gold room at the top of a building on a street in the middle of their city, the best designer Apex architecture had ever produced had just agreed to run it. And somewhere on the design floor, a Monday briefing was starting without either of them. Nobody was breaking any pens. But in 6 weeks, when Sharon Heathrow walks back through those doors as the woman who owns the building, there is one thing nobody in that boardroom will be prepared for. Not the title. Not the ring. What they won't see coming is what she finds in the archived files on the 46th floor. A folder. Her name on the cover. Inside, 11 months of detailed assessments, written in Sang's hand, documenting every presentation, every strategy, every Monday. The first entry is dated 3 weeks before he joined the company. He wasn't sent by data. He came looking for her specifically. The question that will keep her awake that night, the one she will carry into the next chapter of everything, is simple and enormous. Why her? Why specifically her? And what, exactly, does he know about who she was before Apex Architecture that she has spent 3 years making sure nobody would ever find out? You just watched a woman spend 8 months calling it rivalry when her heart already knew the truth. And a man who came down 46 floors from his own empire just to sit across from her. He chose her. Long before she knew he existed. That's what we build here. Stories that get under your skin and stay there. Subscribe so you never have to come looking. Hit the bell so we come to you. And drop a comment right now. Where in the world are you watching from? And did you see that ending coming? You must be crazy to think you can touch me like that. Self-loathing, pompous, spoiled brat. The first slap echoed through the corridors like a thunderclap, sharp, clean, and final, the kind of sound that makes time stop and forces every person in the room to forget how to breathe. The second was a statement. When Kwang Shik, the youngest heir of the most feared crime family in Korea, wrapped his hand around her waist like she was something he already owned, Lena didn't freeze. She turned, and she slapped him.
Twice.
Not once, twice. In a room full of men who had never once seen anyone breathe wrong in his presence. 11 of the most feared men in Korea sat frozen. No one moved. No one spoke. Because in 30 years, no one had ever dared. The sound echoed like a gunshot through the VIP lounge. She simply straightened her apron, lifted her chin, and then she walked away. Just heels clicking against marble as 11 of the most dangerous men in the country sat in stunned silence. Kwang didn't feel rage. He didn't feel humiliated. He felt something far more terrifying. He felt seen. Exposed. Like she had reached into his chest and rearranged something he didn't know was broken. That night, he couldn't sleep. The next night, still nothing. By day 3, he was losing his mind. By day 7, he was losing everything. Here's what's wild. This isn't just dramatic storytelling. There's real science behind it. Sleep deprivation triggers a neurological response called hyperarousal, where the brain becomes hyperfixated on unresolved emotional stimuli. In other words, when something shocks your nervous system deeply enough, your brain refuses to rest until it finds closure. Kwang's obsession wasn't weakness. It was biology. And there you have it. A Mafia heir brought to his knees not by a rival, but by 2 slaps and 7 sleepless nights. Lena didn't just humiliate him. She cracked him open. And what crawled out was something neither of them saw coming, a man worth fighting for. If you're here for women who refuse to shrink, anti-heroes clawing their way toward redemption, and love stories where the stakes are life, loyalty, and everything in between, you are exactly where you belong. Hit subscribe because we have more coming. Mafia bosses with hidden hearts, survivors who rewrite their own endings, and all the emotional warfare you crave. Smash that like button and drop a comment right now. What's your situation while you're watching this? Are you at work pretending to be productive? Buried under a blanket when you should be sleeping? Quietly escaping reality on your commute? Wherever you are, tell me. Where in the world are my story lovers tuning in from today? I love knowing you're out there. The Schick family's flagship restaurant, Jianbok, didn't have a sign outside. It didn't need one. Everyone in Seoul knew what the building meant. Black glass, no windows, a door that only opened if someone on the inside decided you were worth letting in. The kind of place where the food was secondary to the power being traded across every table. On the 3rd floor, in the VIP lounge reserved exclusively for blood, Kwang Shik was already 3 bottles deep. He was the youngest of 12. The spare. The one his father kept around the way wealthy men keep sports cars they never intend to drive, for show, for amusement, for the occasional reminder that they could afford excess. His brothers tolerated him the way tall trees tolerate weeds. He wasn't a threat. He was furniture that occasionally talked back. Tonight, he was feeling particularly loud. Another bottle, he announced to no one in particular, waving his hand in the direction of the nearest body. His brothers continued their conversations, deals, debts, names of men who would not see morning. Kwang existed somewhere at the edge of all of it, drunk and decorative. That was when Lena walked in. She moved through the room the way water moves, quietly, efficiently, without asking permission from anything in its path. White uniform, dark hair pinned back, a tray balanced on one hand, clearing the far table with the practiced economy of someone who had learned long ago to be invisible in rooms for the way bored. Entitled men watch things they've decided already belong to them. He reached out as she passed. His hand found her waist. Casual, possessive, the gesture of a man who had never once been told no and had therefore stopped believing the word existed. She stopped. The entire room felt it before anyone saw it, a shift in pressure, like the moment before lightning. Lena set her tray down on the nearest surface. Slowly, deliberately. She turned to face him, and what Kwang saw in her eyes was not fear. It was not embarrassment. It was something cold and ancient, and entirely unmoved by who his last name was, said, her voice low and perfectly level. To think you can touch me like that. You insolent, self-loathing, pompous, spoiled brat. The first slap echoed through the corridor like a thunderclap, sharp, clean, and final. The kind of sound that collapses time and forces every person in the room to forget how to breathe. His head snapped sideways. Somewhere behind him, a glass tipped and shattered on the floor, and no one moved to clean it up. The second slap was something else entirely, not panic, intention, delivered with the same terrifying stillness as the first, measured, deliberate, like she had been scared. Kwang raised his hand slowly and pressed his fingers to his burning cheek. Around him, his brothers began to shift, to murmur, to collectively decide they had not just witnessed what they had witnessed. But Kwang knew. Something had just changed. He didn't know that he wouldn't sleep that night, or the night after, or he knew that he could still see her eyes. He told himself it was the alcohol. By midnight, Kwang was back at his penthouse, jacket discarded across the floor, tie hanging loose, standing at the floor-to-ceiling window staring out at a city that had always bent itself around his comfort. He poured himself another drink and sat down, closed his eyes, saw her face. He opened them again.
Fine.
He was wound up. It had been a strange evening. He'd sleep it off, and by morning the whole thing would be exactly what it looked like, a mouthy waitress who had momentarily forgotten where she was. His father would have her handled. His brothers would make sure of it. That was how things worked inside the chic universe. Gravity pointed inward. Everything and everyone eventually fell back in line. He lay down, stared at the ceiling. An hour passed, then another. By 3 a.m, Kwang Shik was sitting upright in bed with his heart hammering against his ribs and absolutely no explanation for why his body refused to surrender to unconsciousness. His mind was not racing, it was fixated. On the sound. The two sounds. On the particular quality of silence that had swallowed the room in the seconds after, when even men who ordered other men's deaths had gone completely still. He got up, poured water, stood at the window again.
Who was she?
He'd never seen her before. That in itself was strange. Kwang knew everyone who worked at Jianbok. He made it his business to, in the careless, proprietary way of a man who considers knowledge of the staff a form of ownership. But her face was new. Her stillness was new. And that voice, low and exact, with no tremor in it whatsoever, that was something he had genuinely never encountered in his 29 years of occupying space in the world. He pulled out his phone, typed a message to the restaurant manager, the girl who was working the 3rd floor tonight. I want her file. He stared at the screen for a while after sending it, not entirely sure what he intended to do with the information. He only knew that his nervous system was refusing to release the evening, replaying it on a loop with clinical, maddening precision. The warmth of that brief contact at her waist, the pivot of her body turning toward him, the absolute absence of self-preservation in her expression. Dawn found him at his desk, unslept, hollow-eyed, and irritable in a way that sat differently from his usual morning moods. This wasn't the dull ache of a hangover. This was something alert and restless, and deeply unwilling to be ignored. His phone buzzed. The manager's reply. Her name is Lena. Started 3 weeks ago. No record of prior employment on file. Gave a reference we haven't been able to verify. Shall I let her go? Kwang stared at the message for a long time. No, he typed back finally. Don't touch her. He set the phone face down on the desk and pressed his palms flat against the surface, breathing slowly. Outside, Seoul was waking up. Traffic building, light shifting from gray to pale gold across the skyline he had looked at every morning of his adult life without once truly seeing it. He thought about her reference that couldn't be verified. The stillness that didn't belong in a waitress. The way she had set her tray down before she turned to face him, not in the heat of the moment, but as a choice. A preparation. Nobody composed themselves like that under pressure unless composure had been trained into them. Kwang leaned back in his chair and rubbed his face with both hands. He was going back tonight.
He didn't examine why.
He simply knew it the way he knew his own heartbeat. Insistent and entirely beyond negotiation. Somewhere across the city, in an apartment with no name on the buzzer, Lena sat at a small desk, earphones in, monitoring a signal. A small light on her screen pulsed steady green. The tracker was holding. She allowed herself the quietest exhale, then opened her laptop and began to type her report. Target is destabilized. Phase 1 complete. I know you've been enjoying the video, so why not smash that subscribe button and let us know in the comments who you are rooting for. Your support keeps these epic tales coming, so subscribe and join our community today. He came back the next night, and the night after that. By the fourth evening, the staff at Jianbok had developed a quiet, collective anxiety around his arrivals, the way animals sense a change in weather before it arrives. Kwang Shik, who had never once shown sustained interest in anything that didn't immediately gratify him, was now appearing at the restaurant with the grim punctuality of a man serving a sentence he had imposed on himself. He didn't come drunk anymore. That was the part that unsettled his brothers most. He sat at the same corner table on the third floor, ordered the same pot of tea he never touched, and watched the room with eyes that had gone from glassy and indifferent to sharp in a way nobody was comfortable with. Dark circles had begun carving themselves beneath those eyes. His jaw carried a tension that hadn't been there a week ago. He was still impeccably dressed. The chic name demanded at least that much, but something underneath the tailoring had come undone. Lena worked her section and did not look at him. This somehow made everything worse. "You're not afraid of me," he said on the third night, when she moved past his table to clear the one beside it. Not a question, an accusation, or ask the same thing a different way. "Why aren't you afraid of me?" This time she stopped, turned just enough to regard him with that level, unhurried gaze that had been dismantling his sleep for days. Up close, her composure was even more maddening, not cold exactly, but deliberately sealed, the way a room is sealed when something valuable is being protected inside it. "Because fear requires the belief that someone has power over you," she said. "And I stopped believing that about men like you a long time ago." She walked away before he could construct a response. That night, he made it to 2 a.m. before giving up on sleep entirely. He stood at his window and cataloged the ways his body was beginning to fail him. The slight tremor behind his eyes. The sounds that seemed too loud. Traffic, the hum of the refrigerator, his own breathing. His appetite had deserted him 3 days ago and hadn't returned. He was running on tea, stubbornness, and something that felt increasingly like desperation dressed up as obsession. His eldest brother, Dae-young, called on day 5. "You look like a corpse," Dae-young said, by way of greeting, when Kwang appeared on the video call. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." "You haven't been to the warehouse meetings." "Father noticed." "Tell father I've been occupied." A pause. "With what?" Kwang said nothing. On screen, Dae-young's expression shifted into something calculating and slow, the look of a man turning a problem over in his hands looking for its weak point. "It's the girl," Dae-young said. Not a question either. Word traveled efficiently inside the Shik family, the way infection travels, quietly and everywhere at once. "The one who slapped you." "Drop it, Kwang." He ended the call. By day 6, the hallucinations began, small ones, peripheral. A flicker of movement where there was none. Shadows with the wrong geometry. His own reflection in the penthouse window looking back at him a half-second too slow. He knew, in the clinical corner of his mind that was still functioning, that these were the symptoms of acute sleep deprivation. His brain was beginning to manufacture the rest it was being denied. And still, every time he closed his eyes, he saw her. Not with desire, or not only that, with something more unsettling. Recognition. Like she was a question his entire life had been accidentally building toward, and he was only now, unraveling and hollow-eyed, beginning to understand the shape of it. He went back to Jianbok on the 6th night and sat at his corner table. Lena brought him tea he hadn't ordered. She set it down without a word, without meeting his eyes, and for one brief moment her hand rested near his on the table, not touching, just near, and Kwang felt his entire nervous system go perfectly, achingly still. For 4 seconds, he felt no exhaustion at all. Then she was gone, and it came crashing back twice as hard. He wrapped both hands around the warm cup and stared at the steam rising from it, and thought, with the fractured clarity of a man at his absolute limit, to know who she is. I need to know everything. 3 miles across the city, in a 4th-floor apartment with blackout curtains and a deadbolt that cost more than the monthly rent, Lena was not sleeping either. Not because she couldn't. Because she had learned, a long time ago in rooms far less comfortable than this one, that sleep was a liability when a mission was in its most delicate phase. So she sat at her desk in the blue-gray dark, one lamp angled low, and watched the data move across her screen with the focused patience of someone who had made peace with waiting. The bio-tracker pulse screen. Reliable. She pulled up the night's report and began typing with a quiet efficiency that had become, over years of this work, indistinguishable from her personality. Target: Kwang Shik. Day 6 post-contact. Presenting advanced sleep deprivation symptoms, observable deterioration in motor steadiness, increased fixation behavior, emotional volatility trending upward. Returning to location of initial contact nightly. Engagement remains controlled. No security escalation from family unit as yet. Recommend maintaining current protocol.
She paused.
Reread the last line. Then typed one more. Target is beginning to ask the right questions. Accelerate phase to timeline. She sent it encrypted, closed the laptop, and sat for a moment in the silence. From across the room, her phone buzzed once. A message from a contact she knew only as Clearwater, the handler she had been assigned when this operation first landed on her, back when Kwang Shik was just a name in a file and a photograph of a bored young man at a yacht party. Good work. The family's offshore architecture routes through 4 shell accounts. The encryption keys are held by the patriarch. We need proximity to the inner infrastructure. Your asset is the access point. Don't lose him. Lena set the phone down and looked at the wall for a long moment. Don't lose him. She thought about the way he'd looked tonight. The tea he hadn't asked for that she'd brought anyway, some automatic, unexamined impulse she immediately catalogued as a variable to monitor in herself. She wrapped around the cup, the quiet desperation in the gesture, the way a man who had spent his entire life consuming things was now simply trying to hold something warm. She stood, moved to the window, kept the curtain closed but pressed 2 fingers lightly against the glass, feeling the cold bleed through. The operation was straightforward in its architecture. The Shik family had spent 2 decades laundering money through a network of offshore accounts, the access to which was protected by a rotating encryption system only the patriarch controlled. Clearwater needed the keys. The family was too sealed, too insular, too professionally paranoid for a conventional approach. They needed an inside vulnerability. Some on the walls were down around. Kwang was the weakest link. The overlooked one. The spare. Lena had been placed at Jianbok 3 weeks ago with a cover identity and a single directive: get close enough to access his trust, and through him, reach the infrastructure. The slap had not been impulsive. It had been precise, calibrated to trigger his dormant neurological condition, documented in a medical file obtained 4 months ago, and engineered to make her unforgettable in a way that attraction alone never could have managed. She had not expected, however, the tea. The way he'd looked at her tonight, not with the reflexive entitlement of their first encounter, but with something scraped clean and genuine underneath. She had spent years reading people, cataloging them, reducing them to their utility within a given mission. She was very good at it. She had never once found it difficult. She moved back to her desk, opened a secondary file, personal, unencrypted, not part of any official report. A habit her first handler had called dangerous and her second had called human. She stared at the blank page for a moment. Then she wrote just one line. He asked why I'm not afraid of him. I don't think he was really asking about fear. She closed the file, turned off the lamp. Tomorrow night, she decided to let him talk. Not because the mission required it, though it did, but because something in the careful architecture she had built around herself had registered, quietly and without beginning to look less like a target and more like a person. And that, she knew, was the most dangerous development of all. If you have been enjoying this story so far, kindly subscribe and hit the notification bell to ensure you're part of the inner circle for every new release. The screen might go black, but the legend continues. Don't miss the next epic story. It happened on a Tuesday, which felt wrong somehow. Too ordinary a day for the kind of conversation that rearranges things permanently. The restaurant had emptied early. A private event on the second floor had pulled most of the staff downstairs, slow and quiet in the way expensive rooms become when the people who fill them temporarily disappear. All that curated elegance suddenly purposeless, like a stage set with no actors. Kwang was in his corner. Day 7 was arriving in a matter of knew it in the way a ship knows a reef, not with thought, but with the deep, structural certainty of something about to make catastrophic contact. His hands had developed a faint tremor he was managing through sheer stubbornness. His eyes felt like they had been removed, scoured with something abrasive, and replaced slightly wrong. Lena came to clear the table beside him, and this time, without entirely deciding to, he spoke first. "Did your mother ever leave a room?" he said quietly, staring at the middle distance, "and make it feel like the walls moved inward?" She stopped. It was not the question she had prepared for. In 3 weeks of controlled interaction, of carefully measured responses and tactically deployed silences, she had built a reliable map of how Kwang Shik operated. This was off the map entirely. She set down her tray.
Slowly.
And for the first time since the night of the slap, she pulled out the chair across from him and sat down. "What did you just ask me?" He looked at her. Really looked, with the unguarded directness of someone too exhausted to perform anything anymore. "My mother left when I was 6. No warning. No letter. She was just subtracted from the house one morning, and my father never said her name again. Like she'd been a clerical error."
He paused.
"I used to sit in her empty room and try to remember what she smelled like. I never could. That bothered me more than the leaving." The silence that followed was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of two people standing at the edge of something and deciding, separately, whether to step. Lena looked at her hands on the table. "Mine stayed," she said finally. That was almost worse. She was there every day, physically present, going through every motion, making food, signing school forms. But she looked through me like I was a window she was trying to see past. She paused. I used to wonder what was on the other side. What was so much more worth looking at? Kwang said nothing, but something in him went very still in the way things go still when they recognize themselves unexpectedly, in a stranger's face, in a sentence that fits a wound you'd stopped believing had a shape. "I looked for her in every room I walked into after that," Lena continued, quieter now, as if speaking to herself. Not her specifically. Just the version of warmth she never gave me. I became very good at reading people. A beat. Very good at knowing when someone is real. She looked up and met his eyes directly. "You've been real," she said, "for about the last 4 days. Whatever was performing before, it's gone now." Outside, rain had begun against the windows, soft and indifferent, the kind of soul rain that doesn't announce itself. "Is that why you're not afraid of me?" he asked. "Because you can see through it?" "I'm not afraid of you," she said carefully, "because I understand what you actually are underneath." Picked up her tray and added almost as an afterthought. "A man who misses his mother and has been punishing the world for it ever since." She walked away. Kwang sat with that sentence for a long time, turning it over. 3 miles away, Lena sat at her desk and opened the unencrypted personal file. She stared at it for a full minute before she could bring herself to type. "I told him the truth tonight. Not the cover story, the actual truth. I don't know why." She closed the file without adding anything further. But her hands, she noticed, were not entirely steady. It was Dae-young who found out first, which was the worst possible version of events. Dae-young Shik was 51 years old, had never once raised his voice in a professional context, and was by every measurable account the most frightening person in a family composed entirely of frightening people. Where the other brothers operated through intimidation, volume, presence, the choreographed performance of menace, Dae-young simply knew things. He had built, over 3 decades, an intelligence infrastructure so embedded in Seoul's criminal and political landscape that as flow toward him, the way water finds low ground. The report landed on his desk on a Wednesday morning. A photograph, grainy, taken from distance, but clear enough. Lena, outside a building in Mapogu that Daeyoung's people had flagged 2 years ago as a known operational staging point for a government-adjacent investigative unit. A timestamp, and a name, not the one she'd given the restaurant manager. Daeyoung read the file twice. Then he picked up his phone and made 3 calls, each shorter than the last. The third call was to their father. Kwang found out the way he found out most things that the family wanted him to know, late and from the wrong person. It was his third eldest brother, Sungmin, who appeared at his penthouse that evening with a glass of whiskey he hadn't poured himself and a look of performative sympathy that didn't reach anywhere near his eyes. "She's not a waitress," Sungmin said, setting a printed photograph on the coffee table between them. "She's been embedded. The reference she gave us doesn't exist because the organization she works for doesn't officially exist. We believe she's after the offshore accounts. The encryption architecture. Everything father built." Kwang looked at the photograph for a long time. He thought about the way she'd sat across from him. The rain against the windows. A man who misses his mother and has been punishing the world for it ever since. "What is father planning to do?" he asked. His voice came out very level, which surprised him. Sungmin tilted his head in that particular family way, the gesture that meant you already know the answer. "Stop making us say it out loud." He wants her brought in. For a conversation. In the Schick family's vocabulary, that phrase had never once referred to an actual conversation. Kwang stood. "When?" "That depends on how quickly we can locate her off premises." Sungmin studied him with the careful, acquisitive attention their father had trained into all of them. "You've been spending time with her." "Significant time." "Father wants to know if that's going to be a problem." "No," Kwang said. The word came out clean and immediate and completely dishonest. After Sungmin left, Kwang stood in the center of his living room for a long moment, the photograph still on the coffee table. He thought about the encrypted files, the offshore billions, the architecture of crime his father had spent a lifetime constructing, and that all 12 of them had been born into like a debt they'd never consented to incur. He picked up his phone. He stared at Lena's number, obtained through the restaurant records, never used, for nearly 4 minutes. Then he typed, "They know who you are. Don't go back to the restaurant. Don't go back to your apartment. I don't know how much time you have." He sent it before he could dismantle the impulse. The response came back in 40 seconds. "I know." 2 words. Nothing else. Kwang stared at them until the screen went dark, and felt, beneath the fear, beneath the exhaustion of 7 sleepless nights, beneath everything, something that was almost relief. The particular relief of a man who has finally, irrevocably, chosen a side. He hadn't chosen his family. The understanding of that settled into him quietly, the way important things do, not with drama, but with the simple, irreversible weight of a door closing. Somewhere out there, she already knew. She had probably always known this moment was coming. She had planned for it, prepared for it, built contingencies around it with the same deliberate precision she brought to everything. What she hadn't planned for, what neither of them had planned for, was that when the moment arrived, he would be the one to warn her. And that it would feel, despite everything, exactly like the right thing to do. Smash that subscribe button and let us know in the comments who you are rooting for. Your support keeps these epic tales coming, so subscribe and join our community today. By the 7th day, Kwang Shik had become a stranger to himself. It happened gradually, and then all at once, the way all collapses do. The tremors in his hands had graduated from manageable to visible, the kind that made holding a cup an act of concentration rather than reflex. His reflection in the penthouse window had stopped looking like him approximately 2 days ago, and had since been offering back something gaunt and hollowed and faintly luminous, the way sick people sometimes look luminous. All the unnecessary flesh burned away by the body consuming itself from the inside. He had not slept. Not once. Not a minute. 7 days of perfect, unrelenting wakefulness, and his mind had responded by doing what minds do when deprived of the mercy of unconsciousness. It had begun manufacturing its own reality to fill the void. Shapes in peripheral vision that dissolved the moment he turned toward them. Sounds with no source. Conversations he couldn't be certain had actually happened. Once, at 4 a.m, he had been absolutely convinced his mother was standing at the end of the hallway. Not the ghost of her, not a memory, but her, present and solid, wearing the gray coat she'd had when he was small. He'd walked toward her and found the wall. He'd stood there with his palm flat against the plaster for a long time. The hallucinations weren't frightening, exactly. That was the part that frightened him most. They felt like his brain extending an offer. If reality is unbearable, here is an alternative. And some part of him, the part that was 7 days unwashed and unslept and completely undone, kept almost accepting. What kept him tethered was her face. Not the constructed version, not the operative, not the planted asset, not the woman who had slapped him with surgical precision for reasons that had nothing to do with dignity and everything to do with strategy. That revelation had arrived and settled, and he had spent approximately 6 hours being furious about it before something quieter and more durable had replaced the fury. The understanding that whatever had been calculated at the beginning had stopped being only calculation somewhere along the way. He knew because of the rain conversation. Because of what she'd said about her mother looking through her like a window. Nobody performed that. Nobody inserted that kind of truth practically useful. You couldn't weaponize that specific grief without having actually carried it. At 9 p.m. on day 7, he got in his car. He didn't call ahead. He didn't know if the number she'd used to receive his warning was still active or already burned. He drove through Seoul with the window down despite the cold because the air on his face was one of the few remaining sensory inputs he trusted completely, and he navigated by something that had long stopped being thought and had become pure instinct. The specific gravity of a person you have oriented yourself around without meaning to. He found her at the second location. A contact address he had extracted from the restaurant files 3 days ago and hadn't used until now. A narrow building in Yongsan, nothing on the buzzer, light in one fourth-floor window. She opened the door before he knocked. She looked at a long moment, at the wreckage of him, a long moment, at the wreckage of him. The gray beneath his eyes, the hands he couldn't quite hold steady, the expensive coat hanging off shoulders that had lost weight they couldn't afford to lose, and something moved across her face that she didn't entirely succeed in neutralizing. "You drove here," she said. "Apparently, in this state." "I've been in worse states." A pause. "I haven't, actually." She stepped back and let him in. The apartment was spare and clean and told him almost nothing about her, which told him everything. No photographs, no objects with sentimental weight, nothing that couldn't be walked away from in 4 minutes. A desk with a laptop. A lamp. A window she kept covered. The apartment of a person who had learned to live without the luxury of roots. He sat on the floor, not the chair, the floor back against the wall because it felt more honest than furniture. She sat across from him, back against the opposite wall, and they regarded each other in the lamplight like two people who had arrived at the same destination by codes and were only now comparing the journey. "You know I triggered it deliberately," she said. "Not an apology. A fact, offered plainly. The slap. The condition was in your medical file. I knew contact would activate it. I needed you destabilized. Fixated." She held his gaze. "I needed a way in. And now." She was quiet for a moment. "Now I'm sitting on the floor of a safe house with a man who warned me when he didn't have to." So, Long let his head fall back against the wall and closed his eyes. Behind them, the familiar assault, her face, the restaurant, the rain, his mother's gray coat, the wall that was only a wall. He let it move through him without chasing any of it. "I'm not angry," he said, eyes still closed. "I thought I would be. I'm not." "Why not?" "Because you sat down." He opened his eyes and looked at her directly. "That night with the rain. You didn't have to sit down. That wasn't in any operational script. You sat down and you told me about looking for warmth in every room and not finding it, and that wasn't." He stopped. "That was real." She didn't confirm it. She didn't deny it. She simply looked at him with that level, sealed gaze, except that something behind the seal had shifted. A hairline fracture, barely visible, the kind that precedes structural change. "I'm not asking you to stop the mission," he said. "I'm not asking you to protect me from whatever comes next. I just needed," he exhaled slowly. "I needed to be in the same room as someone who sees me without the last name attached. Even if the whole thing started as a strategy." He looked at her. "I need 5 minutes of peace. Not forgiveness. Just peace." The silence that followed was the longest of the entire 7 days. Then Lena stood, moved to the desk, and came back with a blanket she draped over his shoulders without comment. She sat back down against her wall. "Close your eyes," she said quietly. "I can't sleep. I've tried." "I'm not asking you to sleep. Just close them."
He did.
She began to speak, not about the mission, not about the family, not about anything with stakes attached. She talked about a market she'd been to once in a city she didn't name, where they sold persimmons in the early morning and the light came in at an angle that made everything look briefly like a painting. She talked about it the way people talk about the last truly peaceful moment they can remember, carefully, like handling something fragile. Kwang Shik, youngest son of the Shik crime dynasty, 7 days without sleep and completely dismantled, listened to her voice in the quiet apartment and felt his nervous system, for the first time in a week, release something it had been holding at enormous cost.
He didn't sleep.
But for 20 minutes, the hallucination stopped. And in whatever taxonomy of miracles was available to a man in his condition, that was enough. It happened on a Thursday morning, which Lena would later identify as her first real mistake. Not the mission, not the sitting down, not the persimmon market, but Thursday morning, when she broke protocol and went back to the apartment. She had one reason, and it was practical: the secondary hard drive. Irreplaceable. 8 months of documented financial architecture, transaction trails, the skeleton of the Shik Empire rendered in numbers and dates and names of men who believed themselves untouchable. She needed it for the handoff to Clearwater, which was scheduled for 48 hours from now. Without it, the operation had no teeth. She gave herself 12 minutes. She was on minute 9 when she heard the door. Not a knock. Not a buzz from the street. The door, the deadbolt that cost more than the rent, opening with a key that shouldn't have existed. She had the hard drive in her jacket and was moving toward the window exit before the first man crossed the threshold, but the window was already covered, and she understood in the half-second it took to assess the room that this was not a rushed extraction. It was a prepared one. They had been inside this apartment before today. They had studied it. They knew the window, the desk, the lamp, the 4-minute evacuation radius. Dae-young had been thorough. He always was. There were 4 of them. Professionals, not soldiers. The distinction mattered, and Lena's training cataloged it automatically even as the room collapsed into motion. She took the first one down efficiently and the second partially before the numbers resolved against her. They were not trying to hurt her. That was almost worse. The careful, practiced restraint of men who had been told she needed to arrive intact. The hard drive stayed in her jacket. They didn't find it. She held onto that as they moved her out of the building and into a car with tinted windows and no interior handles on the rear doors. She held onto it because it meant the operation wasn't entirely over. She held onto it because it gave her something to focus on that wasn't the particular cold dread of knowing where cars like this went. Across the city, Kwang's phone rang at 11:15. A number he recognized, one of the restaurant's administrative lines, which meant the family was making a point about how thoroughly they had mapped his recent movements. He let it ring 4 times before answering. His father's voice, when it came, was exactly as he remembered it from childhood, unhurried, precise, carrying the absolute authority of a man who had never once in his adult life encountered a consequence he hadn't prearranged. "Come to the warehouse," his father said. "There's something here that belongs to you." The line went dead. Kwang sat with the phone in his hand, clarifying point. All the sleeplessness, all the dismantling, all the conversations against walls and lamplight, converging into this moment with the geometric precision of something that had always been heading here. He thought about what Lena had said on the floor of the safe house. A man who misses his mother and has been punishing the world for it ever since. He thought about his father's voice, the warehouse, the careful, patient cruelty of a man who used the word belongs about a person.
He stood.
Put on his coat, checked his phone one more time. No messages, no signal from any number associated with her. Then his father's people arrived at the penthouse, which he had been expecting, and informed him, with the courteous menace of the professionally loyal, that they were there to escort him. He went with them without argument. Not because he was afraid, not because he had run out of choices, but because the only way through what was coming was through it, and because somewhere in a warehouse on the edge of the city, a woman who had started as a mission and become something irreducibly real was waiting, and Kwang Shik, who had spent 29 years being the spare, the surplus, the one who didn't count, was finally, with complete and devastating clarity, ready to matter. The car moved through Seoul in the early afternoon light, and Kwang watched the city pass and said nothing. He was done performing. What came next would be the first entirely true thing he had ever done. Subscribe to the channel right now so you never miss a single second of this cinematic journey. The story is moving fast, and you'll want to be here when the final reckoning hits. The warehouse sat at the edge of Incheon like a secret the city had agreed to stop talking about. Massive, gray, windowless on three sides, the kind of building that existed in the documentation as a logistics depot and in reality as the place where the Shik family resolved problems that couldn't be resolved anywhere with witnesses. Kwang had been here once before. He was 12 years old. He hadn't understood then what he was seeing. He understood it completely now. They walked him through the main floor, past the crates, past the men stationed at intervals with a particular still to be furniture until they're needed, and into the interior room where the air was colder and the lighting was the flat, affectless white of a space designed to make people feel exposed. Lena was seated in the center of the room, wrists bound, not roughly. Again, that terrible professional care, the restraint of men following precise instructions. Her jacket was still on. Her face was composed in that sealed, deliberate way he had come to understand was not coldness, but armor. Her eyes found him the moment he entered, and something passed between them that required no words and consumed approximately 1 second and rearranged several things permanently. His father stood to the left. Chairman Shik was 73 years old and looked 60, which was the kind of preservation that comes not from health, but from the complete outsourcing of consequence, a man who had never carried his own damage. He was dressed, as always, with the quiet precision of someone who understood that power announced itself through understatement. He looked at Kwang the way he had always looked at Kwang, with a measured, faintly disappointed assessment, the look of a craftsman regarding a tool that had never quite performed to specification. You warned her, his father said. Not an accusation. A data point. Yes. And you knew what that would mean for this family. I knew what it would mean for her. His father absorbed this with no visible reaction. Around the room, 6 of his brothers were present. Father, the others arranged with the unconscious hierarchy of men who had spent their lives calibrating their proximity to power. Sungmin, Hyunwoo, the others whose faces Kwang had grown up beside and felt, standing here now, that he was seeing for the first time without the distortion of familiarity. She's been working against us for 8 months, his father continued, with the patient cadence of a man delivering a briefing he considers straightforward. She holds documentation that could dismantle everything we have built. The accounts, the architecture, 40 years of work. He paused. She will give us the hard drive and the access codes, and then this will be resolved. Kwang looked at Lena. She looked back at him, steady, giving him nothing and everything simultaneously. And if she won't? Kwang asked. His father's expression didn't change. Then we moved to less conversational methods. Something locked into place inside Kwang's chest. Not rage, he was beyond rage, had burned through it days ago somewhere on the other side of the sleeplessness. What replaced it was colder and more durable and felt, surprisingly, like peace. The specific peace of a man who has located, after a long search, the exact point at which he is willing to stop. He stepped forward, positioning himself between his father's men and Lena's chair. The room recalibrated around this movement. Hands shifting, weight redistributing, the silent machinery of threat adjusting its aim. Move aside, Kwang, Dae-young said quietly.
No.
The word dropped into the room and stayed there. His father looked at him for a long moment, really looked, with an attention he had rarely turned on his youngest son, the spare, the surplus, the decorative excess. And something moved in the old man's expression that Kwang could not entirely read. Surprise, possibly. Or the faint, reluctant recognition of something familiar. Choose her, his father said. Over 40 years of this family's work. Over your brothers. Over your blood. I would choose her, Kwang said, over everything you built, because everything you built is a monument to how much damage one family can do when it never once has to account for itself. He held his father's gaze without flinching. I've been sleeping in that monument my whole life. I'm done. Dae-young moved first, not toward Kwang but toward a phone, and Kwang understood the geometry of what was happening. This had already escalated beyond the room, beyond even their father. This was moving to a different level of resolution entirely. Kwang reached into his coat. The drive was in his left hand, the one he'd slipped from Lena's jacket during the single moment of proximity when they'd walked him past her chair, a sleight of hand executed on pure instinct, gambling that 4 men who had searched a safe house hadn't thought to check again at the point of arrival. In his right hand was his phone, already connected to an encrypted upload portal, a contact he had spent the previous 12 hours locating through a chain of anonymous messages, feeling his way toward Clearwater in the dark, arriving at the address Lena had embedded in her 2-word reply 8 days ago. I know. Not confirmation.
A key.
He had spent 6 of the 7 sleepless nights decoding it. He pressed upload. The drive's contents, 8 months of financial architecture, transaction trails, 40 years of empire rendered in irrefutable numbers, began moving to a server that existed simultaneously in 4 jurisdictions, none of them friendly to the Schick family's arrangements. The room understood seconds after it began. 4 seconds was enough. His father's face did something Kwang had never seen it do. It cracked, not dramatically, not with the theatrical collapse of villains in the stories Kwang had consumed as a child. Just a hairline fracture, barely visible, moving from the eyes downward. The look of a man watching 40 years dissolve into a signal bar on someone else's phone. Stop him, Dae-young said. They moved. Kwang braced, and then Lena was upright, the binding at her wrists already gone, and the room discovered in quick, costly succession that a trained operative with her hands free was an entirely different proposition from a seated woman with her wrists tied. She moved through the space with the economic violence of someone for whom this was not improvisation, but vocabulary. The upload completed in 90 seconds. By the time the room had fully processed what had happened, Kwang and Lena were at the warehouse's emergency exit, his hand around hers, her hand gripping back with equal force, both of them running toward the cold Incheon air and whatever came after. Behind them, his father stood in the center of the room and said nothing. He didn't need to. He simply reached for his own phone and made a call to a number that had no name attached to it. A number that existed in no database Clearwater had ever accessed. A number that connected to a problem the Schick family had been keeping in reserve for 40 years, for exactly the kind of catastrophic breach that had just occurred. He spoke 4 words into the phone. Then he lowered it and waited, with the patience of a man who had learned long ago that the first loss in a war was rarely the last word. They made it 3 blocks before Lena pulled him into a doorway, and they stood there in the cold, breathing hard, backs against the wall, the city moving past the entrance of the alley with magnificent indifference. Kwang looked at his phone. The upload confirmation sat on the screen, a timestamp, a reference number, 3 words from Clearwater's automated system. Package received. Confirmed. He showed it to her. Lena looked at it for a long moment. Then she looked at him, at the wreckage and the clarity of him, the man on the other side of 7 days of hell who had come out of it without the things he'd carried in. The name. The inheritance. The performance. You decoded the message, she said. Took me 6 nights. A pause. I had time. Something moved across her face, not quite a smile, but the architecture of one. The suggestion of what a smile would look like on a face that had forgotten it was allowed. The empire falls, she said quietly. not triumphant. Factual, the way she said most things. But underneath the fact, something that might have been relief. Not immediately, Kwang said. Dae-young will move assets. Father will have contingencies. It'll take time for the jurisdictions to coordinate. He looked at her. You know that. I know. She exhaled slowly. Clearwater knows it too. But the architecture is exposed now. The keys are out. She paused, choosing the word carefully. Irreversible. Irreversible. He turned the word over. Applied it to everything simultaneously. They moved again. Not running now, walking, through the narrow back streets of Incheon that Lena navigated without hesitation, heading toward a handoff point she had established months ago and never been certain she would reach. Kwang walked beside her and felt, with every step, the strange lightness of a man who has put down something extraordinarily heavy and is only now, in the putting down, realizing how long he had been carrying it. At the handoff point, a parking structure on a street with 3 working cameras, all of which Lena had accounted for, Clearwater's people were already waiting. 2 vehicles. For people who looked at Kwang with the particular assessment of professionals encountering an unexpected variable. Lena spoke to them briefly, quietly, in a register he couldn't hear. One of them handed her a phone. She listened, nodded twice, and came back. They want to debrief you, she said.
Separately.
Tonight. And after tonight? She looked at him steadily. That depends on what you want after night. He thought about the penthouse. The window he had stood at for 7 nights. The city that had always arranged itself around his comfort, and that he had never. He thought about his father's face in the warehouse, the hairline fracture, the 40 years dissolving, and felt, surprisingly, not guilt but grief. Clean and honest and entirely his own. Grief for the version of events in which his family had been something other than what it was. Grief for the 6-year-old standing in an empty room trying to remember what his mother smelled like. He let it move through him without chasing it or burying it. I want to sleep, he said finally. An actual night of sleep. And then I want to figure out what a person does when they've burned down everything they were built on and have to start from the ground. Lena was quiet for a moment. It's harder than it sounds, she said, starting from the ground. You've done it. More than once. He looked at her. Then you could tell me how. She held his gaze for a long beat, that level, deliberate gaze that had dismantled him so thoroughly over 7 impossible days, and that he had come, somewhere on the other side of the dismantling, to understand was not distance, but the particular caution of a person who has been let down so many times that trust has become an act requiring enormous, conscious courage. Maybe, she said. And then, quietly, with the fragile precision of someone handling break. Yeah, break. Yes. Clearwater's people moved around them. Somewhere across the city, the Shik Empire was beginning to feel the first tremors of what was coming. Phones ringing in prosecutors' offices, flags appearing on international accounts, the slow machinery of 40 years of consequence finally, irrevocably in motion. Kwang Shik, who had not slept in 7 days, sat down on a concrete step in a parking structure in Incheon and closed his eyes. And for the first time since the night a waitress had looked at him without fear and told him exactly what he was, he slept.
Deeply.
Without hallucinations. Without the weight of a name that had never really fit. He woke 40 minutes later to Lena's hand on his shoulder, light, deliberate, the touch of someone who had decided, in the language of someone who decides things very carefully, that he was worth waking gently. We have to move, she said. He stood. Looked at her in the gray Incheon light. Together, he asked. She considered him for one final moment with those eyes that had started everything, that had seen through him before he'd had any language for what was underneath. Together, she said. They turned toward the exit. Neither of them saw the black vehicle idling at the far end of the structure. Neither of them saw the man inside it, still, patient, watching them with the unhurried attention of someone who has been waiting a long time and does not mind waiting a little longer. He was not one of Dae-young's men. He was not Clearwater. He was not anyone the Shik family had ever officially employed or any agency Lena had ever been briefed on. He had been called 4 words by a desperate old man in a warehouse, and those 4 words had activated something that had been dormant for a very long time. He watched Kwang and Lena disappear through the exit. Then he made his own call, a single number, no name, and said quietly, in a language neither of them would have expected, "The keys are loose. The children are language neither of them would have expected. The keys are loose. The children are together. Shall we begin?" A pause. Then a voice on the other end, specific weight of someone who has been building towards something for far longer than 8 months, far longer than 40 years, something so large and so patient that the fall of the Shik Empire was not a catastrophe to them, but a convenience, a clearing of the board. "Yes," the voice said. "We've been ready for years." The black vehicle pulled silently into traffic and disappeared into the city. And Seoul, indifferent and luminous and entirely unaware, continued its evening as though nothing had shifted. As though the thing that had just been set in motion was not, by any measure, so much worse than everything that had come before. If you have enjoyed this story so far, kindly subscribe and hit the notification bell to ensure you're part of the inner circle for every new release. Tell me your favorite part of the story and why you think it's the best. I'd be in the comments section watching and replying to all your messages.
The clock struck midnight in the $10 million penthouse. Ji-hoon sat motionless in suffocating darkness, the only illumination coming from Manhattan's electric skyline through floor-to-ceiling windows. 60 stories below, the city he controlled pulsed with late-night energy. Taxis weaving through streets, lovers disappearing into dimly lit restaurants. But up here, the silence pressed down like a physical force. He sprawled on black leather, legs spread wide, elbows on knees. Smoke from his cigarette curled upward into shadows. His black shirt hung open, exposing the intricate tattoos that climbed his neck like battle scars, each one a tally mark of survival, proof of what it cost to rule from the top. Now, here's something fascinating about power dynamics in relationships. Psychological studies show that men in positions of extreme control often struggle most with situations they cannot manipulate. Ji-hoon commands an empire, but he's powerless against his own emotions, case of what experts call control paradox. He checked his platinum watch. Again. His jaw clenched as his eyes locked onto the elevator doors like a predator tracking movement in tall grass. Where the hell was she? If you're addicted to ruthless anti-heroes who'd burn the world down for one person, women who refuse to be broken no matter how hard life tries, and romances where obsession meets redemption, you've found your new obsession. Hit that subscribe button because we're diving deeper into Ji-hoon and Aaliyah's world. There are more enemies lurking in the shadows, more secrets waiting to detonate, and a reckoning coming from Seoul that will test everything they've just fought for. Smash that like button and tell me in the comments, where are you right now and what part of the world are you listening from? Are you supposed to be working but got sucked into this story? Lying in bed at 2 a.m. telling yourself, just one more chapter. Escaping your commute by diving into forbidden romance. Drop your location and your situation below. I want to know where my story addicts are hiding. Let's begin the story proper. Clock on the wall read 11:47 p.m. Ji-hoon sat alone in complete, suffocating darkness. The only light in the $15 million Manhattan penthouse came from the electric glow of the skyline through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, framing his silhouette against the sprawling glass. New York City buzzed with a life he controlled but rarely joined. Yellow taxis crawled through the grid like ants, and couples walked hand in hand toward late-night bistros. But up here, the silence was so heavy it felt like a physical weight pressing against his chest. Ji-hoon sat on the black leather couch, legs spread wide, elbows resting on his knees. A cigarette burned between his fingers, the smoke curling upward into the shadows like an unsaid confession. He wore an all-black shirt unbuttoned halfway down his chest to reveal the intricate tattoos that crawled up his neck and across his skin like armor. Each mark was a story of survival, a tally of the things he had endured to reach the top, the betrayals, the blood, the bodies he'd left behind. He checked his platinum watch for the 7th time in 20 minutes. 11:51 p.m. 1 p.m. Where was she? He took a long drag, letting his jaw tightened. His eyes were fixed on the elevator doors like a predator waiting for prey to walk into a trap. Ji-hoon was not a patient man. As the head of the Hwang syndicate, he commanded fear and respect from New York to Miami. Men trembled at his name, and women threw themselves at his feet. But right now, the most dangerous man on the East Coast was sitting in the dark, obsessed with the arrival of his housekeeper. That fact made him angrier than anything else. The elevator dinged. Ji-hoon's entire body tensed, a coiled spring ready to snap. He crushed the cigarette into a crystal ashtray and leaned back, melting into the shadows. He did not move. He just watched, his breathing controlled, his pulse unervingly steady despite the chaos brewing beneath his skin. The penthouse door opened. Aaliyah Brooks walked in, looking professional and entirely too independent in her tailored gray blazer and slim trousers. Her natural hair was pulled back into a sleek bun, and she carried herself with the kind of quiet dignity that both infuriated and fascinated him. She moved like she didn't owe him anything, not an explanation, not her time, and certainly not her whereabouts. She set her bag down by the entry console, her shoulders carrying an exhaustion she tried to hide. But Ji-hoon saw everything. He catalogued the slight slump in her posture. Ji-hoon saw everything. He catalogued the slight slump in her posture, the way she rolled her neck, the faint shadows beneath her eyes that hadn't been there this morning. "You're late." His voice cut through the darkness like a blade, low and edged with something dangerous. Aaliyah didn't flinch. She turned toward the sound of his voice, her expression calm and unbothered, though he saw the briefest flicker of tension in her jaw. "Mr. Hwang." Ji-hoon rose from the couch in one fluid motion, stepping into the dim light cast by the city below. The glow painted sharp angles across his face, highlighting the intensity in his dark eyes. He closed the distance between them slowly, deliberately, each step measured like a hunter approaching wounded prey. "You weren't aware," he repeated, his tone deceptively soft. "You work in my home. You live under my roof. Everything here operates on my schedule, including you." Aaliyah held her ground, though he could see the subtle shift in her breathing. She lifted her chin slightly, meeting his gaze with a defiance that sent an unwelcome thrill through his chest. "I finished all my duties before I left," she said evenly. "The kitchen is spotless, your dry cleaning is in your closet, and your dinner is plated in the fridge. What I do with my personal time is my business." Ji-hoon stopped just inches from her, close enough to catch a faint scent of antiseptic and coffee clinging to her clothes. Not perfume. Not the smell of another man's cologne. Something clinical. Something that made his mind race with questions he refused to ask. "Your personal time." He let the words hang in the air between them, his jaw working. "And what exactly were you doing with this personal time until midnight, Ms. Brooks?" "That's none of your concern." The answer hit him like a match to gasoline. His hand shot out, gripping the edge of the console beside her, not touching her, never touching her without permission, but caging her in. His knuckles went white against the dark wood. "None of my concern." His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. "You walk into my home at midnight, looking exhausted, and you think I don't have the right to know where you've been? You have the right to know if I've done my job," Aaliyah countered, her voice steady despite the way her pulse jumped visibly at her throat. "You don't have the right to interrogate me like I'm one of your employees in the syndicate. I'm your housekeeper, Mr. Hwang, not your property." Something dark and possessive twisted in his gut at those words. Not your property. She was right, and that was precisely the problem. He wanted her to be wrong. He wanted her to belong to him in ways that had nothing to do with employment contracts or paychecks. He studied her face in the dim light, the proud set of her jaw, the fire in her eyes that refused to be extinguished by his wealth or his power or the violence that lived in his bones. She was a Columbia dropout who'd sacrificed her dreams to pay off family debts. Yet she stood before him like she had every right to deny him answers. And God help him. He wanted to know why. "You're hiding something," he said quietly, searching her face for cracks in her armor. "Everyone has secrets, Mr. Huang." Aaliyah's lips curved into the barest hint of a smile, sad and knowing. "Even you." She ducked under his arm and walked toward the hallway leading to the staff quarters, leaving him standing alone in the darkness, his heart pounding with a jealousy he had no right to feel and a need he couldn't name. Ji-hoon watched her disappear, his hands clenching into fists. Somewhere in the city below, people laughed and loved and lived without the weight of suspicion crushing their chests. But up here, in his penthouse kingdom, Ji-hoon stood surrounded by luxury and power, wondering why the one thing he couldn't control was the woman who refused to answer his questions, and why the thought of her belonging to someone else made him want to burn the world down. Ji-hoon stood outside Aaliyah's door at 7 a.m., a sleek black box in his hand. He hadn't slept. Instead, he'd spent the night pacing his office, drinking whiskey, and making calls to his men. By 3 a.m., he'd had enough of wondering. He knocked once. Sharp. Commanding. Aaliyah opened the door in a simple white blouse and dark slacks, her hair pinned up, her face free of makeup. She looked beautiful in a way that made his chest ache, natural, unadorned, entirely unbothered by the fact that he could buy and sell her world 1,000 times over. "Mr. Huang," she said, her tone professional but wary. "Is something wrong?" He thrust the box toward her. "Open it." Aaliyah's eyes dropped to the luxury packaging, then back to his face. She didn't take it. "What is it?" "A gift." "Open it." "I don't need gifts." Ji-hoon's jaw tightened. "I'm not asking if you need it. I'm telling you to open it." With obvious reluctance, Aaliyah took the box and lifted the lid. Inside lay a stunning pearl necklace, easily worth $50,000, nestled in black velvet. Her breath caught for just a moment before her expression shuddered. "I can't accept this," she said quietly, closing the box and holding it back out to him. "Why not?" The question came out harsher than he intended. "Because I work for you. This is inappropriate. It's a thank you for your excellent service." "No," Aaliyah said, meeting his eyes with that maddening calm. "This is you trying to buy something you think I owe you. An explanation. Control. I don't know. But I won't take it." Ji-hoon felt something dangerous rise in his throat, frustration, rage, and underneath it all, a desperate need to give her something, anything that she would accept from him. "Do you have any idea how many women would kill for this?" "Then give it to one of them." Aaliyah set the box on the hallway table between them like it was contaminated. "I didn't ask for your charity, Mr. Huang. I work for my money. I don't need you to save me or take care of me, or whatever this is. This isn't charity." "Yes, it is." Her voice was soft but firm. "And I'd rather struggle on my own terms than owe a man like you anything beyond my contracted hours. A man like you." The words landed like a physical blow. Ji-hoon stared at her, his hands curved, refusing him. Actually refusing him. No one refused him. Not anymore. Not since he'd clawed his way out of the gutter and built an empire on the backs of men who'd underestimated him. But Aaliyah Brooks stood there in her modest clothes and her quiet dignity, treating his $50,000 gift like an insult. "You're proud," he said finally, his voice low and edged with something like respect. Too proud for your own good. Maybe, Aaliyah agreed. But it's my pride, and I get to choose what I do with it. She stepped back into her room and closed the door, leaving Ji-hoon standing in the hallway with his rejected gift and the growing certainty that Aaliyah wasn't just hiding where she'd been last night. She was hiding from him, from what he could give her, from what he wanted to mean to her. And that made him more dangerous than he'd ever been. If you have been enjoying this story so far, kindly subscribe and hit the notification bell to ensure you're part of the inner circle for every new release. The screen might go black, but the legend continues. Don't miss the next epic story. Ji-hoon sat in the back of his black SUV, watching the tracker on his phone. The small red dot pulsed steadily on the screen, moving through the streets of Queens like a heartbeat he couldn't ignore. She's stopping. His driver, Min-jun, said quietly from the front seat. Ji-hoon leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as the dot came to rest in front of a rundown building in a neighborhood that made his instincts scream warnings. This wasn't a shopping district. It wasn't a restaurant. It was the kind of place where people went when they didn't want to be found. What's the address? He demanded. Min-jun read it off. Ji-hoon immediately pulled up property records on his tablet. The building was listed as mixed use, commercial on the ground floor, residential above. The commercial tenant was registered as Queens Community Health Services. A clinic. But clinics closed at 6 p.m. It was nearly 11 p.m. now. Could be a front, Min-jun offered, echoing Ji-hoon's thoughts. Plenty of operations run out of places like that. Drug distribution, money laundering. Follow her when she comes out. Ji-hoon interrupted, his voice tight. I want to know everywhere she goes. Everyone she meets. Understand? Yes, sir. Ji-hoon watched the dot for another 20 minutes, his mind spinning through possibilities, each one worse than the last. Was she in debt to someone else? Had another organization gotten to her first? Was she selling information about his movements, his business, his vulnerabilities? Or was there a man in that building, waiting for her? The thought made his blood run cold and hot all at once. The image of Aaliyah in someone else's arms, smiling at someone else, giving her time and her energy to someone who wasn't him, it carved through him like a blade. At 11:43 p.m., the dot started moving again. She's coming out, Min-jun reported. Through the tinted windows, Ji-hoon watched as Aaliyah emerged from the building, looking even more exhausted than she had the night before. She walked alone to the subway entrance, her shoulders hunched against the cold, her steps slow and deliberate like every muscle in her body ached. No one walked out with her. No man kissed her goodbye. No romantic farewell. Just Aaliyah, alone, disappearing underground. Sir, Min-jun asked, do we follow? No. Ji-hoon sat back, his jaw working. Go back to the building. I want to know what's inside. Who runs it? What services they offer after hours. Everything. As the SUV pulled away from the curb, Ji-hoon stared at the tracker on his phone, watching Aaliyah's dot move through the subway tunnels toward home. Toward him. His instincts screamed that she was in trouble, that someone was using her, manipulating her, pulling her into something dangerous. But a small, in the back of his mind, whispered something else entirely. What if she's just trying to survive without you? And Ji-hoon didn't know which possibility terrified him more. Aaliyah found Ji-hoon in his office at 2 a.m., which wasn't unusual. What was unusual was the empty bottle of Japanese whiskey on his desk, and the way he stared at a photograph like it held answers to questions she didn't know he was asking. Mr. Huang, she said softly from the doorway. I heard glass breaking. Are you all right? He didn't look up. Go to bed, Aaliyah. But something in his voice, raw, stripped of its usual control, made her step inside instead. You're bleeding. His knuckles were split open, blood dripping onto the mahogany desk. A crystal tumbler lay shattered on the floor. And still, he stared at that photograph. Aaliyah moved to the bar cart, grabbed a clean towel and the first aid kit he kept in the bottom drawer, and approached him like she would a wounded animal. Dangerous, unpredictable, capable of lashing out. "Let me see your hand," she said. "I said go to bed. And I'm choosing not to listen." She reached for his injured hand, and this time, he let her take it. His skin was warm, his fingers elegant despite the violence they were capable of. She began cleaning the blood away, her touch gentle but efficient. Ji-hoon watched her work, his dark eyes unfocused. "Her name was Yuna," he said suddenly. Aaliyah paused, meeting his gaze. "Who?" "The woman who taught me that trust is a weapon people use to destroy you." He picked up the photograph with his free hand and turned it toward her. A beautiful Korean woman smiled at the camera, her arm around a younger, softer version of Ji-hoon. A man who still believed in things like love and loyalty. "She was my fiancé," he continued, his voice flat and distant. "I gave her everything. Access to my accounts, my business contacts, my plans. I thought she loved me." He laughed, but the sound was hollow. She was working for the Chong Syndicate the entire time, gathering intelligence. The night before our wedding, she disappeared with $3 million and enough information to dismantle everything I'd built. Aaliyah's hands stilled on his. "Ji-hoon. They used that information to kill 17 of my men. Good men. Men who trusted me to protect them." His jaw clenched. "I found her 6 months later in Busan. She begged me to understand, said she'd been forced, that she'd had no choice." "What did you do?" Aaliyah whispered, though part of her didn't want to know. "I made sure no one would ever force her to do anything again." His eyes were empty, haunted, and I swore I would never be that weak again. Never let anyone close enough to betray me. Aaliyah understood then. The surveillance, the questions, the desperate need to control everything in his orbit. He wasn't cruel. He was terrified. "I'm not her," Aaliyah said quietly, resuming her work on his hand. "Whatever you think I'm doing, whoever you think I'm meeting, I'm not Yuna." "Then tell me where you go every night." "I can't." Ji-hoon pulled his hand away, his expression hardening back into the mask she knew. "Then how are you any different?" The question hung between them like an executioner's blade. Lieutenant Park Sung-min moved through Aaliyah's room like a ghost, his gloved hands careful not to disturb anything too obviously. He had maybe 10 minutes while she was in the kitchen preparing Ji-hoon's breakfast. He'd been planning this for months, ever since he realized his boss was becoming dangerously attached to the housekeeper. Ji-hoon's obsession with Aaliyah Brooks was a weakness, and Park had built his career on exploiting weaknesses. The burner phone was small, cheap, untraceable. He'd already loaded it with damning evidence, encrypted messages about warehouse locations, shipment times, security rotations. All of it accurate. All of it leaked from Ji-hoon's own operational files. Park slipped the phone into the back of Aaliyah's nightstand drawer, behind a stack of books she probably never touched. Perfect. His own phone buzzed. A text from Minjun. "Boss wants surveillance footage from Queen's location." That clinic. Park's fingers froze. Clinic. He pulled up his own tracking data on Aaliyah's movements. Queen's Community Health Services. Open until midnight for low-income patients. A legitimate clinic. She was working a second job. For a moment, Park considered aborting the plan. If Ji-hoon discovered Aaliyah was simply trying to stay independent, working herself to exhaustion to avoid being indebted to him, the boss might actually result harder for her. No, that was exactly why this had to happen. Park couldn't let Ji-hoon's judgment be clouded by a woman again. Last time, 17 men had died because Ji-hoon had trusted Yuna. This time, Park would make sure Ji-hoon learned the lesson permanently. Love was a liability, and Aaliyah Brooks was a threat that needed to be eliminated. He finished placing the phone and moved to her laptop. A few keystrokes, and he'd planted a trail of searches, rival syndicate locations, encrypted messaging apps, articles about witness protection programs. Subtle, damning, impossible to explain away. Park heard footsteps in the hallway and slipped out through the service entrance. His heart rate barely elevated. He'd been doing this kind of work since he was 16. Manipulation was an art form, and Ji-hoon was his masterpiece. By the time he returned to the penthouse's main floor, Aaliyah was setting breakfast on the dining table. She looked tired, dark circles under her eyes, her movements slower than usual. "Good morning, Ms. Brooks," Park said with a polite smile. "Good morning, Lieutenant Park." She returned his smile, completely unaware that he'd just signed her death warrant. Ji-hoon emerged from his office, his eyes immediately finding Aaliyah. The hunger in his gaze was obvious. Not sexual, though that was there too, but something deeper. Needier, the look of a man drowning and mistaking another drowning person for a life raft. "We need to talk," Ji-hoon said to Park. "My office." Now, as Park followed his boss, he allowed himself a small smile. Phase 1 was complete. Now he just had to wait for Ji-hoon to find the evidence, to feel that familiar blade of betrayal twist in his gut, and to do what he did best, eliminate threats with extreme prejudice. And if Aaliyah Brooks became collateral damage, well, that was the price of keeping Ji-hoon focused on what really mattered. Power, control, survival, not love. Never love. If you have been enjoying this story so far, kindly subscribe and hit the notification bell to ensure you're part of the inner circle for every new release. The screen might go black, but the legend continues. Don't miss the next epic story. Ji-hoon found the burner phone at 3 about Aaliyah initially, but his lieutenant had been insistent. "Just check her room, boss. I'm not saying she's dirty, but we can't afford assumptions. Not after Yuna." The mention of that name had been enough. Now Ji-hoon sat on the edge of Aaliyah's bed, the cheap plastic phone in his hands, scrolling through messages that made his blood run cold. Warehouse locations, security schedules, shipment routes. Everything someone would need to dismantle his operation piece by piece. His hands trembled, not with fear, with rage. He'd been right. She was exactly like Yuna. Worse, maybe because he'd actually started to believe Aaliyah was different, that her refusal of his gifts meant something pure, that her independence was dignity, not deception. But here was the proof. Cold, digital, undeniable. Ji-hoon stood, pocketing the phone, and walked out of her room. He didn't slam the door, didn't break anything. The violence inside him had frozen into something far more dangerous than heat, ice that cut deeper than any blade. When Aaliyah returned from her shift at 11:47 p.m. that night, she found Ji-hoon waiting in the living room. Not hidden in shadows this time. Sitting in plain sight under the harsh overhead lights, his expression carved from stone. "Mr. Huang," she said, setting down her bag. "I didn't expect you to still be. Sit down." The command in his voice stopped her cold. Aaliyah's eyes narrowed slightly, but she lowered herself onto the chair across from him, her posture defensive. "Is something wrong?" she asked carefully. "You tell me." Ji-hoon pulled out the burner phone and placed it on the coffee table between them. "Recognize this?" Aaliyah stared at the phone, her brow furrowing. "No, I've never seen that before. It was in your room, in your nightstand." "That's impossible. I don't own a phone like that." "Don't." The word cracked like a whip. "Don't insult me by lying. I've seen the messages, Aaliyah. Warehouse locations, security rotations, everything someone would need to feed information to my enemies." The color drained from Aaliyah's face. You think I'm... Ji-hoon, I would never. Wouldn't you? He leaned forward, his eyes dead and empty. You refuse my money. You disappear every night. You won't tell me where you go or what you do. And now I find evidence that you're selling my secrets. His voice dropped to something barely above a whisper. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now. Aaliyah stood abruptly, her hands shaking. Because I'm innocent. Someone planted that phone. I don't know who or why, but I swear to God, Ji-hoon, I have never betrayed you. Then where do you go every night? I can't tell you that. Can or won't. He rose to his full height, towering over her. Because from where I'm standing, they look exactly the same. Tears gathered in Aaliyah's eyes, but she blinked them back furiously. If I tell you, you'll try to fix it. You'll throw money at it or use your power, and I'll owe you. Don't you understand? I can't owe you. So instead you betray me? I didn't betray anyone. Her voice broke. But you've already decided I'm guilty, haven't you? Just like you decided Yuna was worth loving until she proved she wasn't. You don't trust anyone, Ji-hoon. You just wait for them to confirm your worst fears. The words hit their mark. Ji-hoon's jaw clenched so hard it ached. You're not to leave this penthouse, he said coldly. You'll work, you'll sleep, but you don't go anywhere without my permission. Understood? You're making me a prisoner? I'm keeping you alive. He turned toward his office. Because despite the evidence, despite every instinct screaming that you're poison, I still can't bring myself to put a bullet in you. He left her standing there, tears finally spilling down her cheeks, and locked himself in his office with a bottle of whiskey and the growing certainty that love wasn't just weakness. It was a disease. And he was terminal. 3 days of silence. 3 days of Ji-hoon treating Aaliyah like a ghost haunting his penthouse. He didn't speak to her, didn't look at her, just had his meals delivered by other staff and disappeared into meetings that lasted until dawn. Aaliyah was dying inside. She tried everything. Explaining, pleading, even demanding he investigate properly. But Ji-hoon had shut down completely, his walls rebuilt higher and thicker than ever. And the worst part was knowing that somewhere in this penthouse was proof of her innocence, if only she could find it. That's what led her to Ji-hoon's office at 2 a.m. on the 4th night. She knew it was forbidden. The office was Ji-hoon's sanctuary, the one place even his most trusted men couldn't enter without permission. But if the phone had been planted, there had to be evidence, security footage, access logs, something that would prove she'd been framed. Aaliyah's hands shook as she used the master key she'd been given for emergencies. The lock clicked. The door swung open. The office was immaculate, dark wood, expensive art, floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city. Ji-hoon's laptop sat closed on the desk. File cabinets lined one wall, each one probably containing enough evidence to put him away for life. She moved to the computer first, pressing the power button. While it booted up, she checked the security monitor on the side table. Multiple camera feeds showed different areas of the penthouse, time-stamped and dated. Her heart raced. If she could access the footage from the day the phone appeared. Looking for something, Ms. Brooks? Aaliyah spun around. But it wasn't Ji-hoon standing in the doorway. It was Lieutenant Park. He closed the door behind him with a soft click, his expression pleasant, but his eyes cold as winter. You know, you're making this almost too easy. Lieutenant Park. Aaliyah's voice was steady despite the fear crawling up her spine. I was just breaking into your employer's private office. Yes, I can see that. Park moved toward her slowly, casually, like they were discussing the weather. You know what Ji-hoon does to people who betray his trust, don't you? I haven't betrayed anyone. Someone planted that phone in my room, and I'm trying to prove that someone was me. Park smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing Aaliyah had ever seen. I planted the phone. I created the messages. I even manipulated your laptop search history to make you look guilty. The confession hit her like ice water. Why? Because Ji-hoon is weak when it comes to you. Park leaned against the desk, blocking her path to the door. He's distracted, emotional, making decisions with his heart instead of his head. That kind of weakness gets people killed in our world. So, you're framing me to protect him? I'm framing you to save him from himself. Park pulled out his phone. And now that you've conveniently broken into his office, a clear sign of guilt, I'm going to make sure he sees what he needs to see. Aaliyah's mind raced. She was trapped. If Park called Ji-hoon now, found her in the forbidden office, it would look exactly like he'd orchestrated. She'd look guilty of everything. You won't get away with this, she said, backing toward the window. I already have. Park started typing a message. Ji-hoon trusts me. You're just another Yuna in his eyes. Another woman who... Aaliyah grabbed the heavy crystal paperweight from Ji-hoon's desk and hurled it at the window. The glass didn't shatter. It was bulletproof, but the impact was loud enough to trigger the security alarm. Park lunged for her, but Aaliyah was faster. She dodged around the desk, grabbed a letter opener, and pressed the emergency button on Ji-hoon's desk. The one that summoned him immediately, no matter where he was. You bitch! Park snarled, all pretense of civility gone. The office door burst open. But it wasn't Ji-hoon. It was 3 of Park's men. And from the looks on their faces, they weren't here to rescue her. Smash that subscribe button, and let us know in the comments who you are rooting for. Your support keeps these epic tales coming, so subscribe and join our community of today. Ji-hoon was in a warehouse in Brooklyn when his emergency alert screamed to life. The specialized signal from his office, the one only triggered in cases of extreme danger, sent every one of his instincts into overdrive. Sir, Min-jun started, but Ji-hoon was already moving. Get the car. Now. He tried calling the penthouse. No answer. He pulled up the security feed on his phone, but the cameras in his office had been disabled. Not malfunctioning. Deliberately disabled. His blood turned to ice. The SUV tore through Brooklyn streets at 90 miles per hour. Ji-hoon barking orders into his phone. I want every man we have at the penthouse in 5 minutes. Full tactical. No one gets in or out. Boss, what's happening? Park. The name tasted like poison. It's Park. Everything had clicked into place the moment he'd seen those disabled cameras. Park was the only other person with administrative access to the security system. Park had been the one to suggest searching Aaliyah's room. Park had been too insistent, too helpful, too perfectly positioned to exploit Ji-hoon's trauma. And Ji-hoon had been too blinded by his fear of being betrayed again to see it. Get me building security, he snapped. Min-jun patched him through immediately. Mr. Huang, the security chief answered. We have a situation. Lieutenant Park entered your private office 20 minutes ago with Ms. Brooks. We assumed it was authorized. It wasn't. Lock down the building. No one leaves. Especially Park. Sir, Lieutenant Park left through the garage 7 minutes ago. He had 3 men with him, and the security chief paused. Sir, Ms. Brooks was with them. She appeared to be unconscious. The world stopped. Ji-hoon's vision went red at the edges, his grip on the phone, so tight the screen cracked. Where did they go? The vehicle headed toward the financial district. I can pull GPS. Do it. Now. And send the coordinates to this number. He rattled off Min-jun's phone. If you see Park again, you detain him. If he resists, you put him down. Understood? Yes, sir. Ji-hoon ended the call and immediately dialed his most trusted enforcer. Calm. I need a full tactical team at these coordinates. He forwarded the location as it came through. Park has gone rogue. He has Aaliyah. If he harms one hair on her head, I want him alive, so I can kill him myself. On it, boss. The SUV screeched around a corner, weaving through traffic. Ji-hoon's mind raced through scenarios, each one worse than the last. Park wasn't just trying to frame Aaliyah. He was eliminating her, making it look like she'd fled, proving Ji-hoon's suspicions right. Or worse, delivering her to a rival syndicate as a gift. Proof that Ji-hoon was weak, distracted, vulnerable. His phone buzzed. A video message from an unknown number. Ji-hoon's hands shook as he opened it. The footage showed Aaliyah tied to a chair in what looked like an abandoned office building. Her lip was split, blood trickling down her chin. But her eyes, God, her eyes were still defiant, still burning with that pride that had drawn him to her in the first place. Park's voice came from off-camera. Ji-hoon, by the time you see this, I'll have already delivered your little traitor to the Chong Syndicate. They're very interested in what she knows. Consider it a gift. I'm cleaning up your mess before it destroys everything we've built. The camera moved closer to Aaliyah's face. Any last words for your boss? Park asked mockingly. Aaliyah stared directly into the lens, her voice hoarse but steady. Ji-hoon, if you're watching this, I forgive you. For not trusting me. For believing I was her. I understand why you couldn't. The video cut off. Ji-hoon let out a sound that was part rage, part anguish. She was forgiving him, while being delivered to his enemies, while facing torture and death. She was forgiving him. Faster, he growled at Minjun. Sir, we're all ready. I said faster. The SUV's engine roared. Behind them, 3 more vehicles filled with armed men followed in tight formation. Ji-hoon checked his weapon, chambered a round, and felt the familiar calm of impending violence settle over him. Park had made a fatal miscalculation. He thought removing Aaliyah would make Ji-hoon stronger, more focused, more ruthless. Instead, he just unleashed something far more dangerous than a disciplined crime boss. He'd unleashed a man with absolutely nothing left to lose. The building was a gutted financial tower in the process of being demolished, perfect for the kind of meeting no one wanted witnessed. Ji-hoon's team surrounded it within minutes, cutting off every exit. Thermal imaging shows 8 hostiles on the 40th floor, Kong reported through the earpiece. 1 additional heat signature, stationary. It's her. Gas. Ready on your command. Ji-hoon stared up at the building, calculating angles and casualties and acceptable losses. Normally, he'd plan this carefully. Minimize risk. Ensure complete tactical superiority before moving. But Aaliyah was up there. And every second he waited was another second Park had to hurt her. We go now. Full breach. I want Park alive. Everyone else is expendable. The team moved like a well-oiled machine. Efficient, silent, lethal. They breached the ground floor and climbed the stairwell in tight formation. Ji-hoon took point, his weapon steady, his mind focused on a single objective. Get to Aaliyah. Everything else was noise. They hit the 40th floor hard and fast. Flashbangs. Smoke. The sharp crack of suppressed gunfire. Park's men never stood a chance. Within 90 seconds, 6 bodies littered the floor, and Park stood with his hands raised, his expensive suit splattered with someone else's blood. Ji-hoon, listen to me. Ji-hoon pistol whipped him across the face, sending him sprawling. Where is she? Park spat blood, laughing. You're too late. The Chong representative. Already. A gunshot rang out from the corner office. Ji-hoon's heart stopped. He ran, kicking open the door, weapon raised. Aaliyah sat in the chair, still bound, her face bruised and bleeding. But she was alive. And on the floor beside her lay a man in an expensive suit, a bullet hole in his forehead. Standing over him, holding a smoking gun with shaking hands, was Lieutenant Park Sohn's second-in-command, a young enforcer named Chen. She talked me through it, Chen said quietly, lowering the weapon. Ms. Brooks. She explained what Park was doing. How he was going to start a war between the syndicates and blame it on you being distracted. He looked at Ji-hoon with haunted eyes. I couldn't let that happen, boss. Park trained me, but I'm loyal to you. Ji-hoon barely heard him. He was already cutting through Aaliyah's restraints, his hands gentle despite their trembling. Are you hurt? Did they? I'm okay, Aaliyah whispered, collapsing against his chest the moment she was free. Ji-hoon, I'm okay. He held her like she might disappear, his face buried in her hair, his carefully constructed walls crumbling into dust. I'm sorry. God, Aaliyah, I'm so sorry. I should have trusted you. I should have. Later, she said softly. You can apologize later. Right now, I just need you to hold me. So he did. Behind them, Kong dragged a struggling Park into the room. What do you want us to do with him, boss? Ji-hoon looked up, his eyes colder than anyone had ever seen them. Put him in the warehouse. The one Yuna died in. I'll deal with him personally. Park's face went white. Ji-hoon, please. You used my trauma against me. You tried to kill the woman. He stopped, his jaw working. You're already dead. You just don't know it yet. As his men dragged Park away, Ji-hoon turned back to Aaliyah. She was watching him with those intelligent eyes, seeing everything he was and everything he'd done and everything he was capable of. The clinic, he said quietly. In Queens. That's where you've been going. It wasn't a question. Aaliyah nodded. I've been working as a medical assistant, trying to pay off my family's debt without owing me. He touched her face gently, his thumb tracing the cut on her lip. Your pride almost got you killed. Your fear almost got me killed, she countered. We both have things to work on. Despite everything, the violence, the blood, the bodies cooling on the floor around them. Ji-hoon smiled. Actually smiled. I paid off your family's debt 3 days ago. The moment I found out about it. Aaliyah pulled back, her eyes wide. You did what? I told you. I can't help myself when it comes to you. He stood, helping her to her feet. But I'm not expecting anything in return. No ownership. No control. Just, he hesitated, vulnerable in a way that terrified him more than any bullet. Just a chance. To prove I can be more than the monster you've seen. Aaliyah stared at him for a long moment. Then, despite her injuries, despite the trauma, despite every rational reason to run, she kissed him. It was soft, tentative, a question more than an answer. When she pulled back, she whispered, "One chance, Ji-hoon. Don't make me regret it." Behind them, the Chong representative's phone began to ring, unanswered. Outside, sirens wailed in the distance. And somewhere in the building, Park screamed for mercy he would never receive. But in that moment, surrounded by the consequences of their choices, Ji-hoon and Aaliyah stood together in the ruins and began to build something new. Something that looked almost like trust, almost like love. Park's connections to the Chong syndicate run deeper than anyone knew. And in Seoul, someone very interested in Ji found weakness has just received a very interesting phone call. So that's Ji-hoon and Aaliyah's story. Two broken people fighting their demons, and a world that wants to tear them apart. If you're here for morally gray mafia bosses, strong women who choose themselves, and love dripping with danger, subscribe now. Someone in Seoul just got very interested in Ji-hoon's weakness, and what's coming next will test everything. Drop a comment. Where are you listening from, and what's your situation? Sneaking this at work? Binging in bed? Escaping on your commute? Tell me where you are. I love connecting with you all.
She wore a smile like armor and a secret like a scar. For 5 years, Selena had been the punchline at every dinner table, the whisper behind every champagne flute, the barren wife, the woman who couldn't give Richard's bloodline what it needed. She had swallowed the shame so long it had become part of her digestion. But tonight, in a gold-trimmed ballroom full of people never once seen her, a man with dangerous eyes and a quieter kind of power looked across the room, and he saw her. Not her failure, not her womb, not her usefulness, her fire. And when Sang-ok Jin, the most feared name from Seoul to Singapore, slid a black pearl dragon ring onto her finger in front of everyone who ever made her bleed quietly, the room didn't just go silent. The black pearl has long symbolized wisdom born from pain. In Polynesian mythology, the god Lono descended from the heavens on a rainbow and offered the black pearl to the woman he loved as a symbol of his heart. In Korean culture, dragons are not destroyers. They are sacred guardians of those they choose to protect. Here's another thing most people don't know. In traditional Korean culture, and within Yakuza-adjacent power structures, a man who publicly claims a woman as his wife before witnesses is making an unbreakable social contract. It's not just romantic. It's a declaration of protection. To touch her after that is to declare war. It shook. And that's the world of Selena and Sang-ok, where survival becomes sovereignty and being discarded becomes the beginning of a dynasty. If you're drawn to stories where pain gets rewarded with power, where women who are counted out end up holding the keys, and where love looks less like roses and more like a man who burns the world down so you never have to kneel again, you are exactly where you belong. Hit subscribe because we have more stories coming that will wreck you in the best way, protective men with complicated loyalties, women who rise from ruins, and the kind of love that only makes sense to people who've survived something real. Smash that like button and drop a comment. What's your situation right now? And where in the world are you watching from? Are you sneaking this in at work, deep in your covers when you should be asleep, or stealing a moment on your commute just to feel something? Tell me, where are my story lovers tuning in from today? I genuinely want to know who's here with me. She had learned to arrive early to rooms that didn't want her. Not out of eagerness. She had burned through eagerness years ago, left it somewhere on a cold examination table between the third and fourth failed fertility consultation. She arrived early because it gave her time to arrange her face before the audience filtered in. Time to smooth the silk of her garnet gown, straighten her spine, and build the particular kind of stillness that looked, from a distance, like dignity. The ballroom smelled of white orchids and old money and the kind of ambition that never quite bathes the stench of itself away. Gold trim caught the chandelier light along every cornice, every table edge, every carefully angled mirror. Richard's people had taste. She would give them that. What they lacked in warmth, they more than compensated for, in aesthetic cruelty. Selena moved along the outer wall like a shadow that had learned not to draw attention to itself. Around her, women in column gowns laughed with their whole throats. Men in black tie clinked crystal with the easy authority of people who had never once questioned whether they belonged. She had once tried to belong here, had brought hostess gifts and memorized birthdays and laughed at the right moments, had pressed her hope into every corner of this family like a woman repainting a house that was never going to be hers. 5 years. 5 years of doctors and silence, and Richard's mother's eyes sliding over her at Sunday dinners like she was a stain on the upholstery. Still nothing? His aunt had asked her last Christmas, the question dressed as concern, delivered as verdict. Still nothing. She found her place near the terrace doors, her usual geography at these events, close enough to the exit to breathe, far enough from the center to remain forgettable. A waiter passed. She took a glass of water. Not champagne. She had learned that champagne made her feel things, and feeling things in rooms like this was a liability she could not afford. From across the ballroom, she watched Richard work the crowd. He was magnificent at it. The broad handshake, the pulled-in laugh, the way he made every man feel chosen and every woman feel seen. 40 years old tonight, and still wearing it like a gift the world owed him. His tuxedo was perfect. His teeth were perfect. His life, as he had arranged it, was perfect. She had once thought she was part of that perfection, that she completed something in him. She understood now that she had only ever been a placeholder, A woman installed in the appropriate position while the real story was written somewhere she wasn't permitted to read. He caught her eye across the room. For just a moment, less than a heartbeat, something moved across his face. Not guilt. Richard didn't architecture guilt. It was something more administrative. The look of a man confirming that a necessary thing was still in its necessary place before the evening's real business began. She looked away first. Not because she was afraid of him. She had graduated from fear somewhere around year 3. She looked away because she recognized, with the quiet clarity that suffering sometimes grants, that whatever was about to happen in this room tonight had already been decided without her. She was dressed in garnet to complement the room's palette. Not to be seen. Never to be seen. She pressed her shoulders back, lifted her chin, and waited for the blow she could already feel coming. Richard loved a microphone. He loved the way a room contracted when he stepped toward one, the hush that moved through a crowd like a tide pulling back from shore. He had built his entire empire on that pause, that held breath, that collective leaning in. He understood power as performance, and tonight's performance had been rehearsed. Selena watched him take the stage from her place near the terrace doors. The band softened. Glasses paused midair. His mother, seated at the center table with the posture of a woman who had never once apologized, touched the pearls at her throat and smiled the smile of someone who already knew the ending. She knows, Selena thought. They all know. 40 years, Richard began, his voice moving through the room like warm smoke. 40 years, and I have never once been given something I didn't earn. He paused to receive the low, approving murmur. But tonight, I've been given a gift I did nothing to deserve. Selena's water glass was cold against her palm. Some of you know her. He extended one hand toward the side of the stage, and Melissa appeared, blonde, glowing, one hand resting on the unmistakable curve of a 5-month pregnancy. The room inhaled as one organism. She is carrying my child. My heir. The applause began before he finished the sentence. Selena did not move. She had always been exceptional at not moving. It was perhaps the skill she had refined most completely in this marriage, the ability to absorb impact without visible fracture. She felt the heat crawl up her neck, felt the eyes find her from across the room, the glances sharp as filed nails. She heard the whispers assemble themselves with practiced speed. Of course. Well, we always knew.
Poor thing.
5 years and nothing to show for it. Richard let the applause settle before he delivered the rest. He was too scared. Selena. He said her name the way a man closes a ledger. Final. Arithmetic. You have been my wife, and I have honored that. But a man building a legacy cannot do so without a foundation. I think we both know this chapter has run its course. There it was.
Public.
Irrevocable. Wrapped in the language of civility so that no one in this room could call it what it actually was. She set her glass down on the tray of a passing waiter with a steadiness that surprised even herself. She had made that agreement with her body years ago. Not here, not for them, not ever where they can see it and feel satisfied. She kept her chin level and her eyes dry, and let the room's noise wash over her like weather. What she did not expect was the silence. Not the soft, embarrassed silence of a room looking away. A different silence, sudden and total, as though someone had reached into the air and removed all the sound at once. She turned. A man stood at the edge of the crowd. He had not moved, had not spoken, had not raised a hand. He had simply turned his attention toward the stage, and the room had responded the way rooms respond to things that are genuinely involuntary deference. He was looking at Richard. And then, slowly, with the unhurried precision of a man who had never once needed to rush, he was looking at her. Selena felt it land somewhere beneath her ribs. Not like a threat, like a recognition. She did not look away. If you have been enjoying the stories so far, kindly subscribe and hit the notification bell to ensure you're part of the inner circle for every new release. The screen might go black, but the legend continues. Don't miss the next epic story. He had been in the room for 40 minutes before anyone noticed him. That was intentional. Sang-ok Jin had spent the better part of 3 decades cultivating the particular skill of occupying space without announcing himself, of being present in a room the way a current is present in deep water. You don't see it. You only understand it when it moves you somewhere you didn't plan to go. He stood at the far edge of the ballroom with a glass of scotch he had by two men whose stillness was itself a kind of language. He wore black on black, no pocket square, no cufflink flash, nothing that reached for attention. He had learned early that the most powerful thing a man could wear was the absolute absence of need for approval. Richard's people had been circling him all evening. Associates with careful smiles and extended hands, each one angling for proximity to the gene named the way flowers angle toward light they're not sure they deserve. He had shaken hands where protocol required it and declined conversation where it didn't. He was here for one reason, a business alliance that Richard had been constructing for the better part of 2 years, the kind that required a show of family stability, legacy, the performance of permanence. He had been prepared to be mildly bored. Then the woman in garnet had walked in. He'd noticed her not because she demanded it, precisely the opposite. She had moved along the wall with the careful economy of someone who had learned that taking up space came with consequences. But there was something in the quality of her stillness that caught him the way a single note catches in a silent room. It wasn't defeat. He knew defeat, had seen it hollow people out until they were architecture without inhabitants. This was something else. Something forged. He had watched her for the better part of an hour. Watched her arrange her face into composure, while her husband's eyes passed over her like furniture. Watched her absorb the room's small cruelties, the angled glances, the performative whispers, without flinching, without folding. She bled, he understood. Just not where anyone could see it. He recognized that. Had spent his own years learning to contain damage so completely that the people who caused it never received the satisfaction of knowing it landed. Solitude as armor. Silence as survival. He had worn that particular coat for so long it had begun to feel like skin. When Richard took the stage and began his performance, Sang-ok had gone very still. He had built his reputation on reading rooms, on understanding the architecture of a moment before it fully assembled itself. He saw it coming before the words arrived. The pregnant woman at the wing of the stage, Richard's mother's satisfied pearl touching, the way the crowd had already arranged itself into an audience for something that was going to be ugly. He watched Selena receive it. Watched her set down her glass with a hand that didn't shake. Watched her keep her chin at exactly the right angle, not defiant, not broken, but somewhere more difficult than both. He watched her absorb a public demolition with the composure of a woman who had been quietly preparing for it, possibly for years. And something in him, something that had been dormant and deliberately kept that way, shifted. He turned his full attention toward her. Unhurried, unambiguous. She felt it. He saw the exact moment she did. She turned, found his eyes across the room, and held them. She didn't look away. There, he thought. There is the fire. Richard found him between the appetizers and the toasts. He came with the particular energy of a man who believed the evening had gone exactly as planned, loose-shouldered, magnanimous, wearing his announcement like a new coat he wanted everyone to admire. He extended a hand and Sang-ok took it, measuring the grip the way he measured everything, for what it revealed rather than what it intended. Sang-ok. Richard's smile was the expensive kind, the kind that had been practiced until it looked natural. I'm glad you're here. Tonight felt like the right moment for new beginnings. It was a significant announcement, Sang-ok said. His voice was level, uninflected. He gave nothing in the tone that Richard could use. Richard laughed, the easy laugh of a man rearranging discomfort into confidence. I know it was unconventional, but a man in my position, building what I'm building, needs the right foundation. You understand that. On legacy, on lineage, on loyalty, Sang-ok said. A small pause. Exactly. Loyalty. Richard straightened slightly, recalibrating. Which is why this alliance makes sense. I'm offering you stability. A family consolidated around clear succession. Melissa is... Where is your wife? The question landed quietly. Richard blinked. She's here. Somewhere. Selena and I have come to an understanding. The paperwork will be. Where is she? It wasn't a question the second time. Richard's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. He turned and gestured vaguely toward the edge of the room, and Sang-ok followed the gesture to where Selena stood, still near the terrace doors, still composed, still wearing her stillness like a garment she had tailored over years of necessity. Someone near her had said something. She was absorbing it with a smile, so controlled it was almost architectural. Sang-ok set down his untouched glass. "The alliance," Richard began again, reclaiming his footing, "is really about what I can offer going forward. A clean structure. A clear air. I'm not interested in what you're offering going forward."
The air changed.
Richard laughed again, shorter this time. "I'm sorry. You've spent this evening reducing a woman to her failures in front of 200 people. Sang-ok adjusted a single shirt cuff. Unhurried. Almost bored. "You have confused spectacle with strength. I don't build with men who mistake those two things." Richard's smile held but thinned. "Sang-ok, I think you misunderstand the situation. I understand it precisely." He turned from Richard with the finality of a door closing. "Excuse me." He crossed the ballroom the way he crossed every room, as though the space had been arranged for his passage. Conversations paused as he moved through them. The crowd adjusted without knowing why, the way water adjusts around something that moves with absolute intention. He stopped in front of Selena. She looked up at him. Her eyes were dark and still and gave nothing away that she hadn't chosen to give. Up close, the composure was even more remarkable. He could see what it cost her, the precise tension of a woman holding herself together through sheer architecture of will. He reached into his jacket pocket. The ring was black pearl set in platinum, cradled by a dragon whose wings curved up to hold the stone like something precious, like something chosen. He had carried it for reasons he hadn't fully examined until this moment. He held it out, not as a transaction, as a declaration. "My name will keep you safe," he said quietly, "if you'll allow it." The room, by now, had gone completely silent. Selena looked at the ring, then at him. Then, with the steadiness of a woman who had already survived the worst this room could offer, she extended her hand. "I would really appreciate you subscribing to the channel right now so you never miss a single second of this cinematic journey. The story is moving fast, and you'll want to be here when the final reckoning hits." The ring fit, as though it had always known her finger. Selena felt the cool weight of the platinum settle against her skin and understood, in the wordless way the body sometimes understands things before the mind catches up, rearranged. Not just in the room. In her. The silence held. 200 people, socialites and syndicate associates, and Richard's carefully curated constellation of the powerful and the peripheral stood with their collective breath suspended. Champagne flutes paused halfway to lips, whispered cruelties evaporating mid-formation. The orchestra had stopped. They had left him. She could feel him at the edge of her periphery, could sense the specific quality of his stillness, which was not Sang-ok's stillness at all. Where Sang-ok's silence was chosen, Richard's was the silence of a man watching a situation migrate entirely beyond his, yet having the vocabulary for what he was witnessing. She kept her eyes forward. Sang-ok stood close enough that she could see the precise way he held himself, not with the performed confidence of men like Richard, who needed the room's reflection to confirm their own power. He simply was, settled in himself like something ancient and weather-tested. He looked at the ring on her finger and then raised his eyes to the room with an expression that required no translation. "She is mine to protect. Adjust accordingly." The murmuring began its slow, uncertain reassembly, changed register entirely. The sharp tittering that had followed Selena through 5 years of these events, the performative pity and the sharper cruelty beneath it, had been replaced by something more cautious. The room was recalibrating, and she could feel it happening in real time, could feel the social mathematics being urgently revised around her. Richard's mother set down her champagne. It was, Selena thought, the most satisfying sound she had ever heard. Sangling his body slightly away from the room, a small gesture, almost private, that created a corridor of quiet between them in the middle of all that noise. "There's a terrace," he said. "When you're ready." "Not come with me." Not an instruction dressed as an invitation. "When you're ready." As though her readiness was the only variable that mattered. She nodded once. He offered his arm, and she took it, and she felt the room's collective gaze track them as they moved together toward the terrace doors, felt the weight of 200 recalibrated opinions pressing at her back. She did not look at Richard. She had spent years monitoring his reactions, adjusting her behavior to the barometer of his moods. She was done with that particular weather. She kept her eyes on the doors ahead. Behind her, she heard Richard's voice, low and controlled, attempting authority, saying okay. A pause. Nothing came back. We had an arrangement. Had, said one of the two flanking men, in a tone that closed the subject like a lock turning. The terrace doors opened onto cool night air and the distant sound of the city, a softness after the ballroom's pressure. Selena stepped through and felt the night receiver. She exhaled. You exhale when you've been holding something heavy for a very long time and have finally been given permission to set it down. She looked at the ring in the low light. The dragon's wings curved protectively around the pearl. Protecting, she thought. Not possessing. She had never understood the difference until now. The city spread below them like spilled jewelry. Selena stood at the terrace railing and let the night air move through her, cool and indifferent and honest in a way the room behind them had never been. Somewhere inside, she could hear the party attempting to reconstitute itself, the orchestra finding its footing again, the murmur of guests performing normalcy. People like Richard's crowd were nothing if not resilient in their superficiality. Sing Okay stood beside her. Not crowding. Not performing proximity. Just present. The way solid things are present. Without announcement. Without apology. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. She wasn't sure what she had expected. The language of transactions, perhaps. Terms and conditions delivered with polished authority. She had just accepted a ring from a man whose name made governments nervous, in front of 200 witnesses, in the wreckage of her own public humiliation. Thought, to at least a brief explanation. You should know, she said finally, her voice quieter out here, stripped of the ballroom's armor, that I'm not a strategic asset. I know. I have no holdings. No leverage. Nothing Richard's family would want to protect. She turned to look at him. Whatever you were building with him, I'm not a useful piece in it. Saying Okay was quiet for his face was difficult to read, which she suspected was a permanent condition rather than a situational one. Then he said, I wasn't building anything with him. Not anymore. Because of tonight? Because of tonight, he confirmed. A man who dismantles his wife in public to impress a room is a man who will dismantle anything the moment it stops serving his performance. That is not someone I trust with what I've built. Selena absorbed this. It was a colder calculus than she was used to, but it had the particular texture of honesty, and she had been starved for honesty long enough to recognize it on contact. Then why? She asked. He turned to look at her fully then, the same look from across the ballroom. The one that had felt like recognition rather than appraisal. Up close it was even more unsettling in its steadiness. Because I watched you stand in that room for an hour and take everything it offered you and give nothing back that they could use. Survival, she said. Yes, he agreed. Which requires a particular kind of strength that most people confuse for weakness because it doesn't make noise. Something shifted in his expression. A door ajar rather than locked. I have spent most of my life in rooms that required exactly the containment. He looked back at the city. I recognized it in you, because I have worn it myself. Selena was quiet for a long moment. She looked down at the ring. The black pearl caught the moonlight and held it, luminous and deep, something valuable formed by years of pressure and irritation transformed, improbably, into beauty. She thought about 5 years of doctors' offices. 5 years of Richard's family's eyes. 5 years of being the flaw in someone else's perfect story. You didn't rescue me, she said quietly. It wasn't an accusation. It was something she needed to say out loud to understand it. In there. You didn't rescue me. No, Sing Okay said. You just made them see what was already there. He looked at her. Yes. The city hummed below them, indifferent and alive. Selena straightened, not the performed straightening of the ballroom, the armor spine, the chin-raised survival posture. Something easier. Something that came from a different place entirely. "Tell me about the dragon," she said. And for the first time that evening, Sang-ok Jin almost smiled. Smash that comments who you are rooting for. So subscribe and join our community today. The fortress did not announce itself. That was the first thing Selena noticed, that a compound belonging to the Mo's wore its power quietly, the way Sang-ok himself wore it. No ostentatious gates with gilded crests. No architecture reaching skyward to remind visitors of their smallness. Just a long private road through old-growth trees, a turn, and then a house that was simply, undeniably, permanent. Stone and glass and dark timber settled into the hillside as though it had grown there rather than been built. As though it had always been the inevitable conclusion of that particular landscape. A woman named Hyunja met her at the entrance. 50s precise, with the manner of someone who had organized complicated things, found comfort in the discipline of it. She showed Selena to a suite of rooms on the second floor, clean-lined and unhurried in their design, where something was always in bloom regardless of the season, she was told. "Mr. Jean asks that you consider this yours," Hyunja said. "Not guest quarters. Yours. There is a difference, and he wanted that communicated clearly." Selena stood in the center of the room after Hyunja left and let herself feel the silence. It was a different quality of silence than she was accustomed to. Not the silence of a house that tolerated her presence, not the silence that followed a door closing on a conversation she hadn't been invited into. This silence was clean, unburdened. It asked nothing of her. She sat on the edge of the bed and, for the first time in longer than she could accurately measure, allowed herself to come apart slightly. Not dramatically. Not with the heaving, cinematic grief of someone performing their own suffering. Just a quiet dissolution, the particular kind of cry unexpectedly, and the body, which has been clenched against impact for years, suddenly understands that it can release. She pressed her fingers to her mouth and breathed through it. Then she washed her face, changed her clothes, and went to find the kitchen. The compound had a rhythm she learned over the following days, the way you learn the rhythm of a new city, by moving through it without a map until the geography begins to make sense. Meals at specific hours. Certain corridors busy in the mornings, quiet by afternoon. The two flanking men, she learned their names were Day and Juno, stationed at intervals that initially felt like surveillance and gradually revealed themselves as something closer to custodianship. They were not watching her. They were watching everything around her. The distinction settled something in her chest. Sang-ok was present in the compound the way he was present in rooms, thoroughly, without performance. He did not hover. He did not check on her with the particular energy of a man expecting gratitude for his own generosity. He moved through his days with a focused self-containment that she found, unexpectedly, restful. He was not a man who required management. They had breakfast together on the fourth morning. He read documents. She had coffee and looked at the garden and found that the absence of conversation was not uncomfortable. It was, in fact, the most honest exchange she had experienced in years. Two people in the same space. Neither of them pretended, she said eventually. He looked up. "What did you expect?" She considered it honestly. "Someone who needed something from me. Everyone who has ever offered me anything needed something from me first." He set down the document. "I run organizations that require absolute clarity about motivation," he said. "Including my own. I know what I want and what I don't want, and I don't construct elaborate performances to obscure the difference." A pause. "What I want is for you to stop waiting for the condition attached to the kindness." Selena looked at him across the breakfast table, this quiet, dangerous, entirely legible man, and felt something she had nearly forgotten the name for. Safety, yes. But beneath that, something more complicated. She was being known, not assessed, not measured against a metric of usefulness. Known. It was on the sixth day that Hyunja placed a small folder on the table beside her morning coffee without comment. Inside were documents, medical records she realized slowly. Richards. Dated 8 months prior, the letterhead of a private specialist clinic she didn't recognize. She read the first page, and then read it again more carefully. She set it down. She picked it up again. The document was clinical in its language, precise in its terminology, and absolutely unambiguous in its conclusion. She stared at the words until they stopped being words and became simply the architecture of 5 years of her life, restructured entirely by a single paragraph. Footsteps in the corridor and looked up when he appeared in the doorway. He read her face. She was learning that he was extraordinarily good at reading faces, and his expression shifted into something careful and attentive. "You knew," she said. Her voice was steady. She was almost surprised by it. "I had the information," he said. "I didn't want to present it as a transaction. As though the truth about your own life was something I was offering in exchange for something else," and sat across from her. "It's yours. It was always yours. Turned to you." She looked document. Richard was the one who was barren. Had been, according to the records, since well before their marriage. Had known or suspected, and had said nothing. Had let her carry it. Had handed her the weight of a flaw that was never hers and watched her buckle under it for 5 years without correction. She had expected rage. Had braced for it. The way you brace for a wave you can see coming. What arrived instead was something quieter. More tectonic. The specific feeling of a foundation you built and revealing that the ground beneath it was solid after all, that you had been stable all along, and only the story told about you had been broken. She closed the folder. "Thank you," she said. Not for the protection. Not for the ring or the compound or the 2 careful men in the corridors. For giving her back the truth about herself, without nodded once, and returned to his documents, and let her sit with it. This new, rearranged version of her own history, in the clean, unburdened, without conditions, that she made. Most demolitions arrive quietly and then all at once. At the pathway's edge, with a particular stillness that she had come to understand meant something significant was in motion. He didn't speak. Simply tilted his head toward her, that said, "You'll want to see this," without the performance of urgency. She set down her book and followed. Sang-ok was in his study, a room she had been in only twice before, dark-shelved and precisely organized, the kind of room that reflected the interior of the person who occupied it. He was standing behind his desk rather than sitting, which she had also learned to read. He stood when things required his full attention. Juno was positioned near the window. On the desk, a laptop displayed a paused video frame, a news broadcast. She could see the Chiron from the doorway. She stepped closer and read it. Gene biomedical heir Richard Gene embroiled in paternity unborn child not his. She looked up at Sang-ok. "It broke this morning," he said. 3 outlets simultaneously. Someone close to Melissa decided the arrangement was no longer worth protecting. Selena lowered herself into the chair across from the desk with a slowness that had nothing to do with weakness. She was simply processing, the news moving through her in layers, each one arriving at a different depth. Melissa's child was not related her to produce space for the pregnancy he had brandished in front of 200 people like a trophy that was also a verdict, belonged to someone else entirely. "Does he know?" she asked. "He has known for approximately 72 hours, Sang-ok said. "He hired a private paternity test when the timeline stopped adding up. He received the results 3 days ago." A pause. He has spent those 3 days attempting to contain it. Clearly unsuccessfully. Clearly. She was quiet for a moment. Outside the study window, the garden moved in a light wind, ordinary and unhurried, indifferent to the particular collapse happening in another part of the city. "His companies?" she asked. Sang-ok sat now, settling into his chair with the measured ease of a man for whom this kind of unraveling was not unfamiliar territory. The paternity story alone won't destroy the business, but it creates instability. His board has been looking for a reason, and instability is a reason. He folded his hands on the desk. More pressively, when I withdrew from the alliance last week, 3 of his secondary partners followed. They were waiting to see which way the Gene name moved. Now they know. Selena absorbed this. Richard had built his empire in careful coalition, each piece dependent on the credibility of the others, the whole structure as elegant and as fragile as a house of extraordinarily expensive cards. She had lived inside that structure for 5 years, had understood its brittleness from the inside, had watched him manage its fault lines with the exhausting vigilance of a man who knew the ground beneath him was not as solid as his performance suggested. She had simply never imagined she would be watching it from the outside when it finally gave way. "He'll come here," she said. It wasn't a question. It was pattern recognition. Richard in crisis always moved toward the most powerful person in his proximity. It was his most consistent instinct and his most reliable limitation. Sang-ok met her eyes across the desk. "Yes," he said. "He will." "And when he does?" The silence that followed was silence that contains a fully formed answer waiting for the right moment to be spoken. "When he does," Sang-ok said carefully, "the person he'll need to speak with is you." Selena felt the weight of that land, felt it settle across her shoulders not as burden, but as something she was still learning the shape of. Authority. The particular gravity of a woman who had survived the worst a room could offer, and cushed but distilled. She looked at the news broadcast, still frozen on the screen. Richard's empire in the first hour of its unraveling. Melissa's careful architecture of deception exposed. The heir that wasn't. The barrenness that was never hers. 5 years of being the end correctly asked. She straightened in the chair. "Then I'll be ready," she said. If you have been enjoying this story so far, kindly subscribe and hit the notification bell to ensure you're part of the inner circle for every new release. The screen might go black, but the legend continues. Don't miss the next epic story. He came on a Tuesday, which felt appropriate. Tuesdays had always been Richard's preferred day for difficult architecture of the week, she supposed. Far enough from Monday to have shed its rawness, too early for the weekend's proximity to soften anything. Richard liked his difficult conversations to feel inevitable. He liked to arrive. She was in the front reception room when Day showed him in, had chosen it deliberately the way Sang-ok had taught her simply by modeling it. The room you choose tells the other person what kind of conversation this is before a single word is spoken. Not the warm informality of the kitchen. Not the authority of the study. The reception room, formal, measured, and entirely on her territory. Richard looked diminished. It was the first thing she noticed, and she noticed it without satisfaction, which surprised her. He had lost the particular quality of expansion that had always characterized him in space, that ease of a man for whom rooms rearrange themselves. He was wearing it still, the expensive coat, the careful grooming, but something structural had gone out of him. He looked like a building after the load-bearing wall has been quietly removed. Still standing. Not entirely sure why. He stopped when he saw her. She had wondered, in the days since the news broke, what this moment would feel like. She had rehearsed versions of it in the quiet hours. The things she might say, the architecture of a confrontation she had been owed for years. She had imagined herself cold, or righteous, or wielding the truth of his medical records like a blade she had sharpened in private. What she felt, looking at him now, was simply clear. Selena. He said her name differently than he used to. The ledger-closing finality was gone. In its place was something she had never heard from him, a kind of careful humility, the specific register of a man who needs something and knows he has exhausted his usual methods of obtaining it. "You look," he stopped. Recalibrated. "Thank you for seeing me." "Sit down, Richard." He sat. She remained standing for a moment, not to perform dominance, but because she wasn't finished deciding where she wanted to be in this room. She moved to the chair across from him and settled into it with a composure that she recognized, with quiet astonishment, was entirely unperformed. It wasn't armor anymore. It was simply her. "The board votes on Thursday," he said. "I have 2 days." "I know." He looked at her carefully. "Then you know what I'm here to ask." "I know what you think you're here to ask," she said. "You think you're here to ask Sang-ok for a stay of execution, for the gene name to move back toward her column, so your board reads it as confidence and holds." She watched his face confirm this with a small tightening around the eyes. "You came to him." "But he sent you to me." Richard was quiet for a moment. She could see him processing this, reconfiguring his understanding of the room's power geometry. Thought probably the first honest thinking he had done in months. "The medical records," he said finally. His voice had dropped. Something in it that might, in a different man, have been shame. How long have you had them? Long enough. Selena? 5 years. Had it without heat. Without theater. Just the number, clean and weighted, placed between them on the table where it had always belonged. 5 years of your mother's eyes at Sunday dinner. 5 years of whisper campaigns at galas and specialists' offices, and your aunt asking still nothing at Christmas, like I was a broken appliance she was politely refusing to replace. 5 years of carrying a flaw that was yours. That you knew was yours, or suspected, and said. He opened his mouth. I'm not, she said. I'm telling you what the 5 years cost. Because you're here asking for something, and before we discuss what that is, you're going to sit in this room and understand what it is you actually did. The silence that followed was the longest he had ever given her. She watched him absorb it, watched the self-protective reflexes rise, and, for once, find no purchase. There was nothing left to protect. The heir was gone. The alliance was gone. The carefully constructed was showing its fault lines publicly on 3 news outlets for anyone who wanted to look. He was, for possibly the first time in his adult life, simply a man in a room with the consequences of his choices. I was afraid, he said finally, quietly, of what it meant. For the name, the legacy, and my position was supposed to. I know, she said. And she did. She had always known, in the way you know things about people you have lived alongside for years, the particular shape of Richard's fear, the way his need for legacy had curdled into cruelty because he lacked the courage to face its source. Understanding it didn't absolve it, but it completed something, closed a loop that had been open and catching on everything for 5 years. What I'm going to offer you, she said, is not what you came saying okay won't re-enter the alliance. That's finished, and it's finished because of choices you made, and no conversation in this that subtle. But there are 2 board members, Yoon and Park, who have been waiting for a reason to support a restructure rather than a full dissolution. They will respond to a signal from this house. She paused. I can provide that signal. Not to save your company. To ensure the people who work in it who had nothing to do with your choices. You. Because I'm not you, she said simply. I don't require your suffering to feel whole. And because the 340 people who work then to lose